In this session, we'll delve into how AI technologies are transforming educational methodologies, learning experience, and skill development. A panel will discuss innovative strategies to integrate AI in educational curricula and professional training programs in lieu of a variety of niche job roles emerging. We'll also address the critical challenge of the talent gap in the field of AI and its application in various sectors, and discuss how education and training systems can adapt to meeting these evolving skill requirements. I'll explain the structure of this session for the benefit of our audience. This session is structured in the form of two panel discussions. We have the first panel on stage comprising of Mr. Vedmani Tiwari, Ms. Kirti Seth, Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shabrak, Dr. Maria Grazia Kuchirini, Ms. Shrikapa Srinivasan, and Dr. Swati Jain. In the first session, participants will gain insights into the transformative impact of AI on the workforce, with an emphasis on new age job roles, AI-driven skills, and responsible deployment of AI in workplaces. The second panel discussion, which will happen after this, will focus on the broader topic of AI shaping the future of work, industries, economies, and societies, while also examining collaborative strategies for AI capacity building. Without further ado, I'll hand over the floor to our first keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Maria Grazia Kuchirini, to set the tone for today's conversation.
So good morning, everybody. This is my pleasure to be here with you, and I have a difficult task, that is to wake you up. So let's try this. So I was asked to talk about what it means to have a human-centric approach to AI and the future of educational work, because we think these are very much interlinked. Actually, that's the very reason why this topic was dealt with, especially in the context of the Digital Economy Working Group, in the context of the G20 presidency of India, because you need to have a perspective that goes actually into different dimensions. So understanding how artificial intelligence might be transforming jobs and skills. And especially now, I think we are starting to talk not only about AI per se, but we are talking about specific developments within AI, like generative AI or interactive AI. And by the time you develop, use, and adopt AI of this type, of course, it's going to change the way we live. I mean, how many of us have the good habits these days to just write an email without dictating anything? Or how many of us haven't used ChatGPT to go through a report? I mean, I was discussing with a colleague before, like to have a sense of what the report is saying rather than reading it through and having our own assessment. But also it's changing the way we work and the way we produce, of course. And so economies and society are transformed. And this is also because by the time we use these tools, as any other tool we have used in the past, it changes the way in which we do things, we organize production, and ultimately the way we have or not good jobs, and how that impacts on our life and the way we relate to the others. So to this end, and to understand better, what we need to do is actually to map what are the technological developments, what is the diffusion path, because too often it is believed that since a technology exists, it will be used. Well, the answer is no, and past analysis has shown that there are to be in place a number of conditions for technologies to be adopted and used. And this is very useful in order to inform a number of policies, in this case, innovation and industry policies, so how to support the development and how to put this development at the service of society rather than putting society at the service of technologies, as at times it happens. So we also need to understand how AI is shaping the labor market, because by the time we use new technologies, we are not going to do the same tasks that we used to do before. It might be a recombination or just part thereof. And of course, to do that, then we're going to do other things, which means we need to have different skills to embark and be able to do the task we're supposed to perform. And this is going to inform a number of policies, and UNESCO is about informing policies in an inclusive way. So it's going to inform industrial and labor market policies. And then, of course, with that, as I mentioned already, we need to assess what are skills needed in order to perform the tasks that are the ones to be done in the AI and digital era. We used to talk about the digital era, but I think now everything is digital, and we really have to be a bit more specific and talk about what, the transformative technology of the day that is really AI. And this is very important to inform education and training policies. and of course inclusive policies. And at the bottom you see the number of SDGs that informing this policy will have a direct impact towards, which is very important for all the countries around the world. Now, there is a caveat. And what do we mean by human-centric? Well, it means ethical, and ethical is nothing philosophical. It's something that is very real and very concrete, and means respecting always human rights, human dignity, and fundamental freedoms. So knowing what they do with our data, for instance, or how it can be used or it should not be used on the workplace to assess, for instance, our performance. So this is what we mean by human-centric, something that is ethical. But let's see how we go there. So I think that the picture on the left-hand side mirrors a bit the thought, the image that your brain has by the time you talk about AI entering the labor market. It's really about, oh, they're going to substitute me. Well, the answer, sorry, I'm an economist, and so very often the answer is depends. But here you have a typical picture of the economist type that is like, it depends. So what you see on this picture is a very nice summary of the assessment that different leading scholars, as a matter of fact, have done in relation to the question, is AI going to make workers redundant? Well, as you can, I'm not going to go into the details, but you can do an analysis that is by occupation. So depending on the tasks that are impacted, whether or not I'd be likely to be substituted in full or in part. And by sector, because of course different sectors have different composition of workers. You don't need as many machine operators in a sector as compared to others. So you have to see how this impact by sectors. So if you have a very quick look at the bars, you realize that expectations are very different depending on the assumptions that are made and depending on the characteristics that it looked like, regardless of the fact that the question here was exactly the same, and is AI going to make workers redundant? So if we think perhaps, again, this picture mirrors what we think, and we hear very often in the narrative outside, like, oh, but we can't predict the jobs that are going to be out there. So basically, do you mind lowering the voice, please, in the back? The staff people? It's very disturbing. Thank you. No, they don't. Can you tell the gentleman just to lower the voice? So yeah, this is an interactive session, as you can see. So what we were talking here about is really about the fact that by the time you think about what jobs might look like in the future, you think about aliens, something that you can't predict, something you cannot imagine in full, and something that is very difficult to give a shape to. Whereas if you look towards the front, you realize that actually there are some components that will keep there, and the analysis done over time does tell you that story. That is like there are some fundamental skills and part of the jobs that will be there, have been there, and have resisted there despite the fact that tasks have been changed and that the skills needed for those tasks also are changed. You see, this is for the package of keeping you awake in the morning. That's exactly what they are doing. So, but if you then ask, okay, what is our ability to predict jobs? Well, and how disruptive will that be? Well, this piece by author, which is one of the scholars that have most contributed to this literature, is telling you one important thing, and it's like we are getting very afraid of a question that actually we have answered before. And it's like this picture showing you that compared to what was the employment, let's say before the middle of the 20th century, to today, basically, the majority of the job had not been foreseen. The majority of the tasks that we will be performing had not been foreseen. And still we're making them, and we have been able to endow the people with the skills needed. Because then what we actually realize is that technologies very often, and actually typically, both augment and substitute people. This has been seen before as well. Of course, what is different about the AI transformation is perhaps the scale of the transformation, the speed, because there are several versions of the same, for instance, app several times a year, and the scopes, that is like, what can I do with them? How many productive part of the economy is going to be able to shape? So this study actually is very interesting because they have made assumptions about how or not machine can complement humans. And actually, if you see, and they have grouped it by country level of development of countries so that it's easier to deal with and see. And what you see in this picture is that, if anything, expectations are that AI is going to augment our capability. The basic argument being that those that are relatively lower skill might benefit a lot from the enhancement coming from this, the potential of AI. And then you might want to look into, say, okay, look, so this is the capability, but then how many people are going to be made redundant? I'm not sure of how many of you have read all this literature that exists since 2010 about automation purely. So we were not talking about AI strictly at that point. But the first study that came out from Oxford was very scary, saying that 46% of the working population was at risk of being made redundant by automation. I mean, imagine half of the workforce all of a sudden erased. The OECD then at that point, and I was there at that point, we started doing work like, the maths don't add. We had to receive, to check the data, etc. And a first remaking of the very same study on different data said 14%. Now, between 46 and 14, it's a whole different story. And then further refinement, checking the accuracy and other characteristics, actually led to 9%. Still, 9% is a huge chunk of the population if we are going to take it at face value that they are going to be replaced. Mind you, again, with the hypothesis that, in theory, by the time a technology exists, it can be used. The reality is not as such. And we have seen it, again, so many times. But before going that discussion, it's also like, okay, so if I'm going to make redundant, what is really that the market is asking? What is that is, looking for? In this case, we did a study with some colleagues about what are the kind of skills that are demanded on the labor market and whether or not digital intensive, so it's not only based on AI, it's based on the infrastructure, on the ICT infrastructure, on the access, on the services that I purchase. Does it, working with AI or with digital technology, does it imply that you need more skill or less skill? And this talks to the substitution part. Well, the answer that you clearly see here is that digital industries, if anything, are asking from workers greater skill endowment along all the lines and to different extents. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that basically, for instance, for the level of automation, well, then you need really very good, for instance, marketing and accounting skills not to be automated. So the complement is very highly skilled. And you can see that throughout they are demanded much more. And are they paid more? Well, the answer is yes. So what we saw, we looked at the returns coming from ceteris paribus having a set of skills and how much the additional one was adding. Again, around the same skills, so the cognitive and the social emotional skills. And the answer is persistently, we see that there is a top-up. That is, digitally intensive industries tend to pay a top-up. That can be also endogenous in the sense that digital intensive industries typically are also more productive. This means that they can have spare capacity to pay more the workers because they need to be more competitive in the hiring market. But nevertheless, that's the evidence that tells you not only they demand more and better skills, and they're ready to pay them more. So of course they attract the best talent inside the industries. But then, which talent are we talking about? So yes, this is a kind of a mirror picture, not really. It's a network of the skills needed for workers that are actually listed as workers working with AI. So we did an analysis of the job posting on the labor market, and based on a study we had done on defining and measuring artificial intelligence developments, we looked for the skills that related to those developments. It's a bit of a, it was a lot of fun to go through. It wasn't a sure thing. But then we got to what is demanded. And what you see clearly in this picture through the circles is that, well, it is very much about the geeks' skills. So, of course, you have to be able to code in Python, to say the least. You have to have knowledge of big data. You have, well, there is Apache that comes here and there. There is a number. Those that are in the business recognize some of the tools they use all the time. It's also a lot about having the ability to research and do analysis, to get the underlying dynamics of processes. So you have the data mining, the data analysis, the understanding. And then, of course, you have the natural language processing, etc. But then you also have, at the top left corner, all the writing, the communication skills, the problem solving. Because one of the characteristics of the AI revolution, if you want to call it that way, is that actually requires a mix of skills. So before, companies were used to hire the person, the coder, and the person that would do the teamwork, the person that would do the management of the project. Well, what this graph is saying is that, if anything, the solution of the problem is in the mix of skills. That is, the experts of today, those that are going to be working with the technology, in addition to being required to have a number of technical skills that are really related to the subject matter, they are required to have social-emotional skills and capabilities like relational capabilities that the previous workforce was not asked for. So this is, let's say, the changing part. And this, of course, has first-order magnitude effects over what is the education system we need in order to be able to deliver on those requests. So, and this actually is very much framed in the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. Let's remember that we are talking here about human-centered AI. So it's not an AI that dominates people, but that actually leverages the power of people. And so already there in 2021 that was adopted, the experts and the countries that adopted it, 193, so it's not a few one, were actually stating and agreeing on the fact that these codes for endowing people with prerequisite skills, which is, of course, as we said, basic literacy, numeracy, etc., but also the social-emotional skills. And with this, since this is a very kind of non-transparent dynamic at the moment, we were calling for research to be able to see how to best develop AI in the interest of people and how to put the education and training system at the service of this. And of course, that liabilities needed to be taken care of. And what is the prescription about the labor market? Well, that you have to have a multi-stakeholder approach. This is not something that government in isolation or industry in isolation can solve. And also that it is very important to endow people with learning how to learn. This is a changing environment, whereby you can't be, you can't be relaxed by the time you have learned a set of skills and say, like, now I'm endowed, off we go. No, you, over life, you will have to reskill, which doesn't mean going back to school, because especially if you didn't go to school in the first place, is that there were some determinants that prevented you from doing that, either because you needed to work or because you simply didn't like it. But still, it is very important to address that and being transparent. And this is the work we have been doing, for instance, with Dr. Seth, about in the context of the G20 for the Center of Excellence, which we are now finalizing as an endeavor that is supported by India. And this is about really understanding what is needed also across countries. So let me very quickly go through this in the sense that what is also highlighted is that we cannot leave people alone. When there is a technological paradigm like the one we are living that is transformative and at a fast speed, like the one I speak normally at, the problem becomes to accompany, especially those that have low skills, because it is true that they can be made redundant, so you have to accompany them to a safe harbor job, which means a job where they can maximize their skills, where the transition cost is relatively low in terms of training, but actually they are not at risk of automation again in 2 years, because that will jeopardize their lives. So these are the policy areas in the recommendation. As you see, this problem needs to be dealt with in a really encompassing way. And now to check whether countries are ready, we are performing this readiness assessment methodology that assesses all the areas of the AI recommendation, the ethical AI recommendation, in terms of legislation, institution, networking, stakeholders, so to tell countries, to give countries a picture of where they stand and what they need in order to move in an inclusive way towards the AI era. Now, concluding, what do we need by the time we talk about a human-centered ethical approach to AI? Well, we need, among others, and this was the focus of today, to rethink training and education. As I said, education cannot only happen before we enter the labor market. We have to transform that concept and find ways of delivering that education and training in a different way. And also, as I mentioned, I believe, and studies that exist out there, that the power is in the mix. We cannot feel comfortable endowing our IT practitioner, for instance, with the technical skills, because it won't suffice to do for a good living, to do for a good job. They need also to have the social-emotional skills. And this is actually something that we are starting to do here in India with the partnership we signed with Nielit about having also the ethical awareness. That is, by the time you code, you not only have to check that the RAM is used optimally or that you are able to perform a certain task within a certain time. You have to check whether the data are representative, whether the outcomes are biased and discriminate against someone, typically women. That's another problem. But let's say you have to know that what you're doing in terms of coding can can transform itself into concrete harm to someone. And this is something that, for instance, programmers are simply not aware of. So it's not that they don't want to take care of, it's simply that there is not awareness about this. And, of course, empowering human capital is the key. That is like there is not going to be any jump in productivity, there is not going to be any adoption, there is not going to be any positive outcomes unless people are part of the problem, because there can be as good as an AI as the brain that generates it. I mean, that's a fact. So if anything, we saw that there is higher demand for skills, so we have then to look and watch out for the inequalities that this triggers, because the higher the human capital, the better endowed, the better the possibility, but what happened to those that are low skills? So that is where the problem lies. And we need to have the possibility to help those people that are not really part of the key game to earn from it. And so there are ways of not only reskilling, but also facilitating what we have been calling the mobility 2.0. That means that thanks to the digital transformation and AI, we might be able to do jobs at a distance that before was impossible, but that actually help endow people with the means for living and being empowered, and also have a career progression that actually improves the well-being and the welfare. And thank you.
That was a very concise and insightful presentation, Dr. Maria Grazia. And as rightly pointed out, even the G20 under the Indian presidency, as part of the Digital Economy Working Group, we rightly emphasized on the need for technical and socio-emotional skills when it comes to digital upskilling and reskilling, especially in the context of emerging technologies. So with that, I would now like to start the panel discussion, and I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Vedmani Tiwari, who is the CEO of National Skill Development Corporation India and the CMD of NSDC International. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. And I think volume is low. So thank you so much, Abhishek, and thank you so much, Dr. Maria Grazia, for such an insightful presentation. We all, within 1 year, we are all getting sort of overwhelmed how AI is everywhere, and I don't think any other technology would have impacted human society in such a way. And today's topic about AI in education and skilling, and the way Dr. Maria Grazia presented that it has implications. First of all, it's not a technology discussion that we are doing. It has far-reaching impact on how we live, work, and play in our lives. And education is the place where we prepare individuals for their upcoming lives. We know that workplaces are changing. The work itself is changing tremendously. We all have been debating for quite some time that education and workplaces have to be converging to create to leverage the opportunity that is arising in front of us. So, Dr. Bashir, I would like to start with you that given that such an impact that AI is going to create, and we all have been talking about that the education will serve its purpose only is more responsive to the workplace. And today the work itself is changing rapidly and it has impact on the workplace. It is even difficult to define what the workplace is in today's hybrid workplace environment. So workplace, workforce, all getting impacted with the digital technology itself. Now, AI, we can see that as a threat or we can see that as an opportunity, because the technology offers us an opportunity to get an insight into how the workplace is going to, what dimensions of the workplace will get impacted. So from UNESCO perspective, How do you think that education system should respond to this, both at the school education level where you build your foundational skills and also when you are preparing to enter into the workforce?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm from Commonwealth of Learning, a complementary institution to UNESCO. We work in skills and education. Now, I think I should commend the work carried out by Niti Aayog and India Future Skills. Both the strategies and your recommendations are really good. I think you've encompassed the entire domain. Now, if you look at education, how education and skills can interpose, as you mentioned, Dr. Tiwari, it's a conundrum. You know, the AI offers a lot of opportunities for us to leapfrog, but at the same time, we are having to be a little cautious, largely because India is a low-skilled surplus labor market, if I should put it that way. Now, the low-hanging fruits are something that some of our industry partners have really tackled very well, and the paper that India Future Skills paper deals with largely with the low-hanging fruit, which is the formal education system. You have about 250 million children studying in school at the school level, in 1.5 million schools taught by 8.5 million teachers. You have 40 million students studying at the higher education level, taught by 1.5 million teachers. And you also have roughly about 10 to 20 million in non-higher education, non-school, which could be ITIs and polytechnics and so on. So there is a good strategy in place in terms of tackling them. Now, even here, you know, as a member of the AI committee that explored the impact of AI in higher education institutions, framed by the Association of Indian Universities, where 1,100 universities are members, there are cautious views from the higher education community. And we had witnessed during the COVID times, the emergency remote teaching actually happened at the school level, not so much at the higher education level. So there is this 300, close to about 300 million people who are in the formal education system. Now, what happens to the other 500 million people who are in the workforce, of which roughly about 80 to 85% are in the informal economy, particularly what we call the unorganized sector. Now, it is possible for us to tackle the 15% of the organized sector, and I should commend again NSDC and all the sector skill councils that look into both organized as well as the unorganized sector. Now, when it comes to our organized sector, it's possible for us to develop strategies and skilling efforts in a manner that we could work with industries and the employer organizations and others. But when it comes to the informal economy, of which 50% are agriculture workers, and agriculture is feminized largely, and in the informal economy you have more women in the informal system rather than men. In the formal system you have close to 70% men occupying, 30% women, but when it comes to informal it's 91% women and 89% men. So that's the situation we are talking about. So what is the strategy now for us as a nation to take care of the 800 million lifelong learners, if you would call it? So skilling, reskilling, upskilling were to be even for the 800 million as per their situation and settings. And you know, there is a huge opportunity here for us. Now, NSDC is a very good example for the rest of the world as to how you can tackle skilling at a large scale. And you have demonstrated well enough. But there is a long way to go, as you would agree with me, because when it comes to the informal economy, unfortunately, there are not many scalable models at this point in time. Partly because the delivery systems are not well prepared. Now we are known for the delivery systems through face-to-face, through online, through blended. Now when it comes to the informal workers, none of these would be that easy because of the limited access to gadgets, limited access absorption capacity, and also the content is not that engaging enough for them to actually reskill themselves. Now, Dr. Maria pointed out that, we need to also ensure that a large section of the society, including women in the informal sector and other sectors should be looked into. Now, this is where I think the education system and the skilling systems can play a role in terms of re-strategizing themselves in developing curriculum, in developing delivery models, in using AI itself as an agent for us to provide a solution in the long run. So I would think that there is a huge opportunity facing us, and it is inevitable that although Elon Musk and even UNESCO came up with some sort of a moratorium for AI progress, but many countries are not going to really pay much attention to. I'm not saying that it's very important. What UNESCO and others have come up with is very, very important. But the industry is not going to slow down when it comes to AI research and AI progression. And India has to catch up. I think India has, as you mentioned in the last couple of years, has woken up to the AI reality. The European Union, China, and the United States have been at the forefront. And we are catching up. We have latecomer advantage, but India would really leapfrog. But that said, what happens to, my question is, what happens to the early education community? What happens to the informal sector workers? And more importantly, the 10 million teachers, 8.5 million at the school level and 1.5 million at the higher education level, how do we tackle them and how do we go forward? That's the question facing us.
Thank you so much. Kirti, you have worked on AI framework for skilling, where it has talked about AI for all, AI for few, or AI for many. So would you like to throw a light on this, what Dr. Bashir has just talked about, that how did this NCVT constitute plan, how did it work on this?
No, thanks, thanks for that, and I think a great setup by Dr. Shadrak, because what Ved is talking about was how we think about how we're going to think about skilling for AI in a country like India. Very simple construct which we conceptualized, saying we look at it as a pyramid. And for India, the most important part is the bottom of the pyramid, where we said AI for all. Because while AI is a wonderful technology in terms of all the ways it can enhance productivity, increase efficiency, but AI is also something that has embedded ourselves into our lives. So for each individual, how AI is influencing them, they need to know. They need to build awareness. They need to use it for their own selves. And AI, yesterday I'm sure all of you heard the Prime Minister talk, where he really had the theme of AI for inclusivity and empowerment. I think that's where the AI for all base sits. If we can skill people or teach people to say, how do you use YouTube, every video on YouTube, and know that there is a translation available at the click of a button? It exists, and if you haven't tried it, go to those 3 dots on the top right, and you'll find a language translation. So now that's hugely empowering. But how do I reach those 1.4 billion people to teach them that? Image search is something. India has a lot of people who are not literate. And why India? I think the world has a lot of people who are not literate. So they can leverage AI with image search, voice to text. These are tools that can empower the whole nation and actually can empower the whole globe. So that's where the bottom of the pyramid, which is the construct for all, where you learn to use the tools for AI and also how to be careful about AI. Because we have to be careful about deepfakes, we have to be careful about cybercrime, we have to be careful about bias, so about our own data. And that's some enlightenment that needs to be available at the bottom. And when you skill the bottom or make them aware of what is available, it creates a pull for the middle, which is the many. because the many will be the developers, they will be the people who will create the applications, they will make products that the all will use. These will be the prompt engineers, they will be the app developers, they will be all the people in higher education that we are talking about. It will be law students who will use AI not only for better preparation, but also the issues that will come up on AI, because there will be all kinds of ethics and responsibility issues that will come up. Where does the liability or where does the responsibility sit? So it will cover engineering and non-engineering domains. And then comes the few which is right at the top, and which is where it's a focus that needs to be done jointly, whether it's the government, whether it's educational institutions, because that's where true innovation will sit. That's where IP will be created. And that's where India is going to be in the race with the globe. And even when we talk about the many, I think at the many level, Dr. Maria Grazia talked about the work we did at the G20, where we said this is going to be a global workforce. Talent is going to find its level wherever it's needed. The AI opportunity is huge. I think one of the consultancies called out a $7 trillion opportunity that AI will create. But what if there's no talent? Today, every country has a shortage of talent. India is lucky. Our talent gap is only 27%. But in terms of numbers, that's still a huge, huge number. And if you imagine what is the opportunity cost of that gap, it's huge. So as a country, we definitely need to have a strategy to skill for that, to make sure that we cover that gap. And the world is looking to India. I think at the G20, it was very, very clear when all the countries said that this demographic dividend that we have and the education structures that you talked about, this is the gap that they will fulfill. And the policy structures in India right now, when we talk of the national education policy, we talk of the national credit framework, these are institutional frameworks where skilling and education are seamlessly blending together. It's enabling this integration, and that many level that we're talking about, that's where it's going to sit. So I believe that the all is going to create a pull for the many. The few is going to keep India shining at the top of being the IT superpower that it is. But it's a global problem. We don't have to just think of our country, we have to think of the globe. And our frameworks have to take into account what's happening across the globe. I think the last point I'll end with is, on this global bit, is we have to have a language that speaks to skills and competencies across countries. Today, if a data scientist job is listed in the UK, does it correspond to what a data scientist certification is in India or in Canada? We all struggle with that. So we have to do a recertification. That is such a waste of resources and time. So if we can have a language or taxonomy which different countries can understand of each other, imagine the huge opportunity that it opens up. So as part of the Center of Excellence that we've been talking about with UNESCO, I hope that that actually comes into play and we enable this cross-country comparison of skills.
Thank you so much, Kirti. And after listening to education and skill perspective, I move over to industry now. The two ladies on the other side of the panel. Ms. Srikripa, would you like to bring a perspective on that in your workforce itself? You will have, because AI has come at such a fast pace, every participant in your own workforce and the supportive workforce that you take on your roles will be at a differential capability, and new entrants will also be coming. So kind of disparity in capabilities that you will see is going to be mind-boggling. How do you propose that this does not impact the ethical AI, which Dr. Maria Grazia talked about, is about creating that equal opportunity for everyone, both who are already as a part of workforce and those who are entering into the workforce. So how do we ensure that what industry will do on its own and how it can interact with the skilling and education system to ensure this?
Thank you. Wonderful question. First of all, it's very humbling being here and listening to the numbers. You know, number one, from industry, I speak for Swati and me, from industry when we come, we are spoiled for opportunity available. We all come from industries where the growth is happening so fast. So when you say numbers like 40 million, 1.5 teachers and 300 million in formal, and all of us are in formal organizations. Dr. Bashir is I'm completely humbled with this database which you gave us, and also with the keynote. On your question specifically in terms of how we're bridging the gap, a small perspective over here in terms of the fact that, it's not, I think this whole AI and Gen AI that we are in right now, everybody is rushing towards the whole thing. At my organization as in Dell, we over-index on, get back to the basics. So you would agree, in your field itself, that the number one thing that you can't forget is that you need domain experts. So if my process, we actually begin by saying, get your process right first. I need domain experts who understand what's the kind, for example, what's the kind of, digital requirement a domestic housewife may need, what's the kind of, digital equipment a teacher may need, and so on and so forth. That whole process and how that whole equipment is built around that whole piece. What's the price point best for that? So the first thing is understanding your process. How do you build out the whole process? That is today being done by people who are, we call domain experts. You get your data right, you get your process right, is when the real piece of AI and things like that come in, saying, the reporting portion. That's the third portion, saying, get my reports right. And if you go to, a general blood checkup, you're getting a report out. That's an important thing to do. Now, once you have to deep dive into that is when your prescriptive and descriptive analytics really come out of that whole piece. And once you have that, really you build a lot of volumes of good data is when your Gen AI and AI really comes into the whole piece. The point I'm making over here is the workforce, therefore, cannot be entirely in this side of the table. I need workforce on this side. I think the Prime Minister yesterday spoke about the farmer community in terms of AI. You spoke about Dr. Bashir in terms of the farming community. If I don't have a farmer who really sort of understands what his entire land is about, I can't put AI equipment out there without getting the right data points. So what we do with our workforce is really that, first of all, get back to the basics, get your process right. When you look back, saying that the way we've grown in our organizations, we've sometimes done a very good job of the process, sometimes it's a band-aid. So get back and set that whole process right, because that is going to generate data. It's going to generate data every day. You go out there and buy some of our equipment in the marketplace. Some of our equipment is not in marketplace, but are used all over the world in terms of servers and stuff like that. You need that information. Like, how is it performing in hot conditions? What is the temperature? That data is important. Who monitors that? That is a bunch of engineers for sure, but they are not analytics engineers. They are people who understand the product. That data is what you work on. And how, so one, I need those, and that's what we call our purple people. The mix between the people who understand data versus the ones actually doing the data. The second thing is that now there's a lot of, once you have a lot of data, the machines are beginning to sort of learn. So, okay, fine. I need the experts to some point. Now the machine is beginning to understand the data, and suddenly you have global warming. So the data has changed. So I need the experts back. I can't do without those experts. So what we are doing in the organization is actually having skill sets defined for each one of these. Even at schools, everybody is not a data engineer. Somebody is very good in artwork, somebody is very good in social sciences. So that whole piece of experts is important. But let them know that once you have stable data, you are going to have the machine sort of being able to predict. And that's when we keep saying this process will teach the teacher kind of a thing. So you have in-house learning programs, and from a perspective saying, I know this, can I sort of expand my skills a bit? We are like doctors now. We've got to constantly keep on sort of seeing what is the latest medicine in town, and how do we enable people to understand that. Now, will this expert go to that side of Gen AI? Unlikely. But will this one sort of stretch his hands and muscles, saying that his or her hands and muscles saying, I need to expand my skills a bit more. Now this has become predictable, let me leave it to the machine. Similarly, from the Gen AI expert, can you build something out which is not implementable and say this is your one for all kind of a thing? I think yesterday when we spoke about AI for all, we were talking about the fact that at every point in time, you spoke about examples of language and stuff like that. At every point in time, it's touching our lives. But it is not 100% sort of replacing what you're doing. So what is the training need for each at that level is our train the trainer. And last year or year before last, we had this huge ML ops requirement. So we had a bunch of people who were 10 of them trained into ML ops, then expanded, then from their experience teach the teacher kind of a thing, and then got more. We've got 300 people right now who are MLOps. The same journey will have to happen with GenAI. So this one comes from this side a bit, this one comes, that's what we do as a model, saying this is what we want to do. Don't miss that you want to completely keep a perspective of what the customer, and sometimes it's student is a customer, sometimes our buyer is the customer. What is the requirement? And don't be sitting and saying every day I want to do something which can't be used. That's our model.
So I'll also add here, I'm Swati, I come from a company, EXL. So here we, to bridge the gap, so today we talk a lot about democratization of AI, creation of citizen data scientists, and we are a data analytics company as well as operations company. So what we are also doing is teaching our operations folks a lot of data analytics tools, be it in visualization or any other analytical methodologies which are not too advanced, but teaching them so that they can embed day to day in their operations. Also, a significant proportion of the organization is being trained on Gen AI, right from the bottom to the middle level to the senior leadership. So a lot of things are being done because now this is the part of the mainstream.
Thank you so much. I now move over to Dr. Maria. Having heard all the panelists here, would you like to give us some perspective on the best practices that UNESCO might have come across to prepare our educational institutions for this upheaval that we are seeing at the workplaces?
Well, to start with, allow me just to clarify one thing that you said before, and is that everybody was asking for a moratorium. If anything, UNESCO was not. Because we do believe that this has never worked in the past and will not work today for anything, on Earth. And in addition, if anything, we find it somehow curious or controversial that those that are in the business and have the leading advantage are asking to stop basically the others, because that will never stop them, to do something that is like, let's discuss the principles and the values that already exist. And that is called the UNESCO Recommendation on the Ethics of AI, signed by 193 member states. So, if anything, we never asked for it. Another thing that allow me to highlight, and that complements to what you've been saying, and is that, and in some cases also challenges, that is, we see very often, and of course education is an important part of UNESCO work, it's in our name as well, but for us education is an encompassing concept. We can't always postpone problems saying basic education has to deal with it. Because if anything, basic education is solving the problem from here to 20 years. That is when kids will be out of school. And that it will be too late and the problem will be different. So again, the solution, it might seem a bit repetitive, but it's in the mix. But this time of the education and training. That's why vocational training takes a completely different level of importance in these days and age. Certification gets a completely different level of importance in the era, and micro-certification in particular. Why? Because indeed, and this is not in antithesis, and it's like we have to go back to basics. If you don't have the basic cognitive skills, you're not going to be able to do anything related to upgrade, thinking, and dealing with change. You won't be resilient. So for sure, we are working very actively, and there are good practices that emerge about good access to good education. It's not only access to education per se, but access to quality education. So that's the first thing. But that needs to be complemented and also put in a set of actions by countries and private sector, for that matters, that is about vocational education and training. That is, I don't know how many times you have heard like, oh, and now our schools have to do, I don't know, greening curriculum, and now they have to do globalization curricula. I mean, at the end of the day, the kids are in school so many hours a day, and they can't be more. And let's remember that we have to train the trainers. That is, let's ask the question of how ready the educational staff is ready to deliver on the new subject that need to be taught. So on the one hand, we have to reinforce good education of the basic cognitive and social-emotional skills. And this can be done, for instance, and this is a good practice that UNESCO is putting in place, through something that people will not think has any relationship with AI, which is sport. So what do we need? We saw in the picture, for instance, that you have the need to have ability to work in teams, to have the relationship with good leaders, and also the ability to cope with failure. Because in programming, very often, the first code you write, it's just not working. It's not what you need. So how can you teach that at school? To some extent, you need to apply different methodologies. So that's another good practice that is emerging. It is the importance of the methodological approach, the pedagogical approach when teaching certain subjects, but then finding ways of endowing people with skills that is not necessarily through schools. For instance, sports. So you convey, of course, when people do sport, and good sport, what you get is better physical and mental health. But at the same time, by the time, for instance, they play in teams, they learn to recognize the leadership. They learn to communicate among each other. They learn endurance, because you fail, you lose. And so then you have to continue playing, you have to continue training because of that. So there is a different way of endowing people with the skills needed for the AI era. And then last but not least, the micro-certification I was mentioning. And this is about the fact that, as Kirti was saying, very likely, well, all countries miss the skills needed for the AI era. This is clear. Evidently, they don't miss all the same skills. So in some parts of the world, these skills exist to different extents, but they do. So tapping into this repository, nevertheless, requires a minimum understanding, so transparency of the market, whereby I can recognize what are the skills that are available, say, in India, or I'm Italian in Italy, right? But if certification, if there isn't a clear equivalent, how am I going to know that Kirti has the skills I need, or how she's supposed to know, how she's supposed to know that I have the skills she needs? And this goes also to very specific skills, which means the micro-certification of certain skills. So that's where, and at least having what we used to call in the jargon of the G20 a quasi-equivalence, to me is not really key to understand whether that person has a certification, but at least to understand what is the equivalent of certain certification in different countries, which helps me as a company, for instance, address the needs I have in the short term. And then if a certain type of skills is actually available in a certain country, I can go and look into the training and the education system of that country and understand how did they manage to endow those people with those skills and learn and replicate it at home. And so that's a mutual learning that happens, which satisfies the needs of more countries and agents around the world at the same time. So these are the kind of things that emerge very clearly as needs and best practices to be put in place.
So, Kirti, you have heard about micro-certification so emphatically put forward here. And we understand that NCVT is doing a lot of work on micro-certification. How do you think that in India, we can progress fast on this and we can take a lead on this matter?
So it's very interesting that Mr. Tiwari is the CEO of NSDC, and actually NSDC drives the Skill India mission. So pretty much everything that happens around skilling and vocational education in India is spearheaded by him. And NCVT is the skills regulator for those who don't, who are not aware. So they accredit the courses. So traditionally in vocational education in India, we've gone for very long skill development programs, on an average 400-500 hours. It's been a critique, but it's also been said that it's necessary. And micro-credentials, what Dr. Maria Grazia is talking about, is a new concept that is being brought into the skilling ecosystem in India. Conceptually, it's a fantastic idea. And as part of NASSCOM, because I represent industry and all the Sector Skills Council, where we look at how do we build skills that industry needs, clearly this is the need of the hour. If you think about ChatGPT or prompt engineering, let's just talk about prompt engineering, one of the hot new jobs that are in the world today because of generative AI. You can learn prompt engineering in 2 hours, including practice. So why do I need to do a course for 100 hours or 200 hours or 300 hours? And I will learn as I go along. So I will learn for 2 hours, I'll learn something. Then as I need it, I will learn for 2 hours more or 30 minutes more. Like I just told you about YouTube, your upskilling happened in 2 minutes, where now you know that a YouTube video can be translated. So this micro-credential framework is going to be transformational, I believe, in India. If we can look at stackable micro-credentials, if we can add one micro-credential along with the other, when we can say that we have these 3 competencies and you can add one micro-credentials on top of it, you don't need to upskill for the entire job role, you can upskill for a new job role. The other good thing that happens with micro-credentials is it makes visible in microbytes to the world what skills are needed or what skills are available. Today, every company, and I'm sure Swati and Kripa will bear out on that, they are looking for skills. They're looking for very specific competencies that an individual has. You're not looking for a certified data scientist because you have your engineers. Now you want to know what's the top up for that engineer to be able to do that analytics job or to build that application. So the micro-credential construct to me is something that industry wants, that employers can appreciate and get behind. I think that's a little plug that I have for industry to say, please support this micro-credentials and the certifications that are built because of the competency-based certifications and the micro-credentials. Because if that happens, then that adoption that we're talking about, how do we get to that all and that many, that pull will take place. Because learners will know that if I acquire this skill, if I can demonstrate the skill with the micro-credential, which is accredited by the regulators, which is credit equivalent when I am in a college, so I don't have to study something again and again, it can contribute towards my degree. It's a fantastic construct. I mean, the amount of energy it can release, directing effort in the right way, in the right direction of the skills that are needed, is a great way to bridge the demand-supply gap for skills.
So Dr. Bashir Ahmed, you talked about the dimension of the education ecosystem in India. And the conversation that we have heard here is a very wide-ranging conversation. How do we prepare such a large cohort of students in the schools and colleges and the educators themselves, and whether the education system itself will undergo a lot of changes the way we are talking about micro-credentials, etc. Do you need a 2 decade of education in a college is the right way to go forward, or there will be a continuous movement between a workplace through a multiple entry-exit formulation? So what's your perspective on this?
I think the national education policy is a game changer, where they bring in the flexibility, entry and exit options, and also introduction of vocational courses right from grade 6 onwards as an opportunity for people to develop skills. But still the national education policy confines itself to some sort of a structured system, if you like. Now what is likely to happen in the future is, in my opinion, 3 things. One is every country would want to have a public digital learning infrastructure. In India you see this in the shape of Swayam, NPTEL and India Skills Portal and others, Future Skills Prime and others. So all these were to converge so that a marketplace could be offered. And this should be accessible to the learning community, students in particular, in terms of them having to access these, also develop acquire micro-credentials as they go, so they can stack alongside their school certification, they would also have this stacked certification. So that's one strategy. The second strategy is, as I mentioned, 10 million teachers would need to be looked into. And they need support in terms of developing new pedagogical approaches, embedding concepts like greening and digitalization and AI impact into their curriculum, bringing in 21st century skills, from the future society, which are the learners at their hand, and also, as mentioned by Dr. Maria, looking at not just the typical science subjects, Now STEM is a major one, but also through physical education and other activities, how do you inculcate 21st century skills, value-based education, and so on. There are quite a lot of opportunities working with the teachers per se. And the third strategy should be, in my opinion, in terms of using AI to predict the skills gap and the future skills, and the modeling that should enable us to predict what is likely to come in the next 7 years, 10 years, and so on, so that we can prepare ourselves as a nation and as actors, whether it's NCVT or Ministry of Education or any regulator or the implementer, the macro, meso, what they call, and the micro delivery systems. All these three could prepare themselves so that we are ready for the future.
Just wanted to add a small point, to your, when you talked about teachers and various platforms available, and also what Dr. Maria Grazia said about we can't wait for the basic education system to take up. But all these resources that are available, they're being used in very interesting ways, whether it's in the state governments or whether it's in colleges, to jumpstart their curriculum or to jumpstart skilling at large scale. So the resources are there. I think people are finding creative ways to use them. And that's the short-term impact I think we can see.
We are running out of time, so I'll just request the two ladies to have 2 minutes of closing comments from your side.
Okay. No, so I will just want to speak on 2-3 items. One is, I would just say that India, there's a lot of, while in the market, because I represent the AI industry, services industry, so while there is some bit of lower demand in the Western markets, but in India there's so much of demand, and across the spectrum, be it in data engineering, for master data management, data quality, data governance, data architecture, be it for the visualization, reporting, business intelligence, or be it for advanced analytics, machine learning, NLP, computer vision. So there's a lot of requirement on every side, and now augmented by Gen AI with new roles coming up like prompt engineers or AI ethicists, AI trainers, ML engineers, etc. So what we are seeing is across every spectrum there's demand. So I would motivate the youth of India to pick it up. Second thing, there must be many from the education industry also. A lot can be done if there's a more closer industry academia collaboration. So we do try to ensure that we have not only hire from the campuses, which is a big number that my company hires, but also organize contests on AI and analytics use cases. So that also helps in, and I would motivate the students out here to participate in there. And thirdly, I would just say that because we are running short of time, so I will just say that skilling, reskilling, upskilling, I think spend some time on each of these areas. Skill yourself in a new area, reskill in the area adjacent to you, and upskill. And I think AI provides a lot of opportunity for that. And there's both a pull and a push factor. You may be out of your existing jobs in times to come if they get automated, and there's a pull factor that there's so much of things out there, and you can really have interest once you deep dive into it. So I would just close by saying that spend some time in learning each day.
Thank you, Swati. Dr. Tiwari, so Mr. Tiwari and all the three of you, I have nothing really much to add except the fact that I think from whatever I've heard today, there are just so many resources available. You spoke about the accreditation courses, you spoke about the woman portion has actually sort of hit my heart quite a bit. We need to see a lot more women out there, and they are skilled. We do career refresh programs, and we just need to see a lot more women on the forefront on this one. I think from organizations like mine, when we spoke about get back to the basics, we are also talking about saying continuous learning. There is a lot of opportunity out there. You said prompt engineering 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, like, just do it. And we all have navigated through our careers by just continuously learning. That's my biggest sort of takeaway out here, saying that I personally think that India's pretty much got a very, very good footprint on AI, Gen AI, and the whole works around it. And we need to sort of capture the resources a lot more so that the younger generation and those who are already in field are able to take advantage. Thank you for this insight.
Thank you so much, and I would like to open the house for just 2 questions from the audience before we close the session. You may identify yourself and the panelist who you would like to ask the question.
I'm Satish. So I have one question. Let's say we are approaching a school or college for Gen AI adoption. How can we kind of show the value and show that this is going to improve their process, right? Basically, it's going to give a more efficient learning experience for their students. And it's not just that, right? We have, we have created a product called Hebol, and it can basically create an assessment automatically, and it interacts with LLM to kind of personalize the entire experience, learning experience, right? But the traditional education system, as we know it, it kind of, it's like 10 steps behind, because you'll have to educate them, and then you'll have to let them know that you'll have to incorporate this into their everyday process, right? How do we even showcase that? Because they're not really ready to take that giant step towards future learning ways, right? How do you do that?
So you have to, see, I will say that you have to start with that first solid use case and client, right? So you create a prototype of whatever you want to sell, right? Create it and make it as robust as possible, and then try to fetch the first client. That is your journey. Any journey will start like that only. So first customer, when you have, you might need to invest there, give it for free, as a free POC, whatever, because I don't understand what your current stage is, but you have to do that. Once you have that first client and you can demonstrate it as a success story, then I think your journey begins.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, at Dell we just do that. I mean, this whole Gen AI has taken us all by a storm. We've actually got back to the drawing board at the highest level and had pillars saying that what are the use cases you really want to take this into, and that's what you need to tell the schools also. For that you need to have clarity and get back to the basics, saying what are you really going to help them out with.
Thank you so much, and it's time to, you want to go.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one note that is like, I think the question was somewhat biased in the sense that how to demonstrate is worth it.
No.
You have to demonstrate.
So how to demonstrate?
Sorry.
The intention is like, how do we showcase a value? That is one thing, but are they ready to take it? That's the question, right? Like, so let's say I'm not coming from a well-defined, I do not have credentials enough credentials, right? How do we showcase or make them understand this is going to add value, right? So they should be first open to listen to us. That's first thing. And the second thing is, like, it's going to change the process, whatever they've been following for a very long time.
It's about the use cases and also what you want to do with it.
So we want to integrate with the existing learning system. So we want it to be the Gen AI or the app, whatever we're going to provide, be used in an everyday, like, let's say, I want to, so my teacher, he taught me that we'll have to.
So I think, as everybody has said, it's a use case. You have to understand what is the true customer need and demonstrate to them that with AI you can solve your problem much better than anybody. It's up to you that what use case you present to this.
And I think Dr. Maria said what we all very, very commonly use in our workplace: fail fast, iterate fast, succeed fast. You've got to continuously do that. You keep doing that.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now.
Thank you, firstly, Mr. Tiwari, for moderating this insightful discussion, and thank you to all the panelists for sharing their perspectives on issues of gender representation in STEM, how education can prepare itself for the future of work, and how training programs can be made more effective. There is a lot to take away from this panel discussion, but we also have a lot more to see. Before I end this panel, I'd like to invite Kaushal to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Abhishek. I'll try to close in 1 minute itself over there. So, first of all, on behalf of Chase, thank you, Ministry of Electronics and IT, to collaborate for this insightful discussion. I have a just small one takeaway from every speaker, which is a very insightful perspective that we all need to delve into it. First of all, Dr. Ved Binay sir, in terms of how to integrate into the skilling ecosystem, that's the important part. Kirti, thank you for touching the part on the skill taxonomy. I think this is something which the government is also working very proactive from the labor ministry perspective, because that's a common need to localization specifically. Dr. Bashir Ahmed touched upon a very important aspect of delivery models on AI, and working in this space, we have seen how teachers use their own definitive models. If they are given the right resources, they can deliver it to all different aspects of the pyramid over there. Dr. Maria, the human-centric AI approach is something that we need to look at each and every component when it comes to it. Sri Krishna, the purple people, I think that's going to be the coin term that we need to use specifically when we look at the top of the pyramid specifically over there. And Swati, yes, industry, academia collaboration is something that needs to grow more, much more proactively over there, and this is something which needs to be driven by the markets also on this. Lastly, thank you to my team, Dhaval, Antara, Siddharth, who have been extensively working on this discussion, and thank you once again for all the speakers to join us for today. Thank you.
I request the audience to be seated. We have a short break of 5 minutes before we have a change of panel. We have a highly esteemed panel for you, and the topic of the discussion will be on the broader aspects of how AI is going to shape the future of work and future of societies, and how we can leverage partnerships for this. So I request the audience to be seated, and we'll start with the second keynote speaker, Mr. Gokul Subramanian, President Intel India, following which we'll have the panel discussion. Request the esteemed panel to please come up on stage. Gokul. I request the audience here to please be seated. We'll be starting with the second keynote session. A humble request to the audience to please be seated. A request to the audience to please be seated. We are starting with the second keynote speaker and the panel. All right. Yeah, I'll be saying it. Yeah. She's not being shown. I'll be introducing. Yeah. A final request to the audience here to please be seated. We are going to start with the second keynote speaker, and following which we'll be starting the second panel discussion. Our second keynote speaker is Mr. Gokul Subramanian, who is the President, Intel India, and Vice President, Client Computing Group, and General Manager, Client Platforms and Systems. As the President of Intel India, Gokul is responsible for fostering relationships internally and engaging with external stakeholders in partnership with SNG and government affairs, driving alignment between India and Intel priorities, and serving as a champion for local employees to further position Intel India as a design and engineering innovation hub. In addition to this, Gokul has been leading the Manufacturing in India initiative that brought together Intel India engineering team prowess to work with the global supply chain and SMG to manufacture PCs in India. Gokul holds a master's degree in computer science and engineering from the University of Texas at Arlington and advanced certificate for executives in management from MIT Sloan School of Management. Outside of Intel, Gokul runs an experiential entrepreneurship program for children where they learn to set up companies and build products. We are honored to have you, Gokul, and if we could please have you on stage.
All right. Hey, good morning, everyone, and thanks for taking the time to be here today. It's an honor to be at GPAI and talk about skilling, and it's also hard to follow from the previous session, which had so much data, but I want to see how we can build on it based on what we're doing on skilling, primarily given that AI is here and everywhere. And one of the things that comes to my mind is technology as an aspect of skilling is not new to us. And some of us who've been here for a few generations in the workforce and have had parents who worked in the government or central or state government had gone through this in the 80s or maybe in the 90s when computer was coming first into the offices. And there was that skilling needed. And then there was internet. And then there's AI. And the big difference between all of these three is you have a lot of technology to help that skilling happen, which wasn't there in the first few, right? So talking about AI, one of the key things is it is transforming everything that we're doing today and across various segments and various sectors and various walks of life. There are many, and from basic stuff like agriculture, and there are aspects in agriculture for precision farming, for being able to do better farming, soil test, pest control. And in fact, one of the aspects where we have seen students who have skilled themselves with AI and AI IoT is able to actually come up with products that are helping farmers in Orissa to be able to actually salvage a lot of their farming problems and come to some level of neutrality by applying AI tools, an IoT tool. And this was done by students who were going through a skilling program. And when you get to manufacturing, there are aspects of how do you manage the supply chain? How do you do preventive analytics on the machines that are out there? How do you service them? And how can you actually make sure that you have the right yield and you have the right kind of progress in your manufacturing line? AI is applied there in terms of computer vision and other areas. Consumer and packaged goods is a very interesting space. You have n number of goods that are there as we walk into the retail store. Sometimes we don't walk, we buy it online. But even there is aspects of how much do you need to stock, understock, overstock, what kind of mechanisms you can use with AI to be able to have an efficient store that actually caters to the demands of what the consumer is buying and being able to control. Education, needless to say, there is several aspects in education where AI is getting used and skilling is needed. One is in terms of how you run the school, how you do the teaching. There is also a big aspect of how you learn. And the Human Development Index is one of the projects done by a student who has been upskilling with AI in the school, where there is curated learning. You give a topic that you want to learn, it automatically pulls up the areas and websites that has got that content. It does two things. One, it personalizes your learning appetite. Second, it removes the distraction. How many times have we tried to search for something, and by the time we know, we've passed 30 minutes or an hour and we wandered off to various websites and forgotten what we actually wanted to learn. Applications like that, which actually makes a personalized tutor for yourself, is again a big part of AI in education. Healthcare, there is a lot of, in terms of diagnostics, assistive diagnostics, so that you're able to apply faster decisions for physicians and doctors rather than having to go through hordes of time and data before they can make the right diagnostic decision, like a radiology department. Drug discovery, there are aspects of AI that's being involved in healthcare. Space exploration, while it's new and there is a lot of opportunity, predictive analytics is a big part. Space communication is another big part where AI is used. And the other aspect is just, autonomously fixing things there without having to actually send a person all the time into the space to actually service something that is out deployed. Construction is also another industry and segment that's heavily adopted, from architecture to materials, time taken to build, safety measures for both the workers as well as the companies that are using it, energy consumption in the buildings that are built. There is a lot of the AI aspects that are used there. Entertainment, needless to say, I know there's probably not anyone in this room who's either not used an Amazon or Netflix for you to know what kind of, or Spotify or other entertainment where it automatically curates to your choices and recommendations. A lot of that has AI at the back end. Now, what does it mean? AI is already transforming our lives. It is transforming our work, the society as we know it, and we've been using it. Sometimes we've been using it without our knowledge. Sometimes we use it because we know it is out there. And this brings a whole gamut of opportunities in terms of how we get prepared for this big, technology wave that is making a big difference in our lives. Now, this particular chart that I'm going to show is a very interesting graph that talks about AI and the jobs landscape. On the left, you see the skills and competency, very loosely defined as high and low, bottom to top. And then on the right, on the x-axis, you see the jobs. How many jobs are there? And I'll start to kind of build it fully. If you look at the top of this chart, is a responsible AI consumer. This is an average consumer that's using some level of automation or mechanism without knowing that there is an underlying AI, but they're relying a lot of that capability to make their experience really better. The power user, which is the next, is actually people who are really using these solutions. They're intentionally wanting to use AI to actually find out how they can provide better solution. They're not really the people who are actually writing the code, but they are power users. They are really intentionally deploying and using AI to give a better experience in the job they do or in the products they build. Solution builders is the next one, where they use a number of the open platforms and put the puzzle together of the various aspects of AI and to be able to give an end-to-end vertical solution for whatever segment or market that I just talked about, right? Be it agriculture, be it manufacturing, entertainment, whichever, healthcare. So solution providers are getting more closer to the AI technology, but they're still, in general, the low-code, no-code kind of, but people who are actually putting the jigsaw puzzle together to give the right experience pulling the AI technology. Then you have the AI engineers and developers who are actually dealing with the data, who are actually dealing with algorithms, the hardware and the software, who are writing these models and playing with these models, making it more effective and efficient. And then you have the AI researchers who are looking at areas with the academia, with the research funding, what next is there, what are the other possibilities, what other optimizations you can do, both on the hardware side, at the silicon level, on the software side, with all of the layers of software, and at the system side when you deploy them, be it in data centers, be it at the edge, be it at the PC. Right? So these basically shows the kind of skill and the job prospects that are there in this changing landscape. And I wanted to give a flavor of this so that we understand that this is not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. And this is not the same kind of skilling that you will apply across the entire gamut. With that, I want to kind of transition into, okay, so we saw the various segments where this is getting impacted, and we kind of tip of the iceberg, and then we saw the kind of skill set and the jobs that are needed, and then what does it really mean when it comes to digital readiness? We've all talked a lot about the digital gap or the opportunities that digital brings to the industry and to the society. In this case, digital readiness largely talks about the skills that are need to be created, or learned, the mindset you need to have, the tool sets that you need to apply, and eventually what are the opportunities that you have. Now, there are various aspects of the digital readiness that we as Intel are also playing with the government and various research and academia and MIT and Niti Aayog and all of the other fantastic programs that the government has. And we try to look at it at the entire gamut, starting from AI for citizens, where there is general awareness. Of course, awareness is very critical, and if you don't have the awareness, you will not know what this means. And there'll be a lot of the misconceptions, as well as fears and worries, as well as where to apply and how to apply and what to use, what to believe, what not to believe. That's part of the AI for citizens. AI for youth is a very important aspect, because this is where, in the previous panel discussion, we talked about 20 years of education, where you're learning. And this is all the way from your school to the college and higher education, how we can make sure the youth are ready with the right kind of skills that are needed for AI. And for this, we've run a variety of programs, AI for youth, the AIoT curriculum that we've built into the education system. And then Intel also has a global impact program where we take students who actually upskill themselves with AI, either through a course or a few years, and they've come up with fantastic social impactful projects. And then we start to showcase that as a way to inspire people to get skilled. AI for future workforce is another big part, wherein you're almost graduating or in the higher education, you're going to get into the industry, and you're closer, maybe a year or two from now, or you're just going to graduate. How can you make sure that you're ready for it? And there are some very good programs that we have run with NILT, and then where we're getting the engineering students to actually do AI hands-on projects and capstone projects and understanding the various aspects of machine learning and artificial intelligence, including LLM and Gen AI. Next thing is about current workforce. And this is the one that I worry a lot. And I'll tell you why. It is very easy to skill somebody in the future because there is nothing to unlearn. People who are in the workforce are spending 8 to 10 hours in a day doing what they already knew. They don't have the time to upskill or get ready for this. And this is where the previous discussion about micro-credentials, how can I learn the new aspects of AI that are so important? Because the workforce that's coming in with the education system and the curriculum and the future workforce that is learning AI, they're getting prepared. The people who are already in the job are spending a lot of time on the skill that they already knew versus a skill that they need to develop. And that becomes a big challenge. And it's an important aspect because this is a workforce that's already in place. And we have some things that is going on for the current workforce in terms of on-job upskilling and reskilling. And then you have the digital readiness for leaders, where there's policies, decisions that are taken at the corporate level so that you know how you can run these programs at a scale and what changes are coming in the future. And of course, we do tie all of this together to make sure that we have opportunities and a platform for people to also showcase their skills, what they've learned. And that opens up the minds for people who want to get inspired, as well as opportunities for people who have learned and done the skilling process, be it at the education level, at the youth level, or at the workforce level. So at the end of the day, the key aspect to this is digital readiness is about how you can have the skills, ability to build the skills, how you can have the mindset, which is important. To know when you have the skill, you want to know what are the key aspects that are needed to apply the skill. There is ethics, there is responsible AI, there is security aspects, where it makes sense, where it doesn't make sense, how to debunk some of the myths, and how to make sure that you're making the right decisions where you're applying. And then the tool sets, which is basically, I've learned some aspects, what are the things that are available to me on the hardware and software side to actually deploy it and actually build things. And then the last thing is about opportunities, meaning you learn all of this, and if you don't show the opportunities, the value chain is not complete. So with that, I want to actually show an example of Tina Sahu, who's here in the room with us. Thank you, Tina, for being here. I want you to stand up after we play the video. Tina is one of the students, 2-3 years ago, just before COVID, 2019, went through an AI program. She's actually now ready to graduate from college, and she's also an aspiring data analyst. Let me play this video for you to see what she's done with the skilling program.
And I am 17 years old. I don't really have access to technology at home, but if truth be told, I never really considered myself a technical person anymore. In school, we were introduced to the AI for Youth program, and it gave me the idea to design an AI model that can predict mental depression. But afterwards, I was amazed to discover that the model resulted in a 77 to 80% accuracy rate. When I look around and see young people struggling with mental health issues, it gives me a hope that models like these can be leveraged to give them the help they need. And though I feel there are still a lot of unanswered questions around ethics and AI, this project has made me realize that AI and tech can be used for good.
Why don't you stand up and want to give a round of applause? The reason why we showed this video is because she's a great example of going through that value chain. At high school, she studied AI through the curriculum and did the projects. She had the mindset to apply to the right problem statement, use the right kind of tool sets, and she's used all of that to create the opportunity for herself in what she's passionate about and how she can go do more wonderful things. Oops. Okay, all right. So that was one example. Just this past week, I was at Dr. Rajendra Kumar's KV school, and I happened to see this project called Vyan Vyas. This is an amazing project done by the students in the school who are actually using hand gestures with the AI models that can help neuromotor skills. And not only does it help for people who have neuro disorders, but it also gives you an opportunity to kind of apply it for more artistic ways without using your actual keyboard and mouse. And this is a very fantastic project that I saw where the kids actually learned and applied it directly, and then were able to show the value as well. So things like this are really fascinating, because you also end up trying to figure out how the skilling can be further fine-tuned. Because if we don't see this progression, then the way we are actually skilling also has a deficiency. So this allows us to actually fine-tune a lot of the things that we do. The last thing that I want to show you is about tool set. And I know there's a lot of talk about, 100 billion parameters, LLMs, 20 billion, 30 billion. We talk about these various Gen AI parameters. When we talk about this whole value chain, I mentioned about tool set, what are the things that are available as you do the skilling? Because AI is not just only about writing software or writing no software. It's also about knowing what kind of tools you can use. And clearly AI in many ways has also democratized the way we solve the problem. It's not a one-size-fits-all. You have the large models, and you have the small, and you have many in between. And our ability to give and unlock that continuum, give the students as well as the people who are skilling the opportunity to play with all of this. And this is what we're trying to do with Nilet, where we're setting up PCs as well as maybe potentially even clusters, so that they can apply this to the various data sets and real world problems. So this is my last slide, and after that certainly I want to give time for the panel discussion. This is a study that was done in terms of preparing people, institutions, and ecosystem, and talks about the various aspects that need to come together, that summarizes a report from JFF, the Jobs for the Future Workforce, and an analysis that really talks about what are the various aspects with AI coming in, what are the various aspects that you need to address across the society, across institutions, and in a larger scale with the ecosystem, with the policies and other aspects. And I'll summarize this into 3 big things. One is the skills that we provide for AI has to be equitable, accessible, and inclusive for all. That's very important, because this is not a shift or a transformation that's happening only to a pocket of society or people. It's transformational in the sense that it's at scale, touching all of us. How can we bring the right kind of tool sets that's available to apply this learning? And then the last one is embracing this mindset of a lifelong learning. Like I said, skilling is important at the education, future workforce. It's also just as important for the current workforce who are already working, and how you can get that continuous learning mindset and be able to really achieve the maximum out of the human-machine interaction that's really going to bring this change about. With that, I will leave with this quote, which is from one of the co-founders of Intel, Robert Noyce. And I wouldn't read it out, but this is something that always inspires us to make sure that we are in this journey of learning continuously and skilling, and we're in the middle of this transformation. AI is not a transformation that's going to happen. It's already happening, and we're already part of it. And how can we be prepared to make sure that we can maximize on that opportunity? Thank you.
Thank you, Gokul, for the insightful address. I'm sure that sets the context for the panel discussion. But before I hand over the floor to our moderator, I would like to introduce the panel. We have in the moderator's role Mr. Anshul Sunak, who is the Principal Engineer and Global Director, Intel Digital Readiness Programs and Strategy, Intel USA. Anshul holds the position of Principal Engineer and Global Director of Digital Readiness Programs Strategy at Intel, headquartered in Santa Clara. He is responsible for the global strategy and execution of Intel's digital readiness program, which encompasses tech skilling, workforce preparation, AI democratization, and other emerging tech skills. He also contributes to Intel's digital inclusion and ESG efforts, aligning with the RISE 2030 goals, and has developed large-scale digital skilling programs. Recognized as a global business and thought leader in technology and education, Anshul was named one of the top 10 most inspiring education leaders of 2023 by the Education Insights magazine. We are honored to have you here in our panel. I'd like to move on to Mr. William Tan. He is the section head, AI, School of Electronics and Information Communication and Technology, Institute of Technology Education, Singapore. William has over 15 years of experience in technical professional education. He collaborates closely with industries like Intel to bring the latest technology know-how to equipped ITE trainees. With Intel and like-minded companies' help, he together works with his team brought in, developed and delivered Singapore's first higher national ITE certificate in AI applications. Currently, his team is working on work-study diploma in this area. We are honored to have you here, William. We are also, it's an honor to have Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, who is the Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. Dr. Vaishnav is a socio-technologist and engineer trained to design and build large-scale systems that possess both human as well as technological complexities. Presently, he serves as the Mission Director for the Atal Innovation Mission, a flagship initiative of the Government of India under the auspices of Niti Aayog. Since its inception in 2016, the Atal Innovation Mission has built infrastructure for innovation via several programs. With a vision to create 1 million young innovators, the Atal Tinkering Laboratories program under the AIM has so far built 8,700 maker spaces in schools across the length and breadth of India. We are honored to have you here, Dr. Vaishnav. I'll move to Mr. Suresh Yadav, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff, Office of the Secretary General, the Commonwealth Secretariat, United Kingdom. Mr. Suresh Yadav is the Secretary of the Commonwealth AI Consortium and is working to promote the development of AI and capacity building in the Commonwealth countries. Prior to this, he has worked in the board of World Bank Group as representative of India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka. As a member of the IRS, the Indian Revenue Service in India, he has worked as an officer on special duty to the President of India and Director to the Finance Minister of India. We are honored to have you here, sir. We also have Dr. Kirtika Ramanathan, who will be joining us remotely from Singapore. Can we have her on screen? Right. Hi, Dr. Ramanathan. Kirtika is a senior lecturer at Singapore Management University. She worked in the areas of brain-inspired cognitive systems with the Agency for Science, Technology and Research, with a focus on algorithmic modeling of a neural level learning. As the Deputy Director of Education Programs and Technology at Science Center, Singapore, she explored emerging technologies with a focus on technology enablement for education. Since 2018, she has developed several programs on sustainable development and mentored students to work on projects that leverage STEM to address issues on sustainability. We're glad to have you here on the panel, Kirtika. And with this, I'd like to hand over the floor to our moderator, Anshul. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhishek. You're doing a very good job in keeping us disciplined. I appreciate it. And thank you, GPAI, for giving us this opportunity. I can see a lot of global audiences. So I just want to get a quick data point. How many of you are students? Just raise hand. Okay. How many of you are teachers? Raise hand. Okay, none of. Okay. How many of you are government practitioners? A few of you. Okay. How many of you are from industry? Okay, a lot of you. Okay. How many of you from media? A few of you. Okay. How many of you are from civil society? Okay. Thank you. Data is very important. Data is the new oil for AI, right? So that's why it's very important for me to get a pulse, quick pulse. Thank you, Gokul, for really shaping this conversation by bringing in Tina and really showing the hope for country as well as the world. The question which really I want to put it in front of this whole panel is, if we can have one Tina, what will it take to really have billions of Tina across the world? Now that is the real value of AI, shaping the future of work and future of learning for building a new human capital. So it will take a lot of partnership, lot of collaboration, lot of new thinking to really create billions of Tina in all aspects of society so that technology become truly inclusive, irrespective of the location, gender, ethnicity, economic background, and the benefits are available to everybody. That's what we truly mean by digital readiness for all. So with that spirit, I want to really thank all the panelists who are really representing different aspects of the society and really have a conversation on this. What would it really take to build billions of team up around the world? So let me start with you, Mr. Suresh, because you really bring an umbrella of Commonwealth, which kind of touches more than 56 countries around the world. And as a multilateral policy shaping bodies, what do you think policymakers are doing, are not doing, what they can do more to really shape this new human capital for the world?
First of all, thank you, Ansul, very much, and thank you, Gokul, for setting the context about this conversation, starting from the first session to this session. And before I answer that question, let me tell you what is at stake at the global stage. As many of you know that the global economy is $100 trillion as of now. And the prediction is that this global economy is likely to be 130 trillion by 2030. So out of this additional 30 trillion, almost 15 trillion is going to be contributed by AI. So you can imagine the size of AI economy, just to put in a very figurative way, and which you can see that 4 times the size of the economy of India, which is 4 trillion now. So what we are talking about is $15 trillion economy. And that's where the people like Tina and the people like you who are here are going to be impacted the most, because you are going to be the part of that unfolding AI story at the global level. And probably after listening to what the Prime Minister said yesterday at G20 Delhi Declaration, that how AI is going to be there and how we should be working together. And that's where the policymakers, whether it's international organization, whether it's private sector, whether it's a government, they have to come together to deliver to those aspirations. Now, what are the challenges? 2 challenges which I identified. One is relating to the computing power. If you don't have computing power, you will be bypassed by the AI economy. And the second most important parameter which we're talking about here in the first panel, in the second panel, is about digital readiness, skilling program, talent programs. If a country is not having this second element along with the first element, then you are going to be bypassed by the AI economy. Now, how do we do it? That's the fundamental question, because some of the countries, big economies, G7 economies, they have money, they have the resources. Many of them have supercomputers, which even if you have money, you can't buy it today because there is a waiting time of almost 18 to 2 years. So the question is, there is no supply, even if you have a demand in terms of money. So how do we bring that computing power? How do we bring those skilling to the countries, to the society, and to the people? And that's where the international organizations kicks in. As a representative of India, the World Bank and IFC and the others, one of the fundamental things we use to ask those institutions is to respond to the situations where the market forces are failing, where the market forces do not have capacity to invest. So it means that the computing power, which Prime Minister announced yesterday, India is going to have AI mission. And if you know the India's story, most of the things which India has achieved through the mission mode. So what world needs now, what international organization or what the governments needs now is AI mission programs. You need to have these mission programs where you bring the capacity of computing, where you bring the capacity of skilling, education, and the others together to the member country, because the market is not going to take care. Many of the private sector who work with us as a part of the consortium, artificial intelligence consortiums, where we have all the countries, many of the private sectors are doing those social work, they are contributing to the skilling process, but many of them are profit driven. So if the market is failing, I will say that the governments and international organizations have to take over to ensure that the 8 billion population, out of which 2.7 billion are still unconnected to digital networks, are able to get the dividends from the AI. I'll stop here. Thank you, Ansel, for this question.
Yeah, since you identified two challenges, I want to ask you a follow-up question, if you allow. How do you see the leaders' preparation? I know because you're doing a lot of work around the world in preparing government leaders, especially in those countries where these opportunities are not available. How do you see leaders' preparation playing a very important role, the policymakers' preparation?
Thank you, Ansel. And first of all, for that, I would like to refer to the first presentation which Gokul made, and that's a very powerful thing, that how do you prepare the society? And before that, how do you prepare the leaders responsible to those societies? And for that, the program which we are working with Intel at the global level with the 56 countries, we're trying to prepare the public sector leaders because we believe that they have the power to change. They have the power to drive the change in society and the countries. And that program has been very well received by the member countries. We have a very positive feedback. And to be very honest, when we were preparing that program, when we were co-creating those programs with Intel, I did myself the first time the course as a testing course, that how do it looks like a public sector leader. And then when it was done, again when we launched, I did it second time to tell everybody the story. And whenever my Secretary General goes all around the world, she tells the Prime Minister and the President to take those courses themselves and inspire their, the public official to take those courses. But we did not stop there. We have gone a step further, that one is taking the course, but how do you feel that, the AI policy? So we are again co-creating a platform, a tool, where we'll be using AI to make AI policies, and also all other future government policies which can be put upon that tool, so that the policy makers are aware not only about the AI policy, but how to use that stack in developing the policy. And probably many of you may not be realize the importance of this because India is far ahead in the game. But if you go around the world, as I said, 2.7 billion people are not connected to the internet. There are countries with the population of 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. They do not have people. They do not have resources. And so how do you augment, how do you use the augmentation potential which the first session was talking about, not only automation, but augmentation potential. So we are encouraging those public sector leaders and the countries and the political leadership to harness the power of AI using both augmentation and automation to ensure that their workforce, their public sector leaders are future ready for adoptions of AI. Because we are very much conscious of the fact that already there exists a digital divide in terms of the countries, within the countries, the gender and everything. If you look back the first presentation, which Maria, my colleague who is here, she made the presentations, and probably if I would have made my PPT, would have 30% common, Maria, I can tell you. So it also shows that how international organizations, even though if they are not collaborating, but how they are on the same page. So there, if you look at that augmentation and automation potential, women are going to be impacted much more. If you look at the higher income, women are going to be faced much more, the challenges. So we are also ensuring that not only mainstreaming AI for the young people, but how do we ensure the mainstreaming of AI for the women, so that the gender divide, gender gap, right now we're talking about gender pay gap, but it's going to be a gender again in AI. So how do we address that? So these are the things which we are trying to address with the countries by co-creating the solutions. And we are very confident that if the private sector, governments, international organizations come together and contribute to this journey, we can take on these challenges of AI. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Suresh. You touched upon some very important facets of policy making. I want to shift the gear now to the grassroots level innovations, real creations, local innovations. And I'm very proud of getting associated with Atal Innovation Mission, which was started 7 or 8 years back. And when I hear about the scale in India, more than 8,000 centers, it's fascinating, right? And this is where the real grassroots innovation goes in the hands of villagers and people who are ready to innovate, but they don't have a place to go. So creating this entire tinkering or innovation or maker mindset is a very important step which Government of India has taken. And we are very honored to have Dr. Chintan sitting over here. Dr. Chintan, I would request you to throw some light for the audience, how you are taking this whole philosophy of tinkering to the masses for bigger scale and bigger sustainability, so that India create a role model of local innovation and it results into a wealth creation engine for the country?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. And greetings everybody, especially all the students out there. Great to see you all. I just want to say a couple of things before I answer your question. First, I have something at 12 o'clock, so I'll run right after my turn. Please don't take it as a disrespect. A second, just editorial correction. The number of labs are now 10,000, which was our mandate. So
appreciate.
So I think the first thing is that we are in the with this through the Atal Tinkering Labs. Yeah. We are in the business of adding a dimension, hitherto absent dimension to education of the hands. Yeah. So we are going from mind to mind and hands type of sort of switch, right? So that's first of all fundamentally what's happening. As a result, the flip that's expected is that somebody who would have in a normal course been a consumer of things, this table, this chair, whatever, is now beginning to think that they can also be a producer of things, right? At whatever level. These ideas may not even, so at this point, if you see Atal Tinkering Labs, it has sensitized 8 million students to this idea of design thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship, and some 1.2 million projects. Now, most of these projects will not turn into startups and products and so on, but it will tell somebody that I can build, right? So that's, I think the mindset change is the target, first and foremost. Now, we have still touched very small numbers, right? 10,000 may look like a large number. That's about 4.4% of all India's middle and high schools. So we have a long way to go. But I think what's happening is really fascinating. And bringing this conversation to sort of AI related, in the AI domain, what's happening. See, 60 plus % of these schools are rural. 60 plus % are government. The idea of market failure, very absolutely central to building it in places where it wouldn't come about just like that. So one of the experiments that we recently did with Intel and CBSE in the AI realm, which has created a lot of excitement, and I want to say a bit about it because if those who haven't experimented with it can do so. What we've done is we've produced this compendium called AIoT, which is AI plus Internet of Things IoT plus T for tinkering, so AIoT, right? Here we have taken concepts that are taught in textbooks of science and social science from 6th class to 12th class. And for each concept, we have put out a stepwise guide for a student or teacher to learn the same concept through AI, IoT, and tinkering. It took us about maybe 8 months, Shweta's here, of labor to really produce this. But I'll give you a very quick example. For instance, somebody was talking to me about waste management. Say waste management, if you taught it as a lecture, it will take you 45 minutes to teach it in one lecture. Alternatively, if you went with AIoT, you want to teach somebody that, I mean, the fundamental concept there is biodegradable versus non-biodegradable, right? If you tell them that, look, gather all this material that you have and let's train an engine, train my machine type of thing, as to what image says biodegradable and what says it is not, and so on. Then once that machine is trained, let's build a conveyor belt. You have all these is there in their lab, right? Build a conveyor belt so that you can automatically segregate. Then you can go into economics and say, okay, if every city were to build it, how much money will it take? What is the scale? And you can teach all of this. It takes maybe 5 hours to teach it, but you have taught technology, you've taught AI, IoT, you've taught making, you've taught economics, you've taught sociology, everything you've taught, right? And we have several examples of this kind. I think when we will go to that first principles learning is when we will prepare our people, is our hypothesis. Let me pause there.
No, this is fantastic. I mean, creating a creation economy rather than just consuming economy, this really requires grassroots level, all hands efforts which you are doing. And I am just wishing all the best for more and more scale, because as you said, India, 10,000 labs is just the start of the tipping point. Okay, good, great. Now let me shift to, because we have two international audiences here, let me shift gear more at a global level. The new issue which we are seeing, I mean the world has started talking for last 5-6 years is around sustainability, and AI itself is a huge issue for sustainability, but what can AI do for sustainability is a bigger conversation emerging. Nature has done a research which says that globally out of those 17 SDGs and the sub-SDG goals, roughly 79% of the SDG goals can be solved if AI is used responsibly. Now this is a huge task for the industry, both sustainability industry and the AI and digital industry. The second very fascinating thing which we are seeing as a transition from the future of work standpoint is all jobs are eventually requiring digital skills and AI skills, but also all jobs are requiring green skills, carbon skills. Now, if you have to prepare a future with all the younger students coming over here, what can we do to really bring it together? The AI and digital at one side, sustainability and green at another side, and really give them an immersive experience. Now, this is an issue which all the education and the policymakers are thinking. And here we have an example from Singapore government, SMU, Singapore Management University, which is a higher education example. Dr. Kirutika from Singapore, she actually helped us create world's first AI for Sustainability course, which is offered in SMU. So I would like Bharat to share some of your experience or thinking first, why you started this journey on creating a curriculum at that level on AI for sustainability, and what are you seeing now on grassroots in your classroom? What are the new conversations? Educate us on that.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up.
Yeah, increase your volume a bit for you.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you Anshul and thank you all. I'm really sorry that I cannot join in person for the session. It looks by all means like an excellent forum for discussion around AI. So going back to sustainability, let me first start by the thought process that prompted me to develop this course in collaboration with Intel and other partners. So we are reaching a stage where we are really feeling climate change. We are really feeling the environmental impacts of all the mess that we have done to this world. And then I look at my students, and one of the things I tell them is, guys, my generation has made a mess. It's your generation's responsibility to fix this mess. And then they all roll their eyes at me, right? But it is, unfortunately or fortunately, the fact of the world that, the issues of sustainability is something that we are giving to our students, and they are the ones who are going to have to work on this. Now, how do we do this? And one of the issues that we have with sustainability is that it is a multi-dimensional, multidisciplinary problem. And one of the speakers earlier had been very beautifully talked about waste management. And when you talk about waste management, you don't give a 45-minute lecture, right? You give them the entire spectrum. You talk about how you would use AI, how would you use IoT. You talk about the economics of it. You talk about the social impact of it. And that is something, certainly that conversation should be made young, but it can also be made at that level of students who are in tertiary education, because by that time they've reached a little bit of a level of maturity where they can have mature and interesting conversations around this topic. So that was the main reason why I started working on tech and sustainability, to get the students to think about the problem at a bigger picture and not necessarily at the picture of, okay, fine, let's just code something. Okay, so there are a lot of interesting problems that come up. The biggest one of it is, how do we stop greenwashing? It's certainly okay to say, okay, let's build a recognizer that can use machine learning and differentiate between biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. Fantastic project from an AI perspective. But is it really something valuable? Is it something that the students can learn from, something that is applicable? And are we simply just greenwashing it, right? So one of the things that we do at SMU is really to work with the industry partners. So in addition to organizations like Intel who provide us with the tools, the technology, the partnerships, we also work with startups who are working in the sustainability sector. So one of the partners that I'm working with right now is a partner who does waste management in commercial enterprises. So what they do is they give us real problem statements. The students talk to these partners and they try to build solutions around these problems. And that gives them a more authentic experience and also sort of justifies to them that what they're building is really something that is useful and important, and not just building something for the sake of building it. I'm going to stop right here, and over to you, Anshu.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kritaka Ramanathan, to share that concept of converting from idea to reality by engaging the local ecosystem and getting your students exposed to those problems itself is a great start. And I'm looking forward to really hearing a lot more successful case studies like this from you and your team over there. So this is great. We have Dr. William here sitting, who's representing a vocational sector, a sector which is becoming more and more important in the future of work and future of job context, because as we know, the jobs which are changing very fast, not all jobs will be catered by the higher education sector, the formal higher education sector. We talked about micro learning and macro certifications and all kinds of new apprenticeship models which are happening, and vocational sector plays a huge role. You are from Singapore, you're from Institute of Technical Education, which is one of the role model in vocational sector around the world. I'm kind of curious to know what get you started a few years back on the AI skilling side, and how did you build infrastructure at a college level? How did you really bring the college as well as the country ecosystem to really get energy around vocation and build AI readiness, a true AI readiness, which Singapore is now very famous for, right? So talk about that a little bit for the audience here.
Thank you, Ansu. Thank you for inviting me and giving me this honor to be here. Let me put it at the start to give you a context. What is Institute of Technical Education? First, you can visit our website, ite.edu.sg. You have a look. We cover all the trades in Singapore. There is 190 over of them. Our whole student cohort in total, we have 35,000. Of course, this cannot be compared what India is facing. But however, we face a lot of students. All those who are students, just please raise your hand. Great. Right, I believe there's a lot. Okay, so how do we started? First, staff and educators. How many of the adults here who did not raise hand that they are students actually spend time to understand your youth? When is the last time you watched the same movie as them? When is the last time you watched the same anime? The game they play? Do you understand? So as an ITE lecturer, as an academia, we start with understanding our students. Of course, we also, not forgetting that, we also work with industry. Remember, we represent work with 190 over trades in Singapore. So we are very happy to partner with Intel. And we are very happy to work with Intel because Intel start things with the right note. And what is the right note? Human-centric. Human-centric. It must be for human. And they are futurists to think about what will be the future of human. And that is the right note. And just now there's a previous panelist saying that India is lagging behind AI race. I say it's no. You are leading in the responsible use of AI. And work on that. Show to the world, because generative AI has blinded the world of technology, go for that, but they forgot about a lot of things. I recently have to put my hand up and say, stop using deepfake and stop teaching deepfake. You have to learn how to use AI responsibly. So first thing first, get a passionate group of staff that love the youth, love the future of your country, and go teach them hands-on, minds-on, hearts-on. And that is actually our IT motto. So with that, how then, what's the next step? We talk about time. Seriously, I'm not an AI scientist, I'm not an AI engineer, and pardon me, Ansu, I do not have a permanent HDMH, I do not have a PhD. But how can I get into the AI world? Number one, free up your time. Redesign your own job. Take ownership of your time. That's why I tell my online lecturers, don't teach the same old way of teaching. Frontal teaching is not going to work. So redesign your teaching so that you free up more time for the more important thing in equipping yourself and equipping your students. So for each individual working adults, look at your own work. Is there some way I can redesign my work in such a way I free up time? How much time? Whereas you may half an hour a day to learn new things. For students, you have more time, stop playing your games and stop watching Netflix and YouTube. Watch something that is meaningful, that will change and build your career in the future. And that's why we are trying to tell our students, we are trade-centric, so we are telling students, your career starts now when you enter into ITE. Build your career portfolio, start your GitHub, start your LinkedIn account, show to the world that you are capable through your mini project. And I'm very proud for Tina. She have done it. She won a scholarship and proved to the world I can do it. And that is the spirit that all students must have. And adults, that is the spirit that you must promote to your own child, your own education, right? And of course, what's next? Intel, companies like Intel is always there. They have all their ready programs. We participate with Intel AI for Youth, Intel for Future Workforce, Intel for Current Workforce. And these are ready there. And what we need to do is put it down to the ground level and impact the world. Impact your own country and move on from there. So that is, in summary, I can say, if I miss out anything, Ansu, please feel free to ask.
No, you did a fantastic job in giving a flavor of what vocation segment should be doing in terms of role modeling this human-centric, but for the trades, for the jobs, right? So that's what would be of a great value to all the policymakers and international audience over here. I know we are running out of time, so I just want 30-second to 1 minute insight from each one of you. Since you are in GPAI, what is your wish list or aspiration for GPAI to help your cause? You all have a path-breaking causes. Let me start with Gokul, because you talked about what India is doing and you have shared some great examples. So what's your wish list?
I think GPAI is like a wildfire in my view. The kind of reach and scale it has is just mind-boggling, and the fact that we are able to discuss about skilling, the fact that we are able to discuss how we can do that in a human-centric way with technology across segments, and we heard the Prime Minister talk about it. Almost, some of us felt like he's the technologist behind driving that, and it's inspiring to know that we are in a forum like this and being able to come together to drive that. So my wish list is to have more of this and make every one of the projects a mission so that we know what we want to reach, where we want to reach, and have a maniacal focus to get there. And I think the power is, when you ask the question every time, any students, I wanted to raise my hand because all of us are students in this transformation. And if we can keep that at the forefront of our mind, this transformation would be pretty exciting. It won't be scary, it won't be difficult, because we're all learning different aspects of it. And that's what GPAI is providing for all of us.
Yeah. Dr. Kiru, I would go to you. What's your wish list?
Yeah. So one of the things that struck me about the Prime Minister's talk yesterday, and also what has been coming up quite a lot in the conversations that I've been sitting in, is the fact that AI has to be responsible. And when we talk about responsible AI, we speak about things like biases, we speak about trust, transparency, which are all very important, yes, I agree. But one of the things that we should also talk about is the environmental impact of AI. And that comes in many places, right? So, for example, if you are building an AI model, Are you building an AI model which is pre-trained? That is certainly more efficient, has a less carbon footprint than something that is probably something that you have to train from scratch. So are you doing that? Where are you putting your AI model? Are you putting this in the cloud? Are you putting it somewhere that is more energy efficient? Are you using infrastructure that has been developed in a green way? So these are questions that we need to ask ourselves. And I think GPAI is a very good forum to start these conversations around the environmental impact and environmental responsibility around AI. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ramanathan. William, from your standpoint, what's your wish list?
I must commend that GPAI have started correctly. You get the future of AI here, students. So I will suggest that besides hearing government, policymakers, industry, give a voice to the student. Get the student leaders and let them share the perspective in the forum, maybe as a panelist. Get them view, because they are the future of what we are doing. We are investing in their future. And students, you must be very comforted to know that there are so many people that are interested about you. So please change the world for the better.
Okay.
So have a voice for the students.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Suresh, you heard all the wish list, and you are representing multilateral and the government side, and in that sense, the GPI and the global coalition side. Your wish list.
Thank you, Anshul, and I have a long list to the west. First of all, I will say that GPI is doing a great job, but World needs a much bigger and collaborative platform. So we need a World AI Council where all the countries, private sector, public sector, young minds, young people are equal partners, so that we are able to move away from competition of countries, competition of the private sector. If you see, there's a lot of competition in Silicon Valley, if you see the recent event. So moving the world from competition to collaboration for a very safe and secure future. The second wish list, which I picked up from the Prime Minister's address yesterday, that how do you adopt the India's AI mission to a global AI mission where you bring the compute power, where you bring the capacity building together for 8 billion people. That's my second mission, which I will give it to the international organizations. The next one is that if you recall the Vishal Sikka talking about that there are 100,000 people only who understand AI out of 8 billion people. Rest are doing the advocacy and talking about AI, even without knowing what exactly behind the AI and what are the processes. Increase that number from 100,000 to at least 25% of the 8 billion people who really understand to make this world safe and secure. And lastly, I will say that have many more TINA which Intel has produced. Find out TINA from all across the world. TINA is a symbol of women empowerment, gender disparity, which I talked about. TINA is a symbol of using the compute power. TINA is a symbol of using the young minds and the young power. So have many more TINA each and every corner of the world who can take on the future of the humanity, who can take on the future in terms of sustainability, which we are talking about. I'm coming from the COP28 from Dubai, so I know how much young people are responsible, how young people can deliver, how young people can contribute for making this planet safe, secure for all the future generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you for laying out a good blueprint, collaborate, not just compete, and really create multiple TINAs around the world by making AI more equitable, more accessible, more responsible, and more sustainable. So thank you so much. I don't know whether we have time for just one question quick. No? Okay. So connect with all the speakers offline, and I'm grateful to all of you for sparing your time and being a good patient listener. It's very good motivation to see hall totally jam-packed and multiple people standing. That means the panel and we did a good job. I hope so. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for attending this insightful panel. Thank you, Anshul, for guiding the conversation so deftly, and thank you all for providing a very enriching perspective from a global level and from the government level as well. I would now close this session on AI education skilling, bridging the talent gap. And I will, shortly the session on productization and scaling up of AI solutions will be held in the same room. I would request the audience to be seated for that session as well. Thank you so much.
चल तो रहा है और Productization and Scaling Up of AI Solutions session. Our discourse today will explore the multifaceted impact of AI from innovation to ethical considerations and essential role of strategic partnerships between AI businesses and SMEs. I would now like to invite our esteemed panelists to the dais. Mr. Arvind Gupta, Head and Co-founder, Digital India Foundation. Dr. Swami Sivasubramanian, VP, Database Analytics and Machine Learning, AWS. Mr. Sriram Raghavan, Vice President, IBM Research, AI. Mr. Rajan Anandan, Managing Director, Peak 15. Mr. P. Anandan, Founder, AI Matters Advisors. I would now like to share a recorded message from Dr. Seth Center. Dr. Seth Center is a Deputy Envoy, Office of the Special Envoy for Critical and Emerging Technology. He also served as Director for National Security Strategy and History on the White House's National Security Council staff and as an historian on the NSC staff and for the State Department.
Hello everyone, I'm Seth Center, Acting Envoy for Critical Emerging Technologies at the U.S. Department of State. Joining you from Washington, D.C. Sorry I can't join you in person. I was actually in Delhi last week for the Global Technology Summit, which was a terrific experience, and I could not unfortunately justify staying an additional week, but I'm thrilled to be here with you. First off, let me thank Mr. Arvind Gupta for emceeing this important session on AI innovation and commercialization. Mr. Gupta has been a leader in crafting Digital India and has always been a long-standing, strong advocate for the U.S.-India Strategic Digital Partnership, as of course are we. Thank you also to the Confederation of Indian Industry and to the U.S.-India Business Council for organizing this event. It's a terrific opportunity for all of us to be together and think about all of the ways we can collaborate and drive our shared interest in developing AI together. I'm excited to address particularly this session on AI innovation and commercialization, in part because it's the most exciting topic in tech around the world right now. Also because we have some of the really great tech companies and AI companies in the world in the United States, firms like AWS and IBM who are on this panel. And of course, as much because there's an exciting AI ecosystem in India, and I had the pleasure of meeting many of you last week. I think one of the most important and instructive facts about the Indian approach to AI is that Indians are some of the most optimistic people in the world when it comes to AI. In fact, polls suggests that Indians are twice as optimistic as Americans about the prospects for AI enhancing their lives and the prospects for positive innovations from AI. And I think that presents an incredible opportunity for all of us to collaborate together. This week, of course, India is the host of GPAI, which is an incredible opportunity to drive strategic technology collaboration between the United States and India and to establish India's leadership in many of these areas in a broader multilateral setting. Last week, as I said, I was here with the Deputy National Security Advisor, John Feiner, as part of the ISET Tech Dialogue, which is a reminder of just how important technology is to the U.S.-India relationship overall. And I think that is worth stressing in the context of this conversation. I think the visit last week and our experience in ISET, we're really working so closely with our Indian partners in AI and a whole range of emerging technologies is that there is no more important partner in the Indo-Pacific for the consequential future that the United States sees for that region than the U.S.-India relationship. And in many ways, technology and innovation are at the core of that partnership. And of course, most conspicuously, I think all of us here can agree that the private sectors and collaboration across those private sectors is the core of that technology relationship. Over 90,000 Indian startups since 2016. It's a remarkable success story and one I think that opens up even more opportunities for us to collaborate in the future as we think about AI. I think when you think about the context in the United States and what's happening, I might just spend a minute or two talking about how we see the relationship between innovation, opportunity, and risk. Of course, trying to strike that balance is the defining policy challenge that we face around the world. Our European partners just last week, at least provisionally, have agreed to the AI Act as one approach, and I thought I might lay out the U.S. approach, which seeks to strike that balance and continue driving forward with innovation, continue to make sure that the private sector is in the lead, and continue to stress the importance of international partnerships, both public sector and private sector. If you think back, we're now exactly 1 year from the ChatGPT release and this entirely new transformation of the conversation around AI. And for the first several months, the United States took a deliberate approach, recognizing that rushing too fast towards government intervention or regulation was a risky path, but also recognizing that many of the concerns expressed around these powerful new AI systems needed to be confronted. And we worked closely with the private sector here in the United States to create a framework, technically grounded, rigorous, on how best to manage and govern these systems. We got 15 of the leading AI firms in the United States to agree to sort of voluntary commitments to ensure transparency, measurement, red teaming, cybersecurity. In order that we could make sure that we could leverage the benefits of these powerful technologies and allow our private sector to continue to innovate even while managing the risks. That, of course, then led into what we recognized was a necessary multilateral effort with our partners in Japan and the G7. We successfully achieved a code of conduct for advanced AI developers, which in many ways mirrored some of the thinking we developed in public-private partnership in the United States. India, of course, was at Bletchley Park with our UK partners, where we further expanded that notion and tried to strike this balance between innovation and regulation. And at home, even as all of this diplomatic work was going on, the United States and President Biden signed an executive order on artificial intelligence, which is really a comprehensive framework for thinking across all of the components of an AI ecosystem that one would want to get right, from government applications, responsible government applications, to thinking through the labor impacts, to making sure that even as we innovate as quickly as possible and commercialize AI applications, that we take proper cognizance of privacy, take proper cognizance of equity, take proper cognizance of all of the impacts they're going to have on our societies, even as we encourage continued innovation and market competition in AI. And so we think that that is the kind of approach that is going to work well across the world. I was pleased to hear in my own conversations last week the ways in which both the Indian government and the Indian private sector are excited about moving forward in AI, excited about looking for partnerships with U.S. firms, excited about harnessing and leveraging the incredible startup ecosystem in India, and excited about moving not just into software and applications, but to deeper levels of AI, the enabling infrastructure, pursuing foundation models, really the future of a broader set of AI technologies. And I think together, the United States and India will drive the AI revolution that we're living through. That revolution will drive the technology era that we're entering into, in which AI is converging with a whole series of other technologies. And if we can successfully drive AI innovation and technology innovation, it will put us in a much stronger strategic position as partners as we confront a much different world than the one that many of us anticipated we would be living in today. So good luck to everyone. Thank you so much to the USIBC for allowing me to make a few remarks. Terribly sorry I couldn't be there in person, but next time I'm in India, if there's an opportunity, I would love to participate with you. Thank you very much and have a great session.
Thank you. Ananta, should we start from here? Good, thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, everybody. Couple of opening points, logistics-wise. We are going to have a very interactive session. I have an excellent panel here, which is a mix of venture capital, research, and some of us have been doing research in AI when it was not called AI, and have a long pedigree, academic and teaching and policy experience in that. So we have a great mix of keynotes and fireside chat panelists. I'm lucky and I'm thankful to CII and USIBC for putting this together. The team at METI has done an incredible job of putting the logistics and getting all these people together today. So my job is pretty simple. I have to just ask some of the questions. But the second point is we'll finish at 1:30. So everybody can have lunch on time, number one. Two, I am a professor. So please be ready for a lot of questions. So, and be attentive in this class. It's going to be a master class. So I'm going to ask questions to my fellow panelists and to all of you. You will get a chance to ask questions to us, but the reverse can also apply. So just be attentive. With that, we are going to start our first keynote, and let me invite Dr. Swami Subramaniam from AWS to give his opening remarks. I've asked all the keynote speakers to keep it 8 to 10 minutes so that we have some time for interactive sessions. And two, we are going to talk about, we're not going to talk about only AI in terms of core AI. Here, this session is intended for two things, as Dr. Seth started. Number one is, how does AI impact all of us? And India's model has been very different in technology. By the end of G20, by the end of the global technology summits that we've done, one thing is clear. There's a new term that Oxford Dictionary or somebody is going to put it in the lexicon next year. It's called DPIs, Digital Public Infrastructure. That didn't exist 2 years ago. And suddenly it's the talk of the world, not town. So given that, where we are balancing between innovation, regulation, and creating a great startup ecosystem, our partnership with the US is very strong on all those fronts, and it continues to grow. We're both the largest democracies in the world. So how do we see AI scaling up? We have some hyperscalers on the panel. They're going to talk about that. And how do we see AI really becoming from the research 30 years ago to really what we have seen? Is the ChatGPT moment was the inflection point for AI. I know everybody now I also do a little bit of venture capital, and everybody, a lot of funds we see have suddenly transformed themselves into an AI fund. But that's okay, because every industry goes through a transformation. So this panel, this discussion for the next 1.5 hours is around the scaling up, the commercialization, and how does it help meet the sustainable development goals, and while keeping the environment in mind. And COP28 just finished yesterday, and green is a world, and then next big thing. So I have a few panelists and keynote speakers who are going to talk about that. So that is the context of this. If this is not the chapter or the class that you signed up for, you're in the wrong room. So we are all okay? This is what we are going to discuss broadly. Good. Thank you. Thank you for all the speakers. With that, Dr. Swami, can I invite you to be the first person to take stage and spend the next 8 to 10 minutes talking about what you have to talk.
I hope everyone can hear me. All right. Okay.
Can we close the doors, please, in the end? Let's shut the doors. Thank you, Jake.
Oh, sorry. This switched. Okay. Okay. All right. While I'm not a professor, I'll try to be very brief and going. First of all, hello everyone. Really excited to be here. Thank you for having me with you today. So I actually have been in cloud data AI guy for, I don't know, probably 15 years. I started some of the core set of people who built what came to be known as AWS or the first cloud computing, so where I probably built some of the core services. Now, having seen cloud, the birth of cloud and the transformation it did to IT industry, I think it's fair to say we are currently standing at the edge of another important technological era, an era in which AI is really augmenting every aspect of what we are building in terms of technology, human intelligence, and also really fueling new creativity and ingenuity from the humans. So, and that's what makes generative AI especially really exciting, in my opinion. So, you might be wondering, why is all this hype around ML and AI? What's special? Because technically ML and AI has been around for more than 20 years. And it is true, machine learning and artificial intelligence, especially deep learning, has really changed the way how machine learning has been adopted. And we have had really impressive innovations in the last 2 decades. But with generative AI, a few things are changing. One, gone are the days where we are doing like segmented data science teams where each team is focusing on a separate problem. They build their own models to a centralized model that can be quickly, in an agile manner, customized to different settings. But more importantly, in my opinion, the biggest thing with this new era with generative AI is it is shifting the relationship between humans and technology to one of intelligence augmentation. And this one, especially the co-evolution of humans and technology, I find it incredibly exciting, because this synergy between humans and technology, while we are very excited because it can automate many back-end office tasks or it can create new customer experience, all these co-evolution of humans and technology, this synergy is possible because of the synergy that happens under the hood between data and generative AI. And that's what makes this entire relationship between data and Gen AI to be one of the most exciting things. Because why is it so? Because already the massive explosion of data is one of the fundamental reasons why generative AI and these foundational models exist in the first place. Without that, these foundational models wouldn't have been built. And then the second thing is, as these technologies evolve over time, we need these data to be customizable for your business and your use case. And that's why I find the synergy between humans, data, and Gen AI to be extremely powerful. So how can you unlock the power of this technology to actually do amazing innovations? I kind of put them in 3 buckets. One is, as a developer or as an organization, to drive innovation, you need easy-to-use tools and access with the choice of best-in-class foundational models. I'm of the opinion no one foundational model will rule the world. Because if you look back 6 years ago in deep learning, everybody used to swear out that this Caffe or TensorFlow, they all are going to be the default standard. But look where we are now. So now there is new framework that is constantly coming every day. So the same thing is also going to be true. What developers want is access to the best-in-class foundational models and pick the best tool for the right job. But more importantly, it's not just about the foundational models. It is about how do you use it to couple with your data and do it in a secure fashion. And the second thing is, it's not actually just about APIs and tools. You also need to democratize access to the education at a global scale. Because things like prompt engineering and so forth is nowhere even in anybody's vocabulary. So it's like prompt engineers are like a robo-psychologist, if you think about it. So, and the third thing is that you need to accelerate adoption to these organizations in a big, meaningful way. For that, it's not just about tools and education. You also need to reskill existing engineers to think about how to program against LLMs or even data scientists. And these are some of the big things we need to do. So now, what do we do from AWS to help some of it? I'm going to drive through each of those 3 buckets quickly. So I won't get into all of these. To begin with, what are the tools AWS provides when it comes to driving some of these innovation? We like to think of it as a 3-layered stack. I did a 2-hour keynote at reInvent, our annual developer conference. He just gave me 10 minutes, so I'm going to run through this quickly. So the first one is you need a rock-solid, high-performance, cost-efficient infrastructure to build these models. Model builders who want to build their own foundational models, they need best-in-class GPUs instances. That's where AWS has a deep partnership with NVIDIA. But we also build our own custom silicon with Trainium for training and Inferentia for inference as well, which has great price performance benefits. But it's not just about chips. You also need best-in-class software infrastructure. That's where we have SageMaker, which is an ML service that makes it super easy to build, train, and deploy. And it's number one enterprise ML platform according to Kaggle users. And we have leading foundational model providers like AI21, Stability, Falcon, many of them using SageMaker to accelerate it. But not everyone wants to build their own models. In fact, you want the adoption to be people able to take these models and then put them to work quickly. And that's where we have Bedrock, which is, think of it as a models as a service, but you can securely customize for your application and build various use cases. And then, of course, not everyone even wants to build an application. They just want a Gen AI built inside. That's where we have Amazon Q, which is a Gen AI assistant for builders, Gen AI assistant for contact center workers, and for data analysts, and many more. So the key thing, irrespective of where you're adopting in each layer of the stack, one of the biggest takeaway I would want you to take about is data is the differentiator for Gen AI applications. If you think about it, almost all these foundational models are starting to exhibit similar kind of capabilities when it comes to natural language summarization, code reasoning, and so forth. So what is, as a company, as in business, what is your differentiator? Your differentiator is your data, which tells you about your business, your terminologies, your customers. And that is one of the key things, actually, we are using as a premise to drive some of our capabilities with things like Bedrock. And I'll double click on a few customer stories and patterns quickly. So since we launched Bedrock this year, more than 10,000 customers are already building on Bedrock. And this is not just in one vertical. This is across, let's say, Booking.com and travel to SAP Concur using to automate trip report summary to in the insurance industry with Sun Life and several others. Each of these customers have like really amazing story in terms of what they are doing with Gen AI and some of these foundational models. I'll double click on a few of them. One such customer is Happy Fox. So Happy Fox has more than 12,000 customers worldwide across 70 countries, and they are building enterprise-grade task automation for like help desk, live support, workflow automation, BI products. And now by adding Gen AI on top of Bedrock, they are able to do 40% automated resolution of support tickets and 20% improvement in agent productivity. Think about what it means for customer satisfaction, but also improving your cost structure. Another area where we are seeing Gen AI taking hold in a big way is around automotive industry. Toyota, for instance, uses several of AWS data services to collect data points from millions of vehicles on a daily basis. And they build that data lake, and they use it coupled with AI to alert potential issues when it comes to car safety or maintenance and so forth. Now, also by leveraging generative AI with tools like Bedrock, they are able to build an in-car personal assistant that will actually help the drivers to be able to do routine tasks. And then, of course, the other big area is around healthcare. One of the stories when it comes to healthcare that I'm really excited about is an innovation I saw around cancer care. If you look at across sub-Saharan Africa, there is one oncologist for around 3,200 cancer patients. As a comparison metric, there is 1 in 300 in the US. And when you look at this ratio, especially if you double-click and look at a particular country like Rwanda, there are like, for a population of 13.5 million, there are only 15 oncologists. So what does this mean for actual patients? The time it takes for them to even drive to go meet an oncologist, they end up actually self-throttling by saying, maybe I don't need to go until it's too severe. And that results in subpar health care, let alone very dangerous situation. So this is where one of the startups that built on top of Bedrock, their story is super inspiring. So we presented together in a UN event in September, where Huron AI. Their mission is very simple, where they use the power of Gen AI to extend cancer care and collect serious important data to help pharma companies so that they can make cancer care accessible irrespective of where people live. And they have already rolled out to areas like Kenya and Rwanda and many other places. And the CEO of Huron AI is an incredible startup founder. But now, I just shared some of the examples of the art of possible in terms of what innovations are already happening that are already mainstream or about to go mainstream. But to make this technology more accessible, it has to actually be accessible to more people. And you need to arm the workers of tomorrow. And that brings me to the second pillar, which is around investing in educational programs, where access to education on a global scale is key. So this is where we actually partnered in AWS Gen AI scholarship with Udacity to provide up to $12 million in value for Udacity scholarships. And also we have been partnering on the AWS AI/ML scholarships as well to make these educations available for underprivileged and from other communities as well. If this works in terms of PowerPoints and video, I will share a 1-minute video of Vani Agarwal, who actually grew up only 30 miles from Delhi from here, and see if her own story, if it works. Okay, I will probably skip it instead of fighting PowerPoint. But the key thing you'll see is, as part of I grew up without access to technology. I'm a first generation who went to college in my family and broader family. So one of the areas I'm very passionate about is first time I saw a computer was, I think, high school, where I actually got very, very excited about the art of possible, because I used to write basic programs only when I was in paper. My compiler was probably my human brain and my CS teacher. So that access to technology is what is going to drive so much innovation, and that's what we are trying to drive in a big way. With so many other things like AI/ML digital courses, more than 100 of them, and many of them are free as well. And also, I'm a big believer in making technology more accessible in a fun way. So one of the things we created was something called Party Rock. It's an Amazon Bedrock playground, where it's a no-code interface. Any of you can actually build an application powered by Gen AI using this partyrock.aws. My 8-year-old daughter, during Thanksgiving dinner table, created a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory Gen AI app to create so many chocolates and so forth, so without writing any lines. So I encourage you all to check. And of course, if you're an enterprise who do not know how to get started, we also have a Gen AI Innovation Center to accelerate some of these your initiatives around Gen AI as well. So with that, let me pause and say thanks again for all your interest, and I hope many of you use some of these opportunities to go create some remarkable customer experiences innovation with Gen AI as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swami. Please. Thank you for keeping time also. I will ask questions later on depending on everybody's time. So let's keep the questions for later on. Can I now invite Sriram Raghavan from IBM to talk about foundational models and AI and whatever his take on AI is. Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Can we bring up his presentation, please? In the meanwhile, while they're bringing up the presentation, Dr. Swami talked about data being the core of whatever AWS and Amazon is doing in the Bedrock side, and that is where to give a context, India is emerging as the data capital of the world. So we have to keep in mind why India plays such an important role in building these multilateral partnerships and collaborations across the world. So the most diverse set of data is coming from the group over here, and we should keep that in mind. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here and be part of this discussion. So I'm going to start with I think my view on what is this inflection point in AI and frame it very simply this way. Arvind, wearing his professor hat, can probably spend many hours on the progress we have had in AI technology. But to me, the simple takeaway is we're probably in the fourth era of AI, and we could dispute how many eras there are. That's a technical debate. But the way I like to think about it is we're moving from an era of AI being an algorithm or a technique or a tool into AI becoming a platform. So I view this as a platformization of AI as a technology. And that is profound because it means that the decisions you make when you build a platform, when done right, will have multiplicative positive effects. When done wrong, will also have multiplicative negative effects. So we are in that sort of defining moment, which is why I think we all see this inflection point. What we saw, with what happened a year before is an example. But I think the fundamental shift is profound from a set of tools and techniques into a platform on which you build solutions. And I think that's really a statement of maturity of AI technology. So in the time that I have, I wanted to really make only 3 points. One, I wanted to make a case, if you will, around the importance of open innovation in AI. And I will tell you why I believe that's an important conversation to have and what we're doing around it. Second is to offer a perspective. Yeah, I know this, one of the themes of GPAI overall has been around trusted responsible AI. And I wanted to offer a perspective on at least how we think about it at IBM and what we are sharing with policymakers and regulators across the globe on the attributes of a good framework for responsible AI. And lastly, a lot of the conversation in AI tends to be, including by many of us as commercial entities, around use cases that will obviously have monetary value and benefit in the next 6 months, a year, and there is plenty to do with respect to automation and productivity. But I do want to bring forward this notion of the impact on AI for science. And I believe that's a transformative potential that's worth tabling as well. As we think about productionizing and scaling AI, it's not only about scaling AI when it comes to better contact centers or more automated business first floors, but scaling science itself. And I wanted to have that as a third topic. So these are the 3 topics that I'll spend a few minutes on in the 10 minutes that I have. So first on open innovation in AI. AI technology, what we saw today, is built on the bedrock of, not to use too much of that word, on massive amounts of storage, compute, and data. So the natural force will drive centralization, because without the ability to bring together enormous data and compute, without the ability to harvest enormous amounts of capital and have skills, it is hard to play in the AI game. And market incentives will require you to raise the barrier. So one of the things that we have been, and I personally believe in, and IBM stands for, is around the importance of an open innovation ecosystem. And that to us involves, one, a global approach, very germane given we are at Global Partnership on AI. It involves a multi-stakeholder approach where the conversation around building, deploying, and creating AI embraces the entire ecosystem, from academia to industry labs to startups to, of course, enterprises and governments. The conversation around open becomes broader. A lot of the conversation around open in AI tends to be about either open source software and closed source software, or open models and closed models. But the AI ecosystem is much, much richer. there is benchmarks, there is data sets, there is safety testing. There is an entire set of things around AI that is important to be developed in the open so that every stakeholder has an opportunity to influence them. And finally, I do believe that a broader perspective will allow us to recognize that without an open innovation ecosystem, we run the risk of making AI safety an excuse to really clamp down on open innovation in AI. And that, I think, would be bad for all of us as society and across the globe. So it is with this motivation and importance for open innovation that just earlier this month, a number of us got together, over 50 founding members, established an alliance, the AI Alliance. It brings together stakeholders of all of those different varieties that I talked about, and it gives you a sense of the fact that the conversation on AI really needs to touch these kinds of players. Academic institutions, national labs, of course industry R&D, but this diversity, I believe, is a strength, because behind just the 50 founding members who have joined the AI Alliance is over $80 billion worth of R&D investment, 400,000 plus students that the Alliance touches, and over 1 million employees. And I believe that's an example of the type of open conversation that I believe is important for AI technology. And I hope that's a thread that we can continue to pull on, which I think is a slightly broader perspective than necessarily the AI use cases that we typically talk about and read about. So I just wanted to table this, and of course the Alliance is up and running, and we look forward, and if there's more interest, I'll be happy to have conversation offline. IBM and Meta were founding members of the Alliance, but this really is an alliance that represents a diverse set of global stakeholders. And here is an example of what the Alliance is looking to do. We are looking to really do 3 things. Build real things, and those build real things can be tools, they can be models, they can be metrics, they can be benchmarks, and a lot of this is happening already amongst some of the members of the Alliance. The intent to come together is to truly build it in the open and be informed by everybody's expertise and skill. And I'm not going to go through all of the focus areas, but I want you to recognize that we are taking a much richer view of what open in AI means. Open in AI is not just a conversation about whether a model should or should not be in open source. It is around all of the other things that make up AI, from skills to hardware diversity to the advocacy that's involved globally. And we see this as an important cornerstone moment in changing the AI narrative. So that's sort of my first topic on the importance of open AI innovation. The second element around responsible AI, and I want to offer again a perspective on responsible AI often is sometimes conflated, sometimes confused with sort of, in my mind, 3 related topics. There is a topic of trustworthy AI, which is in the domain of the technologists. How do I build more robust algorithms? How do I build algorithms to remove bias? That's technology. That's where the math, the computer scientists, the electrical engineers are going to create techniques and tools. That's trustworthy AI. At the other end of the spectrum is AI ethics, which is around what should be the right way to build AI. And that's a statement of policy, that's a statement of ethics, social norms and values. Technology has much less of a role to play, and that is where I think societal standards and moral values apply. And then governance is where they meet in the middle, where you say, look, I have made a set of decisions on how AI needs to grow. I have a set of tools and techniques to implement it. Governance is operationalizing it so that you can make those norms come alive. And so I think this framework is useful because it again illustrates for you why we need a diversity of stakeholders to do responsible AI. It cannot be just the technologists, it cannot be just the social scientists, but it requires these coming together to really not just decide what gets done, how it gets done, and the ability to measure and monitor it. So with this in mind, I wanted to share, at least from an IBM perspective, what we see as some important takeaways for consideration by policymakers. And we have been very vocal around sharing these principles, but I thought it was important to share it in this forum as well. One is, I think it is important to distinguish that what we need to think about from a regulation perspective is AI risk, not AI algorithms. It does not make sense to regulate a piece of math or a piece of technology. What it is you have to regulate the use of that technology in a use case context. And we approach here, we refer to this as precision risk-based regulation, where you recognize that the same underlying technology may be used to recommend better shoes for you or to recommend a better cancer treatment for you. And that is not to say the shoes are unimportant, but clearly the level of risk involved between these two use cases are dramatically different, and regulation needs to take that into account. We run the danger of not making that distinction, and I think that's an important one. Second is, I do believe it is important that AI creators and deployers, and the AI value chain is becoming more complex. They are the people who have the data, there are the people who are able to build the models, there are the people who adapt and tune models, there are the people who build solutions on top of those models, that it is important that they are accountable, but recognizing the different roles they play in the value chain. Third one I will emphasize is what I said before. It is important that the frameworks that we took do encourage and do not stifle open innovation in AI. And then lastly, I do believe it is important to recognize, which will come to my third point, that open innovation for public benefit, especially in areas relevant to the advancement of science, has to be a cornerstone of how we think about AI policy. And that sort of brings me naturally, if you will, to the third topic that I want to go to. But before I do that, I did want to offer up, I know the screenshot may not be visible, but at IBM we have released what is called an AI Risk Atlas. And this is an effort to share broadly a way to think about risk in AI. It goes back to my previous conversation that there are many, many risks in AI. Not all risks apply in every use case context. Not all risks are equally pervasive or critical in every use case context. Is there an atlas that lets you think about those risks so that as you employ AI solutions, you understand what controls are needed? And this is something we offer up for consideration. It is something we use to inform our own products that we build and offer to clients for AI governance and responsible AI. But it is also something that we expect to evolve through the alliance and other mechanisms as we learn more about how to really think about AI risk. And it is, and what we do is we classify it in different categories: risk on input, risk in output, which risks are amplified, which risks are new because of generative AI, a way of thinking about AI risk broadly. And finally, let me talk about the last topic, which is personally something I'm very, very, very passionate about, which is, this is sometimes not the topics that get venture capital attention, because these are long-running topics. But it is clear that importance of innovation in science has never been more urgent. If you look at any of these icons, you can relate it to one of the problems facing humanity, whether it is climate change, the energy shortage, the importance of food safety, climate hazard, fire, so on. And each of these, while science is not the complete answer, is an important element of the answer. And forever, this scientific method that I think we've all learned in grad school or high school has been the way you did scientific discovery. You created questions, you studied, you created hypotheses, you tested, and this is how all of the innovations that we all see, from new materials to new ways to communicate, they've all been born behind this scientific method. What I think it is important to recognize is the impact that AI is having, will have on the scientific method. In particular, the acceleration that it is going to offer to the scientific method is going to be something we possibly are underappreciating right now, but which I believe will have an even bigger impact on humanity than potentially some of the use cases that we are thinking about. I mean, look at this. We talk about the ability of AI to work with natural language. We all probably experience it daily when we play with search engines or ChatGPT or any of those other things. But in no way is AI restricted only to language data. All of these data examples that you see, from text, tables, graphs, satellite images, chemical formulations, new kinds of molecular structures, sensor data, they are all amenable to AI. And imagine the possibilities when you start to apply AI to these domains and the impact it is going to have on how we are going to do scientific discovery. As a very
Sriram, can sure. I'm conscious of time, but I'm going to ask you a question which you can probably answer right away. Where do you see, because IBM has done a lot of work in geospatial foundation models, especially on the slide that you've just presented. Can you tell us where are the implications in climate as you see it from an...
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've been partnering particularly with NASA and other agencies around building large-scale geospatial foundation models. We've even released some samples out in the open as a way to, to share with the community. And just to give you a sense, satellite data collected runs into the several hundreds and more petabytes, right? NASA probably will tell you they're sitting on 750 plus petabytes of data. Now, what we are doing as we build foundation models is open up a rich set of use cases, and I'm going to give you, Arvind, maybe 3 or 4 examples that we are working with. So one is we started working with NASA on examples like flood modeling, fire hazard tracking, burn mapping, which allows you to say, how do I think about deploying resources after a flood or when a fire is kicking off so that I send the right resources to the right locations by predicting where it is going to spread. And it is very hard to do on the ground when actually the event is happening, but it's much easier to do from data you collected from the satellite. Another example, we are working with Mohammed bin Zayed University for AI in the UAE. They are applying the geospatial foundation model to look at urban heat island mapping. What is the structure of urban cities that causes certain heat islands to develop dramatically with 3-4 degrees of centigrade average temperature higher than everything around them? How do you do design against it? Another example, the Kenyan government has a program they created where they wanted to plant 15 billion trees by 2032 in 10 years. Why? Because their water towers, the reservoirs, need to be kept green for that to happen. How are they going to track progress against it? So they are using geospatial foundation models that do biogas estimation or tree planting estimation to know where it's working, where more effort is needed.
Thank you.
So many such examples, but that's again an example where now we have made AI into a platform. By building it on satellite images, I just gave you 3 examples. There's probably 400 other examples waiting to be
helpful. Thank you very much.
Created on top. And I'll end with this. I will end with this chart that says, this scientific method that has powered every technological advance that we are all enjoying today is going to be revolutionized by AI. So as we think about this topic of productionizing and scaling AI, let's make sure to embrace both the commercial use cases as well as the use cases of AI for science.
Thank you.
With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Shriram. I'm now going to invite Dr. Anandan for his talk and his thoughts on this. He's led Vadwani AI Institute in India, and before that Microsoft, am I right?
Yeah, Microsoft Research.
Microsoft Research. So we have a person who has really worked in India and across the world to share his expertise with us.
So, yeah, good. Okay, now I'm going to take a different take as, my last part of my career, maybe 15 years, is really focused on understanding how technology can serve poor and underserved communities in the world, not so much about mainstream commercial market applications. And, the question is very relevant for AI, obviously, and if I did not believe that AI would be very helpful in this, I wouldn't be here. This is based on actually work done by a bunch of different organizations. I just wanted to give them some acknowledgement. And so just a little background, I have been an AI person doing AI scientist for 40 plus years, and half of that time in the US, half of that time in the year here. But even as recently as 15 years ago, I would not have guessed we would be here having a conversation about the impact of AI in everyday life, nor the risks of AI. I always thought it's something going to be in the future, forever in the future, but glad to be here. It's one of those things, when you work in the field for so many years, it's very rewarding to see that your field has come to this stage, although I may not be there much longer. So the first use case is from my colleagues in IPRD Solutions based in New York. Pregnancy risk, addressing pregnancy risk in Nigeria. The key things you have to do is really find the mothers, bring them to the clinic, and one of the big challenges is really malaria, so give them malaria nets and make sure that they are distributed, availability of malaria nets and where they should be given. But this traditionally was done by 3 different workflows. One which is to antenatal care, find the mothers. The other is the survey of the malaria net. And the third is the family survey on where they are, how many kids and what resources they had. So they never talked to each other very well. And the solution that had to be come up with is really one of continuous innovation where we integrate these 3 things and create a system and then give sort of like a landscape view for the care providers and the officials of what's going on. It may seem a little bit obvious because any sort of system solutions you have to do this, but the critical thing is when you work in the global south, nothing is given. There's no single stakeholder who has all of the resources, so you end up having to cobble together from multiple places and bring technology from multiple sources and integrate it together. And when you finish doing all of that, there's a small portion of this where you can do the analytics in order to predict where the nets have to be given, where the risks are higher, and what action you can take. But below that is this huge system effort that you have to do. The second example is something that's from Art Park here, which is really to address the challenges with respect to dengue, and in fact prediction of the outbreaks and what kind of actions that have to be taken. Now once again, this is not a problem that lies in one place, because there are multiple data sources, health data sources, weather conditions, environmentals, and in order for you to actually address the problem, you have to know where people are moving and spreading the disease. You might all remember COVID. In fact, there was a precursor to this work that was done during the COVID pandemic, and this is kind of being built in again. So you have to bring in all those different resources, and you have to find different places to store the data and develop them. And in the end, you have to work with the officials and the people who provide care on the ground in order to provide the right type of information at the right time for them to handle it. Once again, it's not a problem where you can take an AI solution that you develop in the laboratory and apply, but one that you have to customize and build. And again, the analytics, which is the part where you make all the predictions, really has to ride on top of the bulk of work that's being done below it in terms of system development and system integration. The third use case is being done by Digital Green here in India, and more recently they have developed actually a chatbot based on LLMs. But prior to that, Rikin, who's the founder of Digital Green, has been working for more than 15 years on extension workers and how to increase the capacity of extension workers, how to increase the quality of advice that they were giving. In the earlier days, it was just extension workers going to farms, individually disposing advice, very much out of context, and there were not enough of them. They were not enough able to reach all the places. But one of the things that Digital Green had done over the 15 years is really to collect farmer-generated videos where they talk about their practices, that they would then use the extension agents network to take it to other villages and discuss with them. And they found, in fact, farmers' reception to this type of community knowledge was much, much better, and they were actually adopting practices a lot more. But it's a very tedious kind of work. But the one nice thing that happened is over 7,000 videos came out of it, which has been widely viewed by people. This becomes an additional knowledge source. Recently, when LLMs became interesting, Rikin looked at this and said, I can actually translate all of this knowledge that I have collected into potentially a chatbot, which will actually talk to the farmers directly and to the extension agents, not having to rely on actually taking these videos around, but potentially contextualized, informed knowledge on top of one of the commercially available LLMs that you can build in order to develop something that's customized. But to do this required all of the foundation of the videos, incorporating the contextualized knowledge, and then delivering the solution through the extension worker system. Why am I talking about these three examples? The key thing that you learn about all of these, doing this, and I've done similar work when I was in Vadvani Institute for Artificial Intelligence the last few years, it takes radical collaboration, because the capacity to develop technology lies with people like me, people who are sitting here, who know how to build AI solutions, system development. But the capacity to implement them often does not lie with us. We don't know how to go into the rural areas and villages and actually deliver the solutions. We don't have the incentives to do it. But there are organizations, many of them are non-profits, that are actually doing it. So they have to be brought together. And then, of course, experts who know the domain problems, health experts, agriculture experts, they have to be folded in. And of course, government decision makers and stakeholders, because it's a public problem, a global south problem. Nothing is going to happen without government getting involved. It takes an amazing amount of collaboration by these different entities to solve this problem. And you cannot just do it in isolation. It has to be built on systems that exist, or you have to build them, data repositories that you have to actually go and build and collect. And they have to be embedded in an existing set of use case solution networks so that people will actually adopt it. They're not going to just take it because you give it. They do it because it fits in with their workflow and what they're required to do. we learned a bunch of lessons. There's a mistake in the slide. I put it in because I want you to know that it's not LLM who did this. I actually wrote this, but I'll let you figure out. But the basic thing is to understand, is this really the right use case? And will AI solve it? Is there data to do it? And will it be accepted by the stakeholders? It can be threatening to them. And are there systems in place, that you can use to develop and deploy and scale the solutions? And this is a fact that I found in every attempt that we have made to develop technology or AI innovations, and this is going to continue. And as much as we are celebrating the progress, the hard work for Global South will continue to remain. And this is why DPI is very exciting. I just want to share one more thing. Most recently, I finished writing a 70-page paper on the landscape for LLMs and LMICs. And what are the different use cases? Like you guys triaging. See, one of the problems in frontline in Global South is the lack of human expert resources and reach. And this is exactly where these kind of agents, conversational agents, can fill in the gap. But however, to do that, you have to identify the right users and right use cases that are acceptable. We talk about in this paper. And this is, if you want to read the paper, just scan the QR code. It's available online. Basically talks about not just the way in which the solutions can be used, but what it would take to actually develop a whole ecosystem of such solution development and to deploy them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can personally, Dr. Anandan, talk about digital green. I've been seeing their progress for the last 15 years. I think the kin came from Microsoft Research. Yeah, so it's excellent and how they have evolved into a farmer chat project. So the great examples on solving for the Global South. And that's one of the big things that we all want to discuss today is, and keep discussing, is that while, a lot of things are happening, you have the hyperscalers, you have the modelers, you have the regulators, the policymakers, you also need the real use cases, which are solving the societal problems, societal technology. With that, I'm going to come to Rajan Anandan. And to Rajan, I have asked one question, that how do we fund all of this? How do VCs see this? The VCs fund the use cases, the business cases. And how does Rajan, from his perspective of being a venture capitalist, the head of Google in India, and many more things, ex-Microsoft also, sees this as he is seeing India in 2024 and going forward?
Thank you, Arvind. Hi, everyone. I'm between you and an awesome panel and lunch. How many of you are actually AI founders? Founders building in AI? Entrepreneurs? Okay, there's about maybe 8 or 10 of you. So I think since you asked me this question, I'm going to focus my whole talk. I wanted to go last because I wanted to see what everybody else said and then see what might be relevant. So I think for those of you that are not looking to raise funding, actually it's a great time to be building an AI company. In fact, Dr. Anandan, you'd be very excited that one of your former team members launched a company called Sarvam, and we were fortunate to be seed investors in Sarvam. They're building an Indic language LLMs for India, where they want to build this population scale systems to solve some of India's problems that Dr. Anandan talked about. So I'm going to actually talk about what are investors like us. I'm a partner at Peak 15 Capital. We were formerly Sequoia Capital, India and Southeast Asia. We became independent from India for the world, Arvind, as Peak 15 about 6 months ago. We have 400 active companies in India. About 100 of them are software product companies from India that are targeting the world. Usually when we say India to the world, by the way, we mean India to the US. And of the 100, 25 of them are AI companies, right? So I think the first thing to keep in mind is that investors like us in India have been investing in AI for quite some time. I think one of you mentioned that, AI, I graduated from MIT in the early 90s. I was working on neural networks. So I think this certainly goes back at least 30, if not 40 years. So what I'll do is I'll take maybe 8-10 minutes to talk about 8 minutes to talk about what are investors looking for, and I'm going to come at this from an Indian context because if you're investors, you can actually invest in entrepreneurs actually in the markets that you're in. I'm going to start this with a little story. Okay, I want to take you all back to 1981. I do realize about 30% of this room wasn't born in 1981. That's cool. 1981, the city of Pune, 7 engineers leave their safe jobs and start a company. It's a technology company. 1993, this company goes public. The year before they went public, 12 years after they were founded, they had 10 crores of revenue. And in their IPO, and by the way, those of you I see, there are probably 3 or 4 of you that maybe don't know what crores are. 8 crores is $1 million today, so 10 crores is called $1.25 million. It's a tiny amount of revenue. They raised 13 crores, which is about $1.5 million. Okay? What's the company? Any guesses? Oh, all right. Terrific. Infosys. By the way, for those of you who are entrepreneurs, keep in mind, 12 years after founding, Infosys had 10 crores of revenue. And they went public and they raised 13 crores. It's pretty interesting because today we kind of look at a company that has 10 or 15 crores of revenue and say, that's not much. Are you kidding me? As we stand today, it's 2023. Infosys has 1.5 lakh crore of revenue. That's $18 billion as the last fiscal year. And a market cap of 6 lakh crore. That's 70 billion US dollars. 2 of the top 5 technology services companies in the world are Indian, and 5 out of the top 10 are Indian. Why am I talking about this? Because India built a $200 billion industry by applying technology to solve the problems of the largest companies in the world. Every single one of the Fortune 1000 today is working very deeply with at least 1, if not more, usually 2.5, that's the average, Indian technology companies. India today has the lowest cost, best performing, population scale mobile broadband networks in the world. We don't develop, actually now we do, but we built this while not developing any telecom hardware and very little telecom software. And finally, as all of you know, we have the most advanced real-time digital payments network in the world. We didn't invent the payment gateway or any of the connectors, and it's entirely built on an open source framework. So here is the first investment thesis that we're super excited about. Applying AI products and services to solve the largest problems that the largest companies of the world have. We think that over the next 15 to 20 years, India will have at least $50 billion new companies that are going to solve problems of the largest companies around the world, AI first, products and services. And the reason I talk about this is because as entrepreneurs in India, and I think venture capitalists are also likely to blame for this, we've had this extraordinary aversion to services companies. Infosys, TCS, Wipro, HCL Technologies, Tech Mahindra, they all got built, by the way, with no venture capital. Well, guess what? It's back. And it's going to be back, it's products and services, and it's AI first. For large enterprises, it's about taking things that they're already doing and automating it. Pick your favorite IT services company or BPO company today. They have over $1 billion coming from analytics. They have thousands of people working on helping large companies do analytics. Guess what? You need like 90% less people. But it's products and services, right? So that's the first big investment theme. So for all of you that are thinking, by the way, you know, India has 5 million software professionals in IT services. Single biggest thing we'd love to do is unleash them, unlock them, and let them loose and let them go free to go build products plus services for large enterprises. So that's the first thing. I think second is, look, we see product and platform-based companies really in 4 important areas. The first is what we call AI tooling and infrastructure. We've invested in a bunch of companies, some that you may know, these are very early stage companies. Infosys, they're building a GPU serverless platform. Today, you know, as you guys know, compute is very, very expensive, right? So they solved the cold start problem. They do it in a very, very interesting way. The best performance benchmarks in the world today of a serverless platform is a tiny little company out of Bangalore called Infosys. Another one is called True Foundry. They help large enterprises develop open source LLMs effectively better than anybody else, right? We think there's going to be hundreds of companies in this AI tooling and infrastructure. Now, how many of them can become really big? Kind of like depends. It depends on what the hyperscalers do. Depends on how differentiated their technology is. The second area is vertical AI applications. Every single industry, now by the way, some of these solutions will be products plus services. This is number one that I mentioned. But actually many of them will be just pure product companies, software product companies, okay? So let's take US healthcare, trillions of dollars spent in US healthcare. Arguably the most inefficient healthcare system in the world, by far. Well, the UK probably gets close. But what does that mean for entrepreneurs? It's an extraordinary opportunity. I'll give you two companies that are in our portfolio. We'll have many, but two that are focused on US healthcare. One is called Arintra. Tens of billions of dollars are spent by US hospital systems on medical coding, right? They take the procedure, they're manually coded into something that they can submit to insurance. By the way, this is not an LLM problem. This is an NLP problem. It's not easy to do. It's also not like rocket science, right? Dr. Swami can do this in his sleep. Boom! Every single hospital starts using this. This is a $1 billion revenue company. Is it there? Of course not yet, but they just got started. Another company is called Redbrick, and this helps US AI startups as well as large hospitals and networks that are working on US AI healthcare just make annotations simpler. It's an MLOps platform for the US healthcare industry, one of the fastest growing startups that we have, right? We think just US healthcare can lead to hundreds of new Indian innovators that are going to focus on different aspects of US healthcare. And I'm talking US healthcare provider systems, okay? I'm not talking insurance, pharmaceuticals, medical devices. Same thing will happen in retail, in financial services, and the list goes on. So first is AI tooling infra on products, second is vertical software. The third one really is business software. Okay, business software today is boring and not intelligent. You know, I used to run sales teams for a long period of my life. Not a single person on my team ever liked to use Salesforce. I love Salesforce. I think Mark Benioff is fantastic. But salespeople just don't want to use Salesforce. Today, why do you need to use Salesforce? You can actually have natural language interfaces. By the way, don't get me wrong, phenomenal company, okay? It's just that it's software that was built in a different era. So in category after category, whether it's sales tech, whether it's MarTech, whether it's procurement tech, whether it's finance, you pick your favorite category, whether it's HR tech. We think that every single one of these categories will be reimagined with AI. By the way, in sales, we think Salesforce will actually do that first. But the reality is they can't do all of it. So that's the third. And the fourth one really comes to foundation models, right? It's companies like Sarvam. We do think that the large established players, be it OpenAI, be it Google, be it Amazon, plus some bunch of the startups will actually do have a head start. But we think that from India, we will still have unique opportunities, such as the one that Sarvam, there's about 3 or 4 startups today that are pursuing, that are trying to build Indic, actually today they launched their first product, Indic language LLMs, right? So these are sort of the pure play product and services opportunities. India today is just getting started. So Arvind, to your question, India as we speak has $20 billion of dry powder. That is 1.6 lakh crore of venture capital and dry powder, for those of you who don't know. That is capital that has already been raised by dedicated India funds waiting to be invested. And the number one theme that we're all going after is AI. So the time has come. We can't wait to see the next amazing AI entrepreneurs out of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you very much. And to add to what Rajan just said, I wear my venture capital hat. We have a fund of funds scheme in India, which is funding not just a lot of domestic funds. We have probably funded 140 funds so far. And as the funds then hear this and then start investing more in the AI companies, we see the value chain, the funding value chain really go and fund what is really solving for India. Let me thank all my keynote speakers. We are kind of keeping time. but we want to finish by 1:30 as I committed. I have one quick question. I have one quick, one or two questions from the audience over here. Anybody has a question? If you can ask the question, but I have the right to just park it and then ask the relevant speaker as and when the time permits. But if you can identify yourself and ask a question and not a commentary, please. Okay.
This question is addressing to Sriram. Is there? Yes. I was just talking to him. What is the antidote for future artificial intelligence problems?
Antidote to future artificial intelligence? Problems, okay.
In fact, I'm developing a framework for that. If anybody is interested, they can contact me.
Okay, AI protection. And what's your name, mister? Okay, Raju. I have noted your question down. Thank you. One more question. Yes. Go ahead, please.
Can I ask a... okay. Also a question to Sriram. So you talked about regulating models versus regulating frameworks or systems. What is the timing situation there that in terms of regulation?
No, just hold everybody.
Hi.
Yes, last question that, and then I'm going to, and I'll probably be very diverse. I need that lady to also ask the question. So third and fourth, yes.
I'm Ashish. I work on medical AI at Ashoka University, primarily directed at Professor Anandan, Mr. Anandan. So health
Which
has...
Anandan?
P. Anandan.
Yeah. Dr. Anandan. No.
So health is a very promising use case, but health also has very unique challenges. If a cat-dog classifier goes wrong, there's not much loss. But if a chemotherapy drug recommendation goes wrong, so how do you think about liability for Gen AI?
That kind of what Sriram also talked about. It's called risk-based regulation, but yes, I'll leave it.
And also drift and, out of distribution challenges.
Thank you. Last question to you.
Thank you. My question's also on I work on regulatory matters, and when it comes to...
Can you identify yourself, ma'am?
My name is Tanvi Ratna. I
Tanvi,
run
yes, Tanvi,
Hi, sir.
Tanvi.
Yes. My quick question is, what we've seen from the recent toss-up also at OpenAI is when it comes to safety versus business model is going to win hands down in every contest, right? And that throws up very big challenges for regulators because it's already very difficult to rein in these models, but competing with these, what they call Moloch forces of business is even harder. So I would love to hear, since all of you really recommend...
Is your question to one particular person or should I choose? I can use AI to choose.
You could choose, sir. I think
Okay,
I'll
thank
trust
you.
you,
Thank you for giving me that power. Thank you very much, Tanvi. We'll quickly, before I call my panelists for the fireside chat, can I ask you, Sriram, to quickly comment on the AI protection risk-based regulation that you talked about? Then Dr. Anandan, in the specific, just take that further for the risk regulation in healthcare. And Rajan, maybe you can answer a little bit about the business models. Do we need to regulate at the business models level or more at the core foundational models? So, is that fair? Okay, please.
Yeah, so from a...
Jay, how are we doing on time? Okay, thank you.
So from safety and protection perspective, look, I think there's a lot of technology we to build, so I'm definitely interested in hearing what the antidote is. But I believe that we are at very, very early stages in really understanding how to do safety testing. In fact, we are very early in truly understanding how to do even quality evaluation. We have benchmarks out there, they all have their limitations. Finally, we see a big gulf between what the benchmarks say and what happens when you start to deploy. So I think there is a huge opportunity for new innovation around evaluation, safety, red teaming, putting models in tough situations. So I am eager to learn more from that person, but other than to say that...
That is a lunch conversation.
The lunch conversation. The second point I think you wanted to make was around risk-based regulation. I think there was a question on timing. I think that timing statement actually is not specific to risk-based regulation at all. I think the broader question is, and this is a conversation I don't think I have an answer to, but What is the right time and level at which to regulate is a discussion every country is having. In a panel that I had the honor to facilitate this morning, that was the conversation with ministers from 3 different countries. And it was the same discussion. If I regulate too early before I even understand what the technology is going to do, then I will regulate it badly, stifle innovation, regulate the wrong things. At the same time, I have to distinguish between existential risks of the future versus real and present risks that are happening right now. And I cannot afford not to put safeguards for risks that are happening right now. So I think this is one of those tough balances. I don't think there is going to be a right point in time. I think we're all as a world going to discover how to evolve regulations to keep up with technology. That's the only answer.
And that's the challenge as a regulator always. So, Dr. Anandan. Yeah, I think it's working. No.
Yeah, hi. Think about healthcare. I think, the point you made is important, which is, of course, you can't randomly throw half-baked, unreliable technology and solutions in the health domain. However, health is a highly regulated, domain. You cannot actually go and offer a treatment or a drug or a therapy or anything without going through some strict regulatory control processes. So really, in some sense, it's a little bit safer than many other things because there is actually procedures for doing that. In India, ICMR would be the body that does that. So basically, when you develop these solutions, for example, recently, number of organizations have developed X-ray reading and of TB or other solutions, and they all outperform humans quite regularly, and they don't require a lot of training. When you don't have to train the individuals because it's a solution that can be scaled. However, it's still not fully certified to be delivered, and I think it will be. It has to go through the regulatory approval process. So that's strict guidelines so you can feel safe.
Thank you, thank you. I have some bit of good news, if that is good news. We've just have been allocated some more time, so we'll have a lot of time for question answers because the power in this room has managed to delay the lunch a little bit. So sorry for you, Rajan, but Rajan, you're up next to answer the question on business models and funding, maybe.
Yeah, so I think, firstly, by the way, on this question of regulation, what India should not do is regulate as per requirements of big tech. Okay?
Good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, really important because, at the end of the day, what happens is, I think Sriram mentioned this, the single biggest strategic question for India from an AI standpoint is open versus closed. That is the single biggest question, okay? Because we don't have the scientists yet, we don't have the extraordinary compute power, we don't have the extraordinary capital to compete against, companies that have been investing in this for decades. So I think it's just because there's a bunch of questions around regulation, and if you ask me, when we have CEOs of tech companies come to India and say proactively regulate, I worry a little bit about that. Why are they asking for regulation in a different country? So it's just something for all of us to think a little bit about.
I'm going to get into the conversation. See, Rajan, and you mentioned that, and that's the reason I'm kind of reiterating that point. We had two big payment players in India with hundreds of years of history, about $1 trillion of market cap between the two. We still outdid them. UPI does more payments than all of them combined together.
No, great. So I mean,
your point is well taken, and I know what you're saying. And what I'm saying is this: today we understand what is good for India. Everybody talks about it globally, and we do that. It could be good for big tech, and that's good. But if not, what is good for India is the primary.
No, I think exactly right. So by the way, I do think that the leading payments players in the world will have virtually no presence in India by the end of this decade, right? And
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. I didn't. It's okay. I can say I can say a lot of things you can't say. I can now say a lot of things you can't say.
Yeah.
I used to not be able to say these.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and by the way, I'm not saying. Look, I think India has won in some of these spaces because we've created a true open system. Okay. So with UPI, the best player wins.
Absolutely. Right? And I think with AI, what we should do is create an environment where the best player wins. Right? And you level the playing field so that any entrepreneur is not disadvantaged because they don't have $5 billion to go spend, or they can't, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's the thing we need to do. I think on your business models, look, I think as investors, look, we are the simplest human beings you will find. Okay? We are not complicated. We want to find extraordinary entrepreneurs who are trying to solve real problems. And then we want to invest in them. You know, so we try not to complicate. You know, we don't have LLMs and all that built yet. Eventually we will. We'll have the AI investor.
That will be after
that'll be a complicated investor.
After your carry is over. So, any case, I want to call in, you'll have a lot more time for question answers. I know, Shriram, you wanted to comment on something. If you want to just add to that. In the meanwhile, can I request Ananta to introduce our panelists which are going to join on stage now for the fireside chat, please.
Yeah, just literally one comment that I think the important recognition is that open is not as if antithesis to be having to have a commercial model and make money. They are not at all antithetical at all. I think we have enough proof points of that, including a company that IBM bought for $34 billion. Whose entire business model is based on open. So I hope that we all recognize that, you know, and that's why I wanted to spend time on open, because I truly believe,
we are with you.
We're with you. India context, but globally, that it's the right thing for AI.
Thank you.
No, agreed.
Ananta, please.
Open and bankrupt is a bad place to be.
Yep.
You know?
Thank you, esteemed guests, for your thought-provoking remarks and inspiring address. We shall now transition to the second part of the side session, which is a fireside chat. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Rajan Navani, CEO, Jet Synthesis, Mr. Anil Nanduri, Vice President, GM, Worldwide Consumption, Data Center, AI Solutions, Intel, and Ms. Sindhu Gangadharan, President and Chief Product Officer, Industries and CRM, SAP. She will be joining us virtually.
Do we have the name tags for Rajan and for Anil? I saw them somewhere. They're there. We can pass them along, please. Thank you. Yeah, so that we identify the right Rajans and thank you, Ananta. Let me request you, Anil, to... sorry.
So one clarification, so sorry. Ms. Sindhu Gangadharan is the SVP of SAP India Labs. Just a correction. I hope that's okay, ma'am.
All good. Let's go ahead.
We have Ms. Sindhu behind us. So, so this is a fireside chat. We are going to build upon what we just heard from the 4 keynote speakers. And I'm going to start with Anil. Anil, you know, and then come to Sindhu and then to Rajan you. That's the kind of sequence we're going to follow. Anil, you know, you represent, you know, data center solutions at Intel. And one of the questions that keep coming up a lot is that how is a company like Intel looking at green technology, efficient systems, and specifically, you know, given the context of the compute that is required going forward, how do you make it more environment friendly and sustainable? So can you talk about that? I had 2 students outside who asked me this question that, you know, the computing power that will be required to build these models will be so high in the future. We heard from IBM some petabytes of the data that Watson is processing. So is this all going to be in Iceland and Finland or wherever else, or do we have a better solution going forward?
Thank you. And Anil Nanduri, I work at Intel, and we make a lot of AI and high-performance scale solutions that drive a lot of this compute from the silicon standpoint. So, you know, sustainability is a very, very important aspect for the tech industry, right? It's not, we talk a lot about, you know, AI for good, responsible AI, trustable AI, but AI that is sustainable is something which is fundamental and foundational for this ecosystem to be innovating on. We at Intel have a very strong, decades of leadership work in sustainability. By 2040, and as you know, we build silicon. We have a lot of manufacturing, process technology, supply chain. So across all our operations, we have ambitious goals of by 2040 to be net zero emissions across all our operations. Now, we are starting to use some of this technology to implement into building management as well, using AI technologies into our data, into our centers where we do a lot of R&D in India. So both our facilities in Bangalore and Hyderabad are LEED certified. And what we have in Bangalore is 10,000 sensors collecting real-time data for managing lighting, temperature, the energy consumption, aspects of it. And what we've used AI for is to combine that sensor data with human presence, knowing where the people are during COVID when people were not there, as people return to the workforces, which parts of the building need the power, how do you make it efficiency. All of these aspects are using AI technology today in real world to actually apply. Now, as we look at it, there's different forms of AI. So these have been more traditional deep learning and machine learning models, not LLM based, but as we evolve, it's going to get more and more smarter. Now, as regards to looking at scale of, you talked about these compute requirements. Now, when we talk about LLMs, right, and I don't know how many of you are aware of how much data center compute is actually available in India for Indian use. So I know there's aspirations for building large language models. I think one of the key inhibitors and enablers should actually become is how do I make that compute available locally here for the local use. And I know the government is trying hard to break that through as an infrastructure, but it's going to be fundamental to unleash that creativity for all your billions of dollars to be invested in. This is going to be one of the biggest blockers in access to compute, right? And now, how do you make that sustainable, right? The power of this compute for AI is doubling at around every 6 months, okay? And every 6 months. And Moore's law, for how many of you are familiar with Moore's law?
It's all broken.
Yeah, it's every 2 years that the performance was doubling, right? How do you do this? And that's why innovation in architectures, innovation in new kinds of solutions, software optimizations, everything is being put at it to deliver this demand and meet the compute needs. And to make it sustainable is how you do energy density. So we've been air-cooled servers, now moving to liquid cooling, and then going into even immersion cooling, which is you dip these servers in oil and you run it so that you can actually run without having to create more energy to actually cool these systems, and have some kind of a system where you can have these cooling mechanisms built in where they recycle its own cooling. So these are the kinds of innovations, sorry, I know it took a little long answer, but kind of things that are coming in to bring to scale.
No, thank you, Anil, and makes sense. Intel being Intel, I think you play a very important role in ensuring a more sustainable compute as we go along. Sindhu, can you hear me? Can you confirm you can hear me? Thank you for the thumbs up. Can you talk to us about SAP in India and the kind of green vision SAP has in India, and what kind of sustainability efforts you're doing with SAP labs in Bangalore and otherwise in India?
Okay, sure. But first of all, it has been extremely exciting to listen into the earlier keynotes. I just want to also comment on what Mr. Anandan, you said, what did you say, business software is getting boring? I just wanted to pick up on that. And on the contrary, business software is getting even more exciting, Mr. Anandan, when it comes to leveraging Gen AI. And I mean, if you mentioned that also you mentioned some of the vendors.
So Sindhu, just to interrupt, that comment was meant knowing that you are going to recommend
I
on
know.
that.
That's why I have
I
to.
can be a little bit of a Arnab Goswami moment for me. So
me too.
Please do comment on it. Disagree with Rajan Anandan. That's your prerogative. Please do that. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because I just wanted to also call up. I mean, first of all, right? I mean, if you just look at India and SAP's context in India, Mr. Gupta. So the largest R&D hub for SAP outside our headquarters in Germany is in India, right? And a lot of the things what we heard about from an India context is the reason why we are the largest here in India. In fact, a lot of the innovations that's happening on the AI front is happening right here in India for the world from SAP Labs India. And a couple of things that besides the whole topic of sustainability, I mean, if I just look at the whole core of ERP, right? One of the things where we are clearly reaping the benefits of whole AI, I mean, AI itself has been around for a long time, but now with Gen AI coming into the mix, right? Areas like digital supply chain. So if you look at simple processes like document information extraction service, I mean, this is something where we've been able to use Gen AI to completely automate processing of documents with high level of accuracy and efficiency, right? And because a lot of times the question is also about how much did we bring that cost down to? Just with this one simple use case, right? In the core of ERP, we brought down the operational cost down to 55%. So for example, if you estimate that a customer who is receiving 50 pages of delivery notes every truck that comes in, right, and 1,000 daily deliveries, we're talking about saving almost 300,000 euros per factory annually. Or if you mentioned also about HR tech earlier on, right? Now, if I just look at how we focus on human interactions rather than administrative tasks, when you look at SAP and how we have kind of completely infused HR solutions with Gen AI, we are allowing managers to spend their time more with humans rather than on the workflows that kind of use up all of their time, right? Saving up to several hours even for things like how would you post a job description. Today, I mean, we want to eliminate that complete bias in how job descriptions are being put out there. So which means, if I just take again some numbers, right, for a 50,000 employee company posting thousands of openings every single year, we're talking about an estimated productivity savings of over 400,000 euros. Or if I look at two areas like, what else, like category management. I mean, you know, in the field, you have category managers who needs to show efficiency on higher outcomes per category. And now if I take a simple process for a category manager, they can be equipped with all the information that they need to jumpstart their category plans, applying all the market dynamics, cost structure insights. And again, I love calling out the savings because just with this capability, they've been able to reduce 56% of onboarding time and 70% more category coverage and more than 2.3x of cost savings. You mentioned Salesforce and how they'll be the first ones to kind of disrupt everything around customer experience. But now if I just look at SAP, right, we're taking customer engagement to entirely new levels as we speak. Because today customers can enhance their service and efficiency through very tailored recommendations to their inquiries. This is already happening as we speak, right? It's nothing that's rocket science or anything like that. But today, if our own sales teams and solutions advisors have saved close to 20% effort leveraging AI for all their daily tasks like account briefings and preparing emails and all of that. So just wanted to call out there's lots more use cases, but coming to sustainability, Mr. Gupta, what you asked me, today SAP is, I'd say in two fronts, right? We've always, at the core of our philosophy, we've always believed in running in a sustainable manner. And two, given that 500,000 customers in the world run on SAP, and 98% of business transactions of the world touch an SAP system, it's our responsibility to ensure that we build in sustainability into the core of our business processes. So as an enabler, right? So two things, one as an exemplar in terms of how we run, and two as an enabler for this. And today, as an exemplar, if I just reflect on Labs India itself, here 98% of our operations on our campus runs on green energy sources, right? And we're using our own technology to be able to monitor and administer, making sure how are we working towards our KPIs. Our second campus that's coming up in Bangalore will be completely carbon neutral in operations. And two, as an exemplar, like I said, given 500,000 customers of the world run on SAP, what we are doing is bringing in those sustainability metrics into the core of our business processes. So which means if you're looking at somebody like a chief procurement officer or a chief HR officer, every decision that they make, right, can be done in a very sustainable manner. So you want to make sure that the suppliers that you pick result in make sure that you still keep the costs that you have in mind, but at the same time also make sure that they are suppliers that meet your carbon targets that you have set for yourself. So visibility down to the core of the process for the business user and giving that power to the business user to decide is something that we do. So just in a nutshell, I just wanted to put it out there, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, Sindhu. And I think it's great to hear your views. And believe me, I think what you say adds a lot of value to this discussion. I'm going to get Mr. Rajan Navani into the conversation. Rajan, you run a media and entertainment business also, and a different perspective. You are a user of all this AI, the computing power, especially to generate dynamic content and more gaming, more entertainment. What's your take on all of this? Is it really becoming democratic? It is really something that you feel businesses like yourself can afford this, or just where do you think the value of efficiency versus the cost?
No, thank you, Arvind. And actually today's session, what you call productization and scaling, really talks a lot to this segment, that we're talking. So through jet synthesis, we touch 1 in 3 Indians, through our products and services, and particularly the Gen Zs, the digital always generation. And we engage them in manners which are very relevant to today's day and age, shorter term durations, very distracted user base, and the role of AI there, particularly in terms of being able to curate and personalize experiences, is something that we've been hearing along, right? But to really be able to deliver that at scale through multiple products, I think is the excitement around what we are doing. And particularly, Arvind, to your point that in India, where we will have digital public infrastructure, where we will look at OpenAI, right? How do we really use some of these consumer sentiments, to be able to drive better outcomes, better engagement? And once we are able to, categorize media entertainment effectively, I think a lot of education, infotainment, a lot of larger good can, to my mind, also be accomplished through this whole infotainment kind of a wave that we are seeing, globally. So it's a very exciting times, and it's interesting because the industry is getting badly disrupted too. Recently, many of you must have heard there was a whole strike in Hollywood, where screenwriters and actors and others also went, on strike because the technology that is coming in and this entire industry is actually affecting screenwriters, story writers, because there's not going to be any need for any of them, right? And as you look at, digital avatars and twins and the ability to create, stories that will connect with people, originality in some way will be lost because this will probably be captured through, stories that already exist in the world, but in some way infringing on, some sort of an IP of someone. And all of that clarity will emerge over a period of time. But the disruption and the opportunity, the challenges, as well as the ability to be able to convert, a lot of this, which was earlier more being able to just predict what consumers would need, to now with generative AI actually delivering it in near real time, is really shaping this industry at a nutshell, very, very strongly. My own experience with AI, since Sriram was talking about, remote sensing and satellites, and started with when I was at NASA, and we were looking at, how do you predict the amount of corn that would be developed, or, in a state like Indiana, and through that extrapolate, what it would mean for the world in terms of commodities and how to price that way back in the 90s, right? And I still remember multiple times AI has touched my life in different ways, and every time it's been a different, understanding of that. And I must say, since we are sitting here in India at a very prime time when, our Honorable Prime Minister is pushing this agenda, in an interaction with him in 2008, which was a 2.5-hour interaction, and Arvind, you might know that, when C.K. Prahlad and I, we spent time, talking about the future of India. In India at 75, which was now celebrated as the Amrit Mahotsav, he used the word AI.
Absolutely.
It was, he was still the chief minister of Gujarat, and he said, "Dili aenge to karenge." But today, as India at 100, as we move towards Viksit Bharat, how will new transformative technologies like AI, in addition to multiple emerging technologies, shape the ecosystem is what is exciting. So in media entertainment, particularly what I do see, Arvind, is that, as we see quantum mechanics becoming much larger, quantum computing making, the entire opportunity of processing billions of times faster, right? I mean, as you go fundamentally, it's not, you see what you get actually, and not what, get what you see, as a big shift in the qubit actually becoming 0, 1 at any point in time, changing the way, the entire world will shape up, bringing immersive technologies, VR, AR, moving together. So I think this particular sector is going to be massively disrupted and continue to innovate. And AI is going to be at a very core base of this, large change. And I see that actually then translating into many other areas of the digital life of people, where Jetsons is building other areas in wellness tech and livelihoods generation. And I think all of these, in some shape and form will definitely interconnect, because as we see communities, that get built across different interests, the ability to deliver solutions also will cross point from there on. So very exciting times for this sector.
And very scary sometimes with the deepfakes and everything else. So that's for a different panel. We won't discuss here, because that itself is a long discussion. But thank you, Rajan. I'm going to, as promised, keep a few questions now for the audience. We had 4 or 5 questions earlier. Now we have a bigger group. So if you have questions, please identify yourself, and I will do the allocation to our speakers, please.
Hi, my name is Shubhoy. I'm from a company called Gramvani.
Yeah, go ahead, Shubhoy. But
okay, so my question is for Mr. Rajan Anandan. So we build software solutions we work with NGOs, and we build software solutions for masses. And we know that Gen AI or AI can help us in scaling that solution for masses. Now the challenge which we face is like the paying capacity for the end user is extremely low. However, the operational cost of these LLMs is substantially high. So is there any business model which can cover the cost of the LLM at the same time keep catering to the end customer who has very
question.
low...
Is this for both the Anandans, I'm assuming? Yeah. Sure. I will come to the answers. Yes, a couple of more questions. I know there is a raised hand in the back. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. This was so lovely session. My name is Lakshmi, and I am currently a research scholar at MDI Gurgaon, and I'm working on the adoption of artificial intelligence, especially in healthcare. So, sir, my question is, how can sustainability and AI adoption go hand in hand, especially in the healthcare context when it's a very, very critical sector?
Thank you.
State
Thank
a
you.
few examples.
Thank you. And one question from this gentleman over here, because he has been raising his hand for long. So thank you for being patient, my friend. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah. So actually, there are 2 pressing problems before the government nowadays. The number one is that the population of Delhi is around 32 million population is there in the Delhi with a limited residential space. So this real estate has become a big problem here. So how does an AI helps us to resolve the problem of this real estate allocation or this real estate?
Urban planning.
Yes.
Okay.
And the second one is that which we are facing on a daily basis is kind of the fraudulent documents. Means there are a lot of fraudulent documents coming to the government with fraud academic degrees, fraud certificates and all that. So how does AI helps in resolving all those things? Thank you.
So they're not using DigiLocker, I'm assuming, right? That's why they're fraudulent. They first need to go on DigiLocker. Okay, that's okay. Good question. Now, I'm going to park the questions here. We are just going to run out of time. Let me start with reverse. AI and document verification. Maybe that's a comment, Dr. Anandan. And maybe you can combine that with the first question on how do you make it sustainable for the end user, especially if the purpose is societal goals, societal benefits. And Rajan, you can weigh in. Would venture capitalists be eager to fund such a thing which has very little, sometimes, commercial value coming in? How do you fund such things? Do we have to go to the foundations to fund it? So maybe the two questions you can do a jugalbandi and answer that for us.
Yeah, no, I think I can answer from our experience the challenges with respect to creating a sustainable economic model for social sector work. The answer is, unfortunately, we don't have a good answer. But, you can break it down, I think, into three parts. One is to the point that was made by the speaker, the questioner. The development of these technologies, when they are for social sectors, have to be heavily subsidized. They cannot be based on some assumption of capital, that's available that will be eventually, recovered through market. It's not going to happen in the near future. So either government or, donor organizations or whoever needs to do this. And if, look at the three use cases I mentioned, they are all supported that way. And that's the only reason they have been able to do. And in that thinking, those donor organizations and, angel investors, whoever, has to have a long-term view. The second is actually the payment model. Ultimately, it's offsetting some costs that are incurred by the current system, by governments, by hospitals. Not taking care of people doesn't mean that it's cheap. It actually has its own cost. So ultimately, it has to be developed, recovered through that means, which is again coming to public sector. So there probably have to some payment mechanism through governments actually for these services that are offered, by these things. And the last is, I think, this is a little bit of a optimistic view. Ultimately, if these problems are solved, they will reduce poverty and other kinds of issues, which should increase the capacity for payment. But that's just a, long-term.
No, but how many of you over here know Akshay Patra? Anybody? A lot of you. So this is what Dr. Anandan is saying. Some of the government funds, because that's the kind of cost we have allocated, and then the innovation comes around it and gets some other, gap funding and makes it viable. So those are the things we'll have to be innovative on, apart from technology and AI, is how do you make it funding sustainable. Rajan.
So I think something like this, venture capitalists would not fund. So I think you should, pursue grants. The good thing is there are a lot of grants for things like this. And then on your cost, use Sarvam, 1/10 the cost of anything else out there. If it's in Indian languages, just use Sarvam.
Shriram, a question to you. I'm going to take lead from the researcher at MDI. How there are certain verticals which will need a lot more of safety and regulation and attention vis-a-vis many other verticals. If I'm doing ticketing and travel, it has a user experience. If I'm doing a large healthcare as oncology or something else, it has to have different mechanisms. And that's basis on your point of risk-based regulation. What are your thoughts on that? Especially what verticals do you see will need to watch out for when it comes to regulation? Healthcare is obvious, but beyond that.
Yeah, I think in general the domains where we see a lot of regulation today are also going to be the domains where even with AI. In fact, it goes back to this fundamental question of, is this approach to AI regulation around creating some dedicated AI regulatory body, or it is about taking existing regulatory bodies who understand what it means to regulate healthcare, regulate telecom, regulate banking sector, and empower them with the tools and the technologies and the know-how to think about it. So I think that is the right way. Specifically around safety, I go back to this three-part thing I said. There is the algorithms and the techniques which the computer scientists will invent. But what is the right metric to use for that use case is something only the domain expert. What is acceptable is not something the computer scientist can determine. It has to be a domain expert. So which is why for me, I go back to my, if you will, mantra on open. Without the ability for domain experts to inform some of these things, this will remain magic boxes. So evaluation metrics, safety metrics, testing, these have to be tools have to be created in the open, and they have to be customized by region, by industry, by use case. That's the only practical way that I think this will move forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the patient audience. Let's have a great round of applause for my panelist here and my virtual panelist on the screen. And with that, I'm going to invite folks from CIA and USIBC to give a thank you note. Who goes first? USIBC, Alexander, floor is all yours. Thank you, folks. Thank you for being here. We've already done the photograph, so if you, please, all of you, they're going to be around for lunch. So please let them have lunch, but please ask your questions, interact with them. Okay, we need you to stay here.
If you can permit me a moment of comic relief, and Rajan is not on the menu for lunch, despite the nature of today's conversation. My name is Alexander Slater, and I'm the Managing Director of the U.S.-India Business Council. I lead our team on the ground here in Delhi and have been in India for 4 years. I was born in New York City and am married to an Indian national, and my son was actually born in Delhi in 2021. So I am, in many ways these days, the embodiment of the U.S.-India relationship, and it's a pleasure to be part of these events and be doing what I'm doing these days. Because the strategic partnership between the two countries really is a driving force for stability and prosperity in the world today. And USIBC is at the middle of that. The two governments have done a wonderful job this year building out frameworks to take forward bilateral discussions and partnerships on critical and emerging technologies and innovation. Two of these, for example, are the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, which the two leaders, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, hatched in 2022 on the sidelines of a Quad summit, and was launched at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, USIBC's parent affiliate, in Washington, D.C. in January of this year. And the second one is, which has its core focus, by the way, artificial intelligence. And the second one was done on the sidelines of the APEC summit last month in San Francisco, where I had the privilege to be with Minister Goyal and his counterpart from the United States, Secretary Raimondo, where we launched the Innovation Handshake. And all of the entities that you see represented here today were part of these discussions. Companies, people focused on social development, venture capital firms. These are the entities that are really going to take forward the U.S.-India partnership in critical and emerging technologies and innovative sectors. And so it's been a real privilege for us to be a part of this. We wanted to thank METI for inviting us to help create this panel and produce it together. The staff from METI have done a fantastic job in making sure this has gone well today. I'm particularly grateful to the folks at USIBC, Jay Gullish, Aditya Kaushik, and Simu Gaduru, who form our incomparable digital economy team, who put together events like this. And I'd also like to thank our speakers. I come from a mixed world myself. I've worked in the corporate sector, in the association sector, and the development sector. Before I came to USIBC, I was at the World Bank for 5 years. So it really was heartening for me to see our speakers today cover topics about the commercialization of AI, its impact on science, and of course the way it can help promote social development and economic development by helping the poorest. And so this to me is the kind of conversations we at USIBC really take pleasure in curating and hope to see them being taken forward over the next year. I know Jay in particular is about to launch a AI initiative that we will be hosting next year. And so we invite all of you here to contact Jay and learn more about it. And we look forward to working with all of our members here today on that work. And thank you very much also for the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. I know India's leadership of GPAI this year is going to be critical to accomplishing the main objectives that all of our speakers here talked about. An AI that produces efficiency, is safe, and is transparent. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. What an amazing discussion and panel discussion and keynote speeches we had. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shuktit Singh Rao. I represent CII. I look after digital and space industries in India for CII. Distinguished speakers, it has been a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much that you took out time from your busy schedules and gave us your own perspectives on different aspects of AI productization and scaling up of AI solutions. I must make a special mention of our moderator, Arvind Gupta. Arvind, it is such a pleasure to have you moderate and to hear you. You made this a beautiful discussion today. Special thanks to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for holding this GPAI summit and giving us this opportunity to support them in organizing this. To US IBC, Alexander, Jay, for your great support. It was super fun working with you guys. Delegates and all other members, thank you so much. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of the significant contributions of our esteemed speakers, it is my great pleasure to invite Shri I.P. Sethi, Deputy Director General, National Informatics Center, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Thank you, sir. All speakers. Mr. Sriram Raghavan, Vice President, IBM Research AI. Mr. P. Anandan, Founder, AI Matters Advisors. Mr. Rajan Anandan, Managing Director at Peak 15. Mr. Anil Nanduri, Vice President, GM Worldwide Consumption, Data Center AI Solutions, Intel. Mr. Rajan Navani, CEO, Jet Synthesis. Mr. Arvind Gupta, Head and Co-Founder, Digital India Foundation. Dr. Shukdeep Singh, Executive Director, CII. Mr. Alexander Slater, MD, India, USIBC. Thank you so much.
Bye, Arvind.
I request all speakers to kindly stay back. There are gifts that we would like to present to you. Please stay back, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in a minute. Request everyone to settle down. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session on AI and governance, the next decade of digital public infrastructure. Digital public infrastructure is recognized as the agent for catalyzing large-scale socio-economic transformation across low and middle-income countries and beyond. Under India's G20 presidency in 2023, DPIs were collectively endorsed as accelerators for SDGs 2030. The next decade is bound to see a rapid proliferation of DPIs in developing and developed economies alike, with the recently endorsed definition, detailed principles for guiding the development and deployment of DPIs. Moreover, the recent technological advancement in AI significantly augment the potential of DPIs to transform citizens' lives by enabling public service delivery and citizen government engagements and building a robust open innovation ecosystem. To take the session forward, we would like to first begin with the virtual keynote address from Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Amitabh Kant is India's G20 Sherpa. Mr. Kant is a governance reformer and a public policy change agent for India, having driven key reforms and initiatives during his tenure as the CEO of the Niti Aayog and the Secretary of the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, Government of India.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here at the Global Partnership on AI Summit to address you on DPI and AI, the next decade of DPIs. Let me begin my speech by giving you a brief overview of India's tryst with technology in the form of digital public infrastructure over the last decade. Envision India's digital transformation as a masterful painting where each stroke is a deliberate and thoughtful contribution towards a grand portrait of inclusive growth. In this endeavor, the government's intervention are the foundational brushstrokes laying the groundwork for a vibrant and equitable economic landscape. The private sector's innovation adds depth and texture to the painting, introducing bold colors and dynamic elements that bring the canvas to life with creativity and ingenuity. Meanwhile, the engagement of citizen acts as the final touches of detail, infusing the scene with the richness of public participation and the voice of collective many voices. Together, these elements blend seamlessly on the canvas, creating a masterpiece that depicts not just economic progress, but a balanced and inclusive society where every stroke, every color contributes to the overall beauty and harmony of the piece. The painting rich in layers and meaning, is a testament to how government policy, private sector dynamism, and citizen involvement can collaborate to craft a narrative of inclusive growth and shared prosperity. Today, India is the world's largest digitally connected democracy with over 830 million internet users from over 700 districts that have 5G services. It has over 1.2 billion mobile subscribers, of which about 750 million are smartphone users. We are estimated to have 1 billion smartphone users by 2026. India stands at the forefront of the global digital payments revolution, with a staggering 46% of the world's digital transactions pulsating through its economy. Looking ahead, even the most cautious projections paint a picture of exponential growth. By 2025, unified payment interface transactions will skyrocket to an astounding 1 billion per day. This surge will capture 90% of the nation's retail payments, firmly establishing India as a titan in the world of digital commerce. Our citizens now hold a digital key to their life's digital world with the DigiLocker. In this virtual realm, 160 million users glide through the exchange of over 5.6 billion documents originating from a vast network of over 2,300 issuers. India's data empowerment and protection architecture brings a cutting-edge fusion of technology and law, transforming how individuals exercise their data rights. This pioneering system, rooted in consent-based data sharing, is empowering over 1.1 billion accounts with the seamless sharing of crucial data across banking, securities, insurance, and pension sectors. The Indian digital transformation march is being led by a thriving ecosystem of over 110,000 startups. Among them are a phenomenal 115 dazzling unicorns which have magnetized an impressive 99 billion in funding. Together they form a formidable constellation valued at around $347 billion, showcasing the vibrant entrepreneurial spirit of India. Over the last couple of years, we've embarked upon ushering in a new era of e-commerce, characterized by inclusivity and universal access. The launch of the Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, is a game changer, leveling the playing field for small and medium-sized merchants. This groundbreaking network will surely broaden access and augment choice and quality of service for consumers, while simultaneously fostering competition and efficiency throughout the entire value chain. When these paint strokes combine, they demonstrate the extraordinary canvas that is India's digital public infrastructure, the DPIs. The DPIs transcend the realm of mere technology. It's a lighthouse guiding us towards advancement and empowerment. It's catalyzing innovation and sharpening competitive edges for the benefit of consumers while adhering to the principles of accountability and transparency. Let's not forget that it was DPI's robust and adaptable building blocks that played a pivotal role in the historic endeavor, administering an impressive 2 billion vaccines just over 2 years, setting a new gold standard in public health response. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look back on this extraordinary decade of India's digital metamorphosis, I'm filled with a deep sense of assurance. I'm confident that the digital public infrastructure stands as a monumental milestone. Future generations will undoubtedly recognize it as a pivotal intervention that played a key role in launching India into the global stage as a mighty force marked by empowered citizens and thriving enterprises. Allow me now to turn our attention towards a new horizon that is ready to encompass our world, the revolutionary realm of artificial intelligence. AI brings with it the potential to boost the global economy by $15 trillion by 2030 and the Indian economy by a staggering $1 trillion by 2035. India is blessed with a wealth of data, a robust AI workforce, and a transformational stack of digital public infrastructure, which is perfectly poised to capitalize on AI. I firmly believe that the enchantment and the enhancement of our digital public infrastructure with AI will serve as a global benchmark. Drawing inspiration from our successful DPI ecosystem, we can develop a flourishing, open, reliable, transparent, and trusted AI future. A future where the intelligence of this frontier technology is a public good. Let me lay down 4 streams of thought that I think will enable this enhancement. Firstly, we need to establish a robust foundation which provides a pivot to transition into this new era. Our foremost objective ought to be the creation of a facilitative ecosystem, ensuring access to cost-effective compute infrastructure, diverse and representative data sets, and the expertise necessary for the development of advanced algorithms. We must support various participants, technological frameworks, and solutions developed by different entities. The goal should be to design a merger of AI with DPI such that it encourages collaboration and integration rather than functioning in isolation. Secondly, we need to empower varied ecosystem partners, including technologists, civil society groups, and most importantly, users. It's vital to enable ecosystem partners to take ownership and actively contribute to the success of this ecosystem. Nandan Nilekani has a fascinating take on this thread where he has recently argued that we need to shift away from the pervasive fight of our times to build the largest AI models. Instead, he argues, we need to focus upon building use case oriented, open and accessible small models which are available for the entire community. This is a novel approach. I'm sure we'll see many such ideas rise in India soon for the benefit of the global community. Ideas that focus upon openness, affordability, and accessibility, along with the unbounded possibilities of artificial intelligence. Thirdly, with the merger of AI and DPI, we have with us the possibility of unleashing technology with personalization, which we must relentlessly focus upon. Our approach must be on using technology to address the diverse needs of users, offering tailored solutions in education, healthcare, skilling, and so on. We have begun this mission with the Jugalbandi application, which is a free and open platform that combines the power of large language models and the Government of India's language translation model Bhashan to power conversational AI solutions. Language will no longer be a barrier to accessing information. Jugalbandi is empowering citizens to access information about government schemes, healthcare benefits, and a justice system in a language of their choice. This is a transformative application of AI with personalization, and I'm confident that it's the first amongst many. Finally, let me close my speech by doing a bit of self-introspection on behalf of policymakers. In this new AI era, we need agile public policy. As we venture into new territories with AI, it is essential to acknowledge that traditional regulatory frameworks might not be sufficient. We need to evolve our public policies to reflect the transformative nature of AI. Policies which advance innovation for public good while embedding strong guardrails to mitigate its risks. Forums such as this are pivotal opportunities to learn from the best minds across the globe. As I look forward to learning the outcomes of this summit, I encourage policymakers across the world to rise to the occasion. In this new AI era, we need agile public policy. As we venture into new territories with AI, it is essential to acknowledge that traditional regulatory frameworks might not be sufficient. We need to evolve our public policies to reflect the transformative nature of AI. Policies that advance innovation for public good while embedding strong guardrails to mitigate its risks. Forums such as this are pivotal opportunities to learn from the best minds across the globe. As I look forward to learning the outcomes of this summit, I encourage policymakers across the world to rise to the occasion. We need to become hyper-vigilant to stay cognizant of the opportunities and challenges that we need to build and navigate a responsible and trustworthy future. Thank you for joining me at this very crucial forum. The future is ours to shape, and the time is to act is now.
We thank Mr. Amitabh Kant for his virtual address. To take this session forward, I'd like to invite Mr. Sharad Sharma. Sharad, you could come on to the stage. Mr. Sharad Sharma is a co-founder of iSport Foundation, a non-technology think tank known for conceptualizing India Stack, Health Stack, and other digital public goods. He chairs the IFSCA's Expert Committee on Asset Tokenization and the Task Force on DPI within the Think Tank 20 group of G20. Next speaker, we have Ms. Sharmishta Appaya. Sharmishta Appaya, as the global lead digital data infrastructure, leads the digital data infrastructure business line working on DPI and data-driven innovations. Sharmishta's previous experience includes fintech and technology-related developments on financial inclusion. Our third speaker is Mr. Jordan Sandman. Jordan Sandman is principal on the investment team at Co-Develop and an honorary research fellow at the University College London's Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. He helps develop and execute Co-Develop's grant-making strategy and conduct research to support the deployment of safe, inclusive digital public infrastructure in countries across the world. Our next speaker is Ms. Kamya Chandra. Kamya Chandra is Chief Strategy Officer at the Global Center for Digital Public Infrastructure, working to guide countries in the design and implementation of digital public infrastructure to power financial inclusion, access to health and education, and economic growth via verifiable identifiers, payments, data sharing, discovery protocols, and trust infrastructure. Next, we have Mr. Tanuj Bhojwani. Tanuj Bhojwani is the head of People Plus AI. As a fellow at iSport Foundation, Tanuj worked on policy issues related to digital identity, payments, data protection, and drones. He's also the co-author of The Art of Bitfusness, Keeping Calm in the Digital World with Nandan Nilekani. Then we have a moderator for the session, Mr. Rudra Chaudhary. He's the director of Carnegie India. His research focuses on the diplomatic history of South Asia, an important role of emerging technologies and DPI in diplomacy and development. Thank you. We would also like to take a picture with all the speakers. If you could just stand up.
All right, Swati, thanks so much. It's great to be here. It's great that we can dispense from the introductions. We've got a really fantastic panel over here to discuss, I think, two very loaded terms, DPI and very powerful terms, DPI and AI. As the Sherpa made very clear, we're now looking at a world where it's about merger, collaboration, the creation of a new ecosystem. So I think what we may want to do over the next hour or so, and I think we have just about an hour, is to try and unpack this merger, right? And talk a little bit about, so there's DPI and AI, there's DPI, there's AI in DPI, there's AI for DPI. There are many different ways in which you can cut this, and I think there are some very tangible ways in which the two actually have already actually come together, but that can be augmented further. But beyond that, I think it's also an opportunity with the fantastic kind of panel that you have. You know, we've got essentially architects and visionaries, we've got international organizations, we've got people who've been disrupting this entire space for a very long time. I'm looking at Tanuj and Kamya over here, building collaborations around the world. And we've got people who actually have the money and they fund this stuff, right? So talk a little bit also about the future of DPI. So what I want to do is kind of, come to each one of you in unpacking these two taxonomies, if you like. But perhaps end the conversation also, you can do this, you can think about this over the next sort of 30, 40 minutes. kind of come to a conclusion to say that, if you were sitting here 3 years from now, what would this ecosystem look like, right? And maybe that gives us a kind of a vision and a pathway forward. So perhaps maybe I could start with you, Sharad. You've kind of been in this space for a very long time. You've built this space for us in many ways, right? And we're chewing off a lot of what you have architected with many others. Think about AI in for DPI. What does that mean to you?
AI and DPI will marry in two ways. One is DPI for AI, and second is AI for DPI. They are about as different as they can be. They're not the same, right? So we got to make a distinction between the two. And I'm hoping that we'll unpack that so that everybody in the audience can see the difference between the two terms. DPI for AI is to make AI successful. Now, what is successful AI? One of the stories of India has been that much of what we have done can have a dystopian view and a utopian view. So, for example, identity, there is a dystopian view of identity that it can be used for surveillance, and government will know everything that you are doing. The dystopian view of identity in the West is that Google and Apple and Facebook know everything that you're doing, right? And because they essentially give you federated ID that you use today. The utopian view of identity is that the citizen is empowered, but it does not change the balance or the relationship with either the state or with big companies in an unfavorable fashion. Are you with me so far? Right? So AI has a dystopian view of AI. And the country that should worry most about the dystopian view is India. Because how will that dystopian view manifest itself? It will manifest itself in deep fakes, which will shape the political process. It will manifest itself in pornography becoming more addictive. It will manifest itself in gaming becoming more addictive. Distractions essentially becoming more addictive, right? Which country has the largest population of young people? India. And if we lose that young population to distractive AI, if India would lose its young people, you can be sure other young people in the world are lost as well. So we would lose a generation in this dialogue. Now, this is not very far. I can name seasoned professors in the US who would say there is a young generation which has been lost to TikTok and Instagram and social media in the Western world. And the first use case for AI has been social media. That is now coming at a scale and ferocity that we haven't seen before. So we have to prevent a dystopian view where elections are at risk, human potential is at risk as we go forward. And then, of course, there is the utopian view, which is that it can give us super teachers, it can give us super nurses, super doctors, and so on and so forth. Now, in shaping which of these two views will emerge, I think that ecosystem will matter, and what we have learned in India to create an ecosystem, creating the digital public infrastructure for that matters. So the DPI for AI, and more precisely DPI for data, which is called DEPA, is going to be instrumental in shaping what kind of AI you and I consume in India as we go forward. Because that will shape not only regulation, it will also shape innovation. And in a later go around, I'll make it tangible for you. Because the success of all the DPIs that is there is this, for financial inclusion at least, is this little lady that Sanjay Jain helped us conceive. Does anybody here know the name? I'm not going to ask my friends on the left to side, because if they don't know, then heaven forbid. But does anybody know? Raji, who said that? Yes, it is Rajini. So it was the use case that was described for Rajini in 2013, which is that can we bring her into the formal system for intraday lending, has not been met yet. Because we can make quarterly cash flow loans to her profitable that the market can get into them. but we have not yet at a point where we can make monthly cash flow loans profitable that the market can get into them, let alone daily loans profitable that we can get to them. That is still an unfinished agenda which will take 2-3 years to reach. And for that, something called NFIR, PCR, all that has to come to life. So all I'm saying is DPIs have been constructed around very, very well understood problems that have been there. So somewhere as we go, we'll talk about what is the AI problem that the Indian DPI for AI is going to solve. Does anybody know what that problem is? No. We'll do a role play if he gives me a chance to come back. And we'll crystallize that problem so that you know what that problem is. I will leave it here and I'll let Tanuj and Kame and others talk about AI and DPI. They'll do a better job than I can.
Okay, Sharad, but before I let you go, I just want to take, and let's just be very honest in this room. Clearly, it's not an off-the-record discussion. I think it's on camera. But how many of you know what DPI is? Just so that we get our principles right as we, okay, so about 15% of the room. So, Sharad, with that, why don't you just unpack DPI for us? Because the logic you're talking about requires at least this audience to understand what this kind of DPI is.
Tanuj knows this, and I can't resist this. The book that he and Nandan were supposed to write was on what, Tanuj?
It was on privacy. It was,
on data and privacy, right? And what it ended up being a better book, perhaps you should read it and tell me where it was. But it did move away from the topic it was supposed to cover. Had that book been written on the original topic, it wouldn't have been 15%.
That I'm not sure, but
yeah,
just unpack DPI for us.
But, you know, this real story is very, very simple. You know, this is all related to AI. AI has two parts. It has a building part and a using part, right? When all of you here use ChatGPT, that's not the building part, that's the using part. And for the using part, you submit to something like ChatGPT or an AI system that a doctor may be using or a lender may be using. You submit to it personal data. That personal data, when you give, you want to make sure is not misused by the person on the other side. That personal data sharing that you do out of choice, right? You choose to share your personal data. Nobody has forced you to do that. In return for something personalized back in return, right? It's a loan, personalized medicine, personalized, inference as to what's wrong with you. You know, it could be anything. And personalized recommendation on a video. All that you get back in return means that after that transaction is done, that data that you provided should not be misused after that. So it should be purpose limited, it should be storage limited. That cycle is called the inference cycle, right? That is the usage of AI cycle. India set out to build that inference cycle first. And that was then deployed as the account aggregator system. Many of you know in the financial world, how many of you know of the account aggregator system? And since that system has worked largely, it has worked actually very well, the DPDP Act has now extended that system to all sectors in India. So that's one part of preserving privacy for the inference cycle, for the use of personal data in the inference cycle. But back in time, we knew that we didn't want to be just consumers of AI. You know, left to ourselves, what is the likely outcome? We'll just be consumers of AI. You know, because the Americans and the Chinese will love it if India has no AI capability of its own and we merely consume their AI. Is it not? Right? So you need to build a system where we are good at building AI. Building AI requires training data sets. So now the question is, how do you unlock training data sets? Today, the training data sets systems are available only in the US, which I'll do a role play with you if I get a chance later, and explain why it can't be implemented in India. Or in 2022, China built a system that is there. Europe could have built it with the EU AI Act, but missed this opportunity, unfortunately, or last Thursday. And so therefore, you have only 4 places of continental data sets. 2 are already unlocked and 2 remain to be unlocked. The India way of unlocking continental data sets for training models so that Indian companies can create world-class models out of India is what is going to be enabled by DPA training cycle, both of which are part of the same DPI. DPI is called DPA. One part is for consumption of AI, the other part is for production of AI. The part that is there for production of AI is rolling out. If some of you, did anybody attend Dr. Ajay Sood's remarks in the morning, the principal scientific advisor, right? You heard him talk about it. So it's now official, it is rolling out, but there are two ways to roll it out. One is the ONDC mode, where you create the hype and then everybody gets in. Second is you create the facts on the ground and then you create the hype. So DPA training is going for the second approach rather than for the first approach, because that's probably the better thing to do in this situation.
Okay, thanks, Sharad. If I can just move to Kamya for a second, it seems to me is that if you've got DPI on one side of the bridge and you've got AI on the other, the bridge is trust, right? And that's something that we're going to need a lot now, in fact, not even kind of in the future. Can you just give us your sense of how you unpack these kind of dichotomies? They're not really dichotomies, but they're, and how does trust play a key role in this entire process?
Yeah, so I think, building on what was said earlier, I think DPI and AI are two big buzzwords, right? So in some sense, this is a panel of stitching together two buzzwords. And Amitabh Kant, sir, earlier had mentioned on the screen, it's a merger. And I actually don't think it's a merger, because DPI as an approach has been built to allow for AI in some sense. It's not like you now have to go back, like in a complex M&A, you have to go back and stitch together, two very difficult and new cousins or, entities. So, for example, if the way we think about how we use UPI, right? UPI as a protocol was written back in 2015 almost, and it didn't have to change a single line of the UPI protocol for it to allow CBDC as a new technology, right, to be included as a potential asset type or a currency type. It didn't have to change anything to include an AI layer on top, which allowed for something called Hello UPI, which will basically allow you to say, "Mujhe 5 rupees bhejne hai mere cousin Deepa ko," and the AI-based language model will then translate your instruction and allow you to access that service without, a single change to the UPI protocol, right? And why is that the case? It's because DPI is built to account for changes in technology in the future, and it's built to account for, let's say, credit underwriting models. Why would AI models be any different, right? So in that sense, they're just more sophisticated models, but a model is a model is a model. So I think if we think about the way in which these two things will blend together in the future, I think DPI, as very well said in last week your conference as well, Rudra, that Nandan mentioned, DPI is an exponent in some sense on AI, because without digital infrastructure, what ends up happening is the entities with the most data are able to do the most with AI, right? So like the winners in that ecosystem would have been Google, Amazon, no doubt about it, because they have the most data on you, so they can build the most sophisticated models, which means they also can win that race. But I think what DPI does is, in some sense, it rebalances that equation, because now suddenly no one big tech is bigger than all of UPI, right? No one big tech is bigger than a data sharing framework like DPA or the account aggregator ecosystem or DigiLocker, right, which is a mechanism through open APIs. So because DPI is an approach more than a set of systems, it ends up accounting for AI and also ensuring that AI is able to grow in an inclusive manner that brings along, all of India. And I think there's some tenets in DPI, such as, relying on digital signatures for trust, which are super critical, in a world that's shaped by AI in the future. Tomorrow you want to know if when BBC has put out a post, is it actually BBC or has it been, manipulated with? And the way you'll know that is if BBC starts digitally signing its tweets, right? Or digitally signing its news articles, so that it's not a cropped, remade sort of article. So I think there are a lot of elements of DPI thinking, DPI as an approach, not just DPI as a set of nouns of systems, right? That actually translate extremely well into an AI world, because it's built to be future-proof, and vice versa, I think.
So we'll come back to the question of future-proof, because I just wonder if we're assuming it's future-proof, but we don't really know what the future is when it comes to AI. So we'll come to those inflection points. And we'll come back, perhaps, Kamya, I'll come back to this question about, so a lot of the discussion around AI today in the development area is around equitable access, right? And we've just kind of, we've been for all these roundtables at GPAI where there's a very strong voice from the Global South saying is that, listen, it's not harms, it's opportunities, access, skilling, labor force, etc., right? And I think what you're saying is that, look, what DPI has done in many ways, it's created a, lack of a better term, a stable infrastructure, right? So you can put tapes on top and it doesn't really rattle the bottom as much, right? And we can try and build on that. But in order to keep this infrastructure going, and if I can bring in Tanuj, is that we're just going to need hardware, right? There's a big argument about equitable access, compute. There's obviously a very strong, I hate the terms, but the global north view that you just do this LLM, right? You just keep buying this stuff, you keep kind of pushing compute power, you build larger models, and that somehow or the other will trickle down to use cases, which will solve the world's problems, right? We seem to be in a different place. I know you've got a thesis, which is kind of an alternative thesis. Just unpack this, keeping the larger architecture of this conversation in mind.
Yeah. So you're right. The terms global north, global south don't do justice to what that real divide is, which is essentially in a society where most people have basic, right? So one way to put it is in India the demands were once for roti kapda makan. Then it was bijli pani sadak, right? Just for my friends not from India, that's food, clothing, shelter used to be demands. Then it became roads, water and electricity, right? And today it's finally coming to health, education, climate, right? Like sort of as a population, the demand and the things that you ask for change. And therefore what your country invests in and builds change is also, right? So the governments, whereas in the US, and military dominance, will AI, if China has all the AI, where will that leave the US and US industry, etc. And these are the concerns that policymakers are grappling with, whereas in India we're still, on the somewhere between the bijli pani sadak, the road, water, electricity, and the health, education, climate sort of, journey. And therefore we're going to look at things and technologies with a very different lens. I mean, that's just a fact, right? We are, after all is said and done, we will soon be the world's third largest economy, but on a per capita basis, we are still not, with the others in the top 5, right? So therefore, the way we look at these and look at these technologies is different. Now, therefore, whereas in the US you want, the race is to the holy grail of AGI, artificial general intelligence, intelligence that surpasses all of humanity in all tasks, right? And a model, and the company that wields that is just like the holy grail or like King Arthur's sword will end up ruling the kingdom, is the mythology there, right? Whereas in India, we are still asking the question, hey, whatever you've built, how can that help people on the ground today, right? And plug for what I do is a not-for-profit called People Plus AI, which tries to do the same thing, put the people first, shiny new toy later, right? Because shiny new toy keeps changing, right? Like, and that's what I think you were referring to the start of this, that yesterday it was DPI, today it's AI, but at the heart of it, the people's problems in the global south remain the same. So therefore, our thesis, like Rudra asked this question, is that, hey, let's think use case first. Let's think what do people need, what can existing technologies do today that can help them, and therefore, what is that achievable gap, right? What is that step that we can take, that if you have to develop something or do something, what's that step that we can take that makes solving this problem for everybody easier? And this approach is, in some parts, by doing building blocks, is what Kamya is calling DPI approach. And this, in the same way, is what we are saying for AI, is can we have, say, language models to just take away the English premium, right, in this country, or English tax, if you want to call it that. Is that there's so many better opportunities that get unlocked if you can speak like I do in this country, right? Or if you have a level of education or access or peers because of whom you got that access, right? 2016 in many ways, right, was a great equalizer because once Geo came in, YouTube is now, I think, the world's largest university, right? There are great hip-hop artists in India now who are learning not by going to the hip-hop school of Bombay, they're learning on YouTube, right? And so technology, right, levels the playground very differently in a country like India versus elsewhere. Our thesis is that if we build use case first, we will know exactly what we need for data, we will know exactly what we need for models, and we will know exactly what we need for compute. And we will also know how to regulate, in this context. But sort of trying to boil the ocean from the other end, where if you go from technology first, and if we get to AGI, then these harms can happen, and this can go wrong. I think we'll spend a lot of time in those debates, but not actually helping people. One good framework, right, for us to ask is, for all of us, is to think about what is the cost of doing nothing, right? If you don't take this technology and if you don't do something today, right, how many people today will not get a loan, will continue in the poverty trap? How many people will not get access to healthcare, not go there? And once you start looking at the numbers that way, right, I think your focus has to change, right? You don't want to get into the AGI race. You don't want to get in the fundamental race. I want to get in the race of helping people today, because it is possible. Somebody has to bridge the imagination between what just got invented and what people need. And that bridging is the bridging between DPI and AI, I think.
Okay, so I'm just going to pull it together before I come to two of our international organizations. So, I think Sharad's made a really strong point about if you have to tangibly think about how do you make this merger happen, it's already happening, and DEPA is a really good example, right? And we take that path forward. I think Kamya's made a very powerful point on, if you think about AI, competition, monopolies, democratizing this space, which is a term that we use very loosely. If you follow the DPI framework, this marriage between markets, governance, and technology, right? So not just DPI, not just an artifact, but the actual framework, right? You possibly end up in a place where you're able to get the better AI, right, to use a kind of parochial term, than the bad AI, right? And you've got kind of trust built into this architecture. And it's almost like trust by code, right? So there's that strand. And the third strand that seems to be that, Tanuj, you've got a very clear point, which is that, listen, where the DPI, AI connect kind of comes together in a way, if you're thoughtful as a country, as a national strategy, is to think from the bottom rather than the top. So think about really what are those 5 or 10 problems that you're solving. Then you say, what is the data collection framework that you actually need? Then you say, what do you build this upon, right? Then do you create your own LLM? Do you build upon other LLMs? And there's a diplomacy piece there as well, right? So I'm going to come back on each, but have I got that generally correct? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So with that, if I could just move to, and Jordan, I've not forgotten you because you're on my right. But if I could maybe come to Sharmishta, right? If I look at the you've been doing DPI for a very long time at the bank, right? ID's been kind of a mantra for the bank for about a decade now, right? You guys have built an ecosystem. I'm guessing the G20 also had a transformative effect on the bank and its logic. You've got a new strand that you've invested in DPIs. Give us a sense about how you're thinking about the future of DPI. And can you unpack, is there a piece on the DPI AI algorithm that you'd like to unpack for us?
Thanks, Raja. So we have been doing a lot at the bank on digital ID as a whole. And I think that what the G20 did really usefully was the framing of DPI to include payments, to include digital ID, to include data sharing, and also to include trust services, which comes back to Kamya's point, which is, I think, one of the most powerful bridges between AI and DPI. Within the bank itself, we look at it as a whole infrastructure of digital transformation. So we start from the bottom layers of much more hard infrastructure. So compute power, what is the cloud environment, the data hosting strategies. But also in the countries that we work, it's really important for internet coverage, so connectivity being one of the first things that we start with, as well as things like electricity. So that being sort of the hard infrastructure, then we actually look at DPI as much more of the connectivity layer, so the connective tissue between that and, as Tanuj says, the use cases. So at the end goal of what we're looking at is the use cases. Can we use AI and data for credit infrastructure? Can we use it to create credit scoring? So that is the crux of what we do. So a large part of what we're looking at DPI and AI is productivity, inclusivity, and competition. So these are three main areas that we're focusing on, and AI can actually balance this in a number of different ways, and it tends to always take the path of least resistance. So it can have both the pros and cons on both of this. It can either increase productivity, or it can go the opposite way, that just sort of the first mover advantage and the first people win. So those are areas that is obviously of a lot of importance to us, and something that we're doing quite a bit of work on to actually create an enabling environment in countries to actually support the movement into more productive areas, into not just access to a lot of these things, but actually usage. So we're seeing a lot of access in countries, but what we're not seeing is usage. And this is, financial inclusion realm as well. And then the last thing is on competition. So bringing the much more, and this is I think where also DPI helps a lot, is bringing the smaller players on board. So we obviously have, like as Kamya said, the big players, the Googles, the Amazons, the OpenAIs, all of them who have a lot of the power and the compute capability. But it's actually bringing the smaller SMEs on board. And at the heart of all of this is data, right? So we look at DPI as these sort of three main areas with maybe trust services pulled in. But in other countries that we work in, what about things like M-Pesa, which did not start off as a DPI, came from the private sector, but is something that a lot of other players build on top of. And this is something that we're seeing in other countries as well. So it isn't as structured as this. And that being said, I think while DPI has had a nice packaging around it, I think they have all developed sort of individually from each other. And it's been useful that has been able to sort of connect them, but they have developed individually. And I think the agile approach is also something that I think is very important, that they exist, but they didn't, and they came together and have sort of worked together well, but they didn't start off as being, this is the way that it needed to work in the future.
Thanks. Quick functional question for you. For a large organization like yours, with a huge footprint, do you at the moment have a separate DPI team and a separate AI team?
No, okay, so let me clarify this. So the World Bank, and I'm sure lots of people know, moved from a number of areas from very sort of traditional development roles like agriculture and education to much more newer ones like finance and digital. With AI, because it is very use case driven, we have AI that actually works in a number of different areas of the bank. So the use of AI in agriculture would sit quite firmly within the AI, with agriculture team, the use of AI for education. I think where the DPI and the AI team is much more structural and foundational. So what are the key governance standards that we might need to look at for AI? How does the infrastructure, so the data infrastructure work, whether it's connectivity or cloud or hosting or shared services? And so that's where they come together.
Okay. Okay, Jordan, if I could turn to you, you're a relatively new kind of player in the game. If we go by, general funders, when you think about, actually, first maybe we can just roll back let me ask you a question on DPI itself, right? G20 clearly transformative. We've got a consensus, first ever multilateral framework on a suggested pathway forward. We've got a GPAI process, which actually gives you use cases of how do you actually build this stuff, and it's not just an Indian use case. There are some excellent cases from Brazil. There are some excellent cases from Estonia, Philippines, so on and so forth, right? How are you guys thinking about the future of DPI? And are you at all thinking, as a funder, are you thinking around, have you started some thinking around DPI and AI, DPI in AI, and so on and so forth?
It's a great question, and thanks for having me here. So when we think about DPI, we think about a public utility in the digital realm that every country needs to have, and that requires some level of local sovereignty and choice. So in India, many of you may take it for granted that you have something like UPI and Aadhaar. But for example, in the United States, when I needed to renew my passport, I had to send a money order to the US government. Something that seems archaic, but nevertheless, that's where we are, and that's where many countries are. My other panelists have detailed that ID payments and data exchange, maybe things like AI and compute, and potentially even things like open networks fall into this category. We don't have to worry about the definitions, but as we think about expanding access, we can think about that along two vectors. One is that many countries, specifically those in the global south, need access to these capabilities. And so that's something at Co-Develop that we're really focused on, is how do we think about building digital payment systems, digital ID systems in these countries. And the second is to expand access to the last mile to oftentimes marginalized groups who don't have access to things like payments or ID. So AI, coming into this conversation, AI can actually empower a lot of the use cases to make DPI more safe and secure. One area is in digital payments. One of the main proponents of payments globally are credit cards, and they'll often say that digital payment systems like UPI or PIX in Brazil are unsafe and results in a lot of fraud. Now at Co-Develop, we're very bullish on the case for digital payments. We think digital payments has been a great tool for inclusion. But how can we think about incorporating things like scanning technologies that AI has empowered into these digital payment use cases as they roll out so that things like fraud do not happen? A second use case is for targeting. As we scale social benefits, AI can be used to target the most marginalized groups and send social protection directly to folks' phones. In India, we saw this around the pandemic. And another critical use case is climate change increases the number of natural disasters. Can we use AI to target those groups who are directly affected and either preemptively send payments to help evacuation efforts or send payments to assist with recovery efforts? So those are two areas where I think there's a lot of overlaps where AI can actually empower the DPI use case. But the last thing I might say is that these are two incredibly important technologies, and they need broad civil society participation in the countries in which they are implemented. At Co-Develop, we're very concerned about that and fund many of these civil society groups in the countries that are looking at these questions.
Can I ask you also one functional question? As a big funder in this space, and you've got a lot of other big funders who support you, functionally, what is the one thing that you would require to make sure that there is, as we kind of move the DPI framework to different parts of the world, this is now AI logic, etc., what would spare the wastage of global finance?
So there's many answers to that question, but I think maybe one that we're looking at is thinking about creating what we're calling a holding environment in countries that are deploying DPI systems. How do we create space for civil society to have meaningful consultation, to build trust with the government, to actually share insights of groups that may be marginalized, that are excluded from these technologies? That doesn't exist in many countries, and it's a serious concern that we have as countries roll out these incredibly powerful systems.
No, thanks, Jordan. And I'm guessing the other thing that you want is just better coordination, right? I mean, you want Sharmishta to be talking to you almost every week, and you want to be talking to Seattle at the BMGF, etc., right? I mean, it's amazing how functionality can actually matter in this stuff. Sharad is quite keen on the role play, which I'll come to in a second. So I'm just going to do one rapid fire to kind of close some of the thoughts that each one of you have opened out. But as I do that, and then we move to role play, so you have enough time to think about your questions. But I'm keen to kind of involve all of you in your questions, comments, thoughts. But very quickly, if I can maybe just start with Sharad with a very specific question, and very quickly. Kamya talked about, I think the logic makes a lot of sense, right? Is that countries that follow a DPI framework will possibly be able to absorb better AI better, right, in a sense. But at some point, I'm guessing, it's a bit like the argument around the nature of war and the kind of the character of war, right? Which is that characteristics change because of technologies, but somehow the nature of a problem doesn't necessarily change. But I wonder in this particular area, as transformative, as fast as AI is, are we looking at certain inflection points where we have to rethink the future framework for DPI?
Look, there's one thing that Kamya mentioned, these are buzzwords here. Don't take them so seriously. This DPI as a word was just invented on September 13th last year. Till then, Tanuj and I called it DPG, right? And DPG, we had to stop calling it DPG because people said it's too broad a term, it's not narrow enough. So on the fly, it was invented. It is an adequate representation of what's happening on the ground, but not a full representation of what is happening on the ground. So my sense is it's ultimately a buzzword. When we start thinking in buzzwords and trying to predict the future, nothing comes out of this. Actually,
no. If I push you on that once, let's forget the buzzwords.
So my sense is, let me do this. I'm going to hijack this for a moment, right? Because I want to bring this to reality. Is there anybody here who does not use Zomato or Swiggy? Everybody does. I see some foreigners here, maybe they don't. But the fact is that I will not mention the specific example, but I'll tell you actual numbers. If you have a dispute, you resolve it using chat. For one of those two companies, that dispute used to cost them 14 rupees to resolve. Because they had customer agents sitting on the other side, they would send you back a chat, resolve it, so that you were happy. 14 rupees per incident, right? Today, that costs them 9 rupees per incident. Is it better than before? Yes, because when they use OpenAI on the back end, they're using OpenAI, it so turns out that 69% of those chats are coming from OpenAI, no human involvement at all. So 69% of the disputes are getting resolved without human intervention. Of the remaining 31%, most of it is done by technology. A little bit of it requires human intervention. So their cost, the human cost of resolving those disputes has fallen from 14 rupees to 2 rupees. Now, what does it mean for jobs? Good or bad? Bad. What does that mean? Their actual dispute cost is not 2 rupees, is actually 9 rupees. Because 7 rupees is going to the cloud provider and OpenAI for the technology that they are using. So now when you buy food from your neighborhood store and there is a dispute, 7 of those 14 rupees are shipped away to a foreign country. That is the biggest sucking sound of wealth that you can actually hear ever. It is much worse than when East India Company came here.
No, but I think, I mean, if I can just come in here, see, the customers are also...
You can jump in later. Now...
But Bharat, we got to do this quick because I only have 15 minutes.
So now, to solve this problem, we got to use our own models, our own cloud infrastructure. If we have to do that, we got to figure out how to be able to have the data sets necessary to be able to build a world-class model here in India, right? So now let me take an OpenAI example. I'm going to take...
And you have 30 seconds.
No, I can't do it in 30. Then let's not do it.
No, because we just want to make sure this is as equitable for everybody.
I can do it in 3 minutes. If you want me to do it in 3 minutes, you time me. If it's 30 seconds, let's
Okay, 3 minutes. Let's go.
So I will use you as a OpenAI guy. OpenAI, when they came out with ChatGPT 3, they knew they were using public data. Anybody could have public data and compute and replicate it. In fact, Falcon is a very good example in Dubai where they have done that. Falcon is better than ChatGPT 3 today, right? So therefore, they started work on GPT-4. And they said the only way to do GPT-4 is if we ingest into GPT-4 proprietary data sets. So one of the proprietary data sets they ingested is Capital One, which is 35 years of credit card spends in the US. So I'm Capital One, you are OpenAI. You come to me and say, you want my anonymized data set. Will you give it to me? I say, yes, what will you pay me? Pick a number. Do it quickly. You are the one timing me.
10 million.
10 million. Great. I say, great. I'll give it to you. It'll got to be anonymized. You cannot de-anonymize it. Are you okay with that?
Fine.
Yes. If you join this with something else, it'll be called deemed de-anonymization. Because I don't want to go and see damage, because if the damage happens and it leaks out, it's a reputational risk. I will die as a company, right? So therefore, if you join this with something else, deemed de-anonymization, that would be bad enough for me to invoke an indemnity. And that indemnity one will be $1 billion. Will you pay me?
No.
No. So actually, in this case, OpenAI has actually agreed to that indemnity. You don't have $1 billion. So you go to the money guy and say, the probability of that indemnity being invoked is very low, 500 people. Will you give me an insurance? You get an insurance, you are now back on the table. Then I say, I can do a real-time audit on you to ensure that deemed de-anonymization is not happening. Right. You say yes. Then I say, for that to happen, because even if you keep one incriminating email away, I will not know some damage is happening, so it has to be routed through the US courts as a perjury process called the discovery process. Will you agree to that? You say yes. I will only sign it if it is the New York courts, because the New York courts resolve these asymmetric contracts in weeks, not even in months, because all CDOs in the world fall in that category. That type of a asymmetric contract between OpenAI and Capital One, between the training data consumer and training data provider, cannot be done even in Canada, let alone UK or Japan or India. And so therefore, unless you are able to do that, the only two places you have mechanisms to do that is US, and that too only New York courts, and in China, because in 2022 they put a system in place. Europe cannot do it, India cannot do it. If India has to do it through the contractual process, it's not possible because our legal system is not geared for it. So you need a techno-legal approach to make this happen. This is the DPI that you need that will allow you as a local model builder to come to me as Tata Memorial Hospital or any other hospital and say, please give me your anonymized data sets, and I can be ensure that you don't have to worry, no reputational damage, and yet I can build a world-class model in India based on Indian health data. Without that DPI, there is no AI ecosystem in India other than a consuming ecosystem. If India has only a consuming ecosystem of AI, then you will have exactly what I described to you, which is already happening with Swiggy and Zomato. Of course, you can do that for education, you can do that for health, that's a good thing, but it will make somebody else outside India richer. So we have to first and foremost solve the problem of becoming a producing nation of AI, not just a consuming nation of AI. And for that, we need some public technology, public policy, a techno-legal approach to make it happen.
Okay, so there's a lot there, but I'm not sure all our panelists agree with the logic of this. So you've got I don't think anybody will disagree with that we need to produce rather than just consume. I think that's a bench line which comes down to sovereignty, self-reliance, and a range of other stuff, right? But, I mean, Kamya, you wanted to come in. I mean, do you agree with this general logic?
No, I think, see, the biggest issue you'll see is that I'm really unhappy with Swiggy these days because my dispute resolution is crap, right? Because it's some automated thing that comes in, it doesn't actually solve my problem. So I think what ends up happening is the companies that rely exclusively on models that are so generalized that they're not good enough to tailor to solve a specific problem, I think we'll see the downside of it. So I think the reality of consumption of AI, even in India, is going to be augmented consumption, where actually it will help the Hindi speaker who wants to get a job as a Swiggy dispute resolutionist, right, who can translate his intent to solve the problem using a model that will help him translate his voice, right, or a language. So I think what you likely see more of, rather than replacement, I think replacement, is when computers were or calculators were invented, everyone was like, we'll replace accountants, but we haven't, right, because we need people at the end of the day. So I don't think, I don't buy into this theory that AI is going to replace all the jobs. I think what it's actually going to do is going to augment a lot of individuals' capacity. I do agree, though, that the way to scale up AI model production in our own country and in many other developing nations is to ensure that the data needed to train those models is done as an emit, a natural exhaust of existing systems, and not as some expensive recollection of data process, which is what happens. And that's actually, I think, the real power of DPI, because you emit data as part of your natural process. You're not doing some paperwork in the back end that you have to convert into data that's then usable to train models. So that's the biggest value add, I would say.
Look, there are clearly a lot of strands over here, right? There's a labor force question, big tech question, competition question, sovereignty question, capacity capability question, right? We're not going to get through all of that here. But Tanuj, on this capacity capability question, right? If we want to be producers in India and not just consumers, yesterday the Honorable Prime Minister in his keynote for GPAI, I think to the best of my recollection for the first time, put a number. He said India has to be a 25,000 GPU nation, right? So clearly now there is a vision, I'm guessing there's a strategy to be able to access that, but it's going to be hard, right? It's not like you order today and it comes on Amazon tomorrow, just to irritate Sharad, right? But how do we think through this problem of compute?
I have a 15-minute answer.
So you have about...
I'm kidding.
I'll give you 3 minutes to be fair.
No, it's honestly very simple, right? I think we're very early, right? How many of you think that, okay, we know what we have to do with AI, right? I think we're very, 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 very early, right? So the fact that we use GPU, right, even that to me is indicative of the fact that we really have to step back and, I know GPU is the buzzword these days, but there's already so much work happening, right? The guy, Jonathan Ross, who invented the TPU at Google, has left to start his own company also called Grok, which is making this LPUs, which is language processing units is what we're calling it, which is essentially for inference, right? It's 1/10 the cost and 1/10 the energy requirement for inferencing, right, as a GPU, because it's designed for that, right? It changes the chip architecture completely. And that is currently on the 14 nanometer level, right? Once they reach the 4 nanometer fabrication process and create a new chip, it will be even better. So I think the key thing for me is capacity. Okay, so I want to step back and, Sharad is correct in saying that these are buzzwords. And buzzwords tend to hide the underlying truth, right? You have to strip away the layers and ask what it is. And AI, to me, I like to say, is a lot of math, right? It is a lot of multiplying, to be specific, right? What you multiply is the data. How you multiply it is the model. The multiplier are the chips. What you multiply, real data, synthetic data, we'll figure it out. Some synthetic data has less of the IP problems and all of this that Sharad is even talking about, indemnity problems. How you multiply, today transformer, tomorrow state space models, something else day after. Where, if you remember, the RL, AlphaGo, is why we are on this AI wave in the first place. And that model is forgotten. Multipliers are real value, they're real assets. They're chips, they consume energy, you need to serve data centers, they need power, they need cooling, right? That's where money goes. That's what AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud spend money on, and Microsoft announced $50 billion every year. NVIDIA is a $1 trillion company, right? Because of the multipliers. The multiplier architecture is also changing. Government should be creating ecosystems of multipliers rather than specifically purchasing any particular multiplier. That would be my take on this, that today it's GPU, but tomorrow these other chips, for a country that may be a net user of AI rather than a net producer of AI in the short run, may need more inferencing chips than training chips, in which case our model and our strategy must be different. So we should be careful about these things, because we can be late in the game. We've leapfrogged in the past, right? We're the biggest users of internet today, but you aren't the first users of internet, whatever, right? So there's a difference in being first, and the difference in being the most, extracting the most value out of it. I think as India, we should step back. We should not get into that chest thumping race. We should think about what makes sense for our people and invest accordingly.
No, thanks. And I guess there's a question whether it's the government that should be setting up these clusters, or are there other ways in which we do this? But I guess the key point you're making is that you don't need to go down the big LLM route necessarily. It's a hard journey anyway. There are other ways in which you can get equitability, right? At the moment, if you look at startups and MSMEs, you're buying on credit, right? That may not be a sustainable way. So Sharmisha, if I can just turn to you, you started the piece on the World Bank by saying is that you guys focus a lot on connectivity. Is there if we take DPI, we take AI, and we strip it down to the bottom, right? Which is the ingredient, which is data and multiplication and the various mathematical formulations that Tanuj came up with. Is the bank thinking about cross-border AI clusters? How are you thinking about equitability to even do this stuff on your own? How do you contextualize your own kind of LLMs, no matter what size they are?
Thanks, Raja. So we're not just looking at infrastructure, but we're also to a large extent looking at the governance models, right? So what is the policies that need? And that's where we're looking at a lot of cross-border work. So how should AI standards be interoperable? The word you used earlier, should we democratize AI? Should it be much more on open networks? So we're doing a lot more on the regulation and the governance front as well. And I think we get sort of caught into, and I'll pick up on this thing that everyone's talking about, there are a lot of buzzwords, and I know AI has become really, really important in the last year over ChatGPT and the LLMs that we're seeing, but we have had AI since it's been since the 1950s, since the Dartmouth Conference. We've been talking about AI for a very long time. Yes, the data sources and the amount has changed, the computing capability has changed, but narrow AI in general has been around for a very long time. And while we do talk about AGIs and people like OpenAI and Microsoft are doing some things on AGI, we still haven't got a fully AGI system, which is defined by the Turing test, which is, you get an interpreter to actually say whether a computer sits on the other side, and the computer has to actually fool the interpreter into thinking that they are human or a computer. And I don't think we've ever passed that test yet. So we're still in very, very nascent stages. What we're actually trying to do now is not set regulation. And while there is regulations that's being set up and roadmaps and all of this coming across the world, there are a dime a dozen, what we're really missing is some certain standards. And I know we've talked quite a bit about the India model and what needs to happen here, but a number of the countries that we work in are very sort of low-income countries that need a lot more support and need a lot more on things like the data integrity than potentially countries like India need, which is a little bit more advanced on, say, the technology front. So it's the policy, the politics, and the trust. So giving you an example, yes, the technology is really important, but when we talk about players like AWS, the reason that it works in the countries that we work in, I think especially after the Ukraine war and when the US got Russia off the SWIFT system, most countries that we work with are worried not only about money leaving the country, but that they could be cut off from it from any time. So there is something to be said for countries having their own infrastructure and having their own cloud and computing services, but not all of them should be building it as such, and I think we need to find a different solution where there can be a little bit more of an open source solution to this.
Okay. And just very quickly, Jordan, and then we'll have to take questions from the audience. As a big funder, how do you think about the actual access and equitability question? And further, just on the DPI piece, right? So right now, there's a lot of conversation about DPI deployment and adoption, which is not going to be easy, right? So do you deploy it as the traditional way? You do procurements, data centers, buy land. Sri Lanka has its own kind of DPI. Or perhaps there's an alternative way, which some of us have been working on, which is do you do it as a service? If you do it as a service, you need the cloud. You need the cloud, there are sovereignty questions, for instance. As a funder, in the sense, how do you think about these kinds of problems? Is it, I mean, is equitability key to the way in which you're thinking about the future of DPI?
Absolutely. There's a lot of broken practices in the procurement of DPI globally, and countries are approaching this in different ways. So I'll kind of sidestep that question in saying countries all are going through a different process, and we try to follow country demand in terms of what they're looking for, whether they're looking for a proprietary solution, a managed service model, or actually taking something open source and managing it in-house. But on the access question, I want to go back to the Swiggy example, because I think Kamya was onto something, and a similar corollary that you might make is how governments are building their redress mechanisms for something like a digital ID. A government might say, I'd like to reduce my grievance redressal from 14 to 9 rupees, and whether the $7 rupees leaves the country or stays in the country, they're saying, I want that 5 margin, and the result could be quite harmful. It could be that someone loses access to their benefits, and loses the social welfare that makes their life more manageable. So just simply automating the grievance redress mechanisms for critical systems is something that we are quite concerned about at Co-Develop. And the governance of these systems and the assurance that there is some redress mechanism beyond just a digital system is something that is really important.
All right, thanks, Jordan. I think there's lots to unpack. We can keep going. Very quickly, questions. I'm going to ask you to keep it short so we get a good round in. Yes, gentlemen here. I think if there are no mics, just shout out. Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. Repeat your question.
Thank you. My name is Bhavya. I'm from Vadvani AI. Just for context, we're a non-profit applied AI institute using AI to solve social good problems. Now, my question is on putting AI and AI products specifically on the pathway to DPI or DPGs, whatever your term of choice is, because the thing is that when you use, let's say, AI models to solve social problems, especially in a country like India, in domains like public health, education, and so on, we've realized that obviously AI is for context-specific problems. Data sets are trained on populations which have certain characteristics, and the entire idea behind a digital public infrastructure is that it is at some level context neutral, digital payments, for example, identity systems, they are at some level context neutral. So this is an open question, just wanted to sort of get people's thoughts on how we can actually put these targeted, pointed AI products on the pathway to DPGs/DPI. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll come back to that. Yes, gentleman up here. Gentleman over here. So, if you're in the back, you want to ask a question, just raise your hand so I see you. Yeah.
My name is Rohit Israni. I'm the chair of AI standards for the US that participates in ISO and IEC standardization efforts. So I'm going to ask a question about the role play that Sharad mentioned, right? One of the things we did in ISO, and these are AI standards that have been built, 50 countries are participating. The data standards that were being developed got rolled into it. So like data governance and, like for example, the hypothetical contract you mentioned, there could be guidance based on those standards. I think the only thing that could stop the use of data producers would be a legal system, right? So what stops, is your concern because these contracts would not be legally enforceable? Is that the concern?
Okay, so I'm just going to take a third question over here. The gentleman back here, if you could just get a mic, please. Yeah. If you could keep it quite short so that, yeah.
Hi, I'm Sharanjit, and I'm a hardware and software engineer. I was really happy when Tanuj mentioned that chips are the multipliers that AI runs on. I see a lot of discussions around here on AI and things, but in our environment in India, I haven't seen as much discussion on chips and manufacturing of those. We see a lot of policies happening around DPI and all of those things which are running on those chips. What are the policies or what are the things going on through the government to help those? Because I think as a hardware development thing, capital becomes even more important than a software design.
Okay, thank you. Chip's question, lots actually going on here, but we can unpack that very quickly. Anyone in the back? Okay, last question over here, and then we'll come to the panel. Yes, sir, you.
Thank you. I'm Abhishek. I'm from IT department of Madhya Pradesh. There I'm looking after data analytics and AI vertical. So there we have created some of data science and AI models. The major problem that we are facing there is the quality of data. If we focus on the volume of data, which is a necessary ingredient, because if the volume is less, the accuracy of the resultant model becomes low. If we focus on the volume of data, the accuracy of the quality of data goes down, and accordingly the accuracy of the model is down. If we focus on the quality of data, the volume goes down, and accordingly. Right. So what should be done in this case? And since data is the food on which these models feed, shouldn't there be a national mission for data collection wherein all the government and private sector make a strong database? And of course, the commensurate infrastructure needs to be there. That will be taken care by. But data is my point.
Got it. So we've got 4 questions. We've got about 9 minutes. So we've got about 2 minutes each. And then I do want to kind of come back to Sharad with one question in the end. 4 questions. Should it be context neutral? How do you achieve that? Number 2, standards, guidance. Maybe comes to the technological point that Sharad kind of raised, that Raul's been writing on. 3 is chips. What's going on in India? Can we get this? 4 is chicken and egg problem of quality of data, quantity of data. Yeah. And anything else that you want to add, giving the conversations. So. Okay, sure.
So I'll just answer 2 of these. One is related to this, but before I do that, I'll take. Look, for training data sets are multiple types. One is public data. All this GPT-3 and all was public data. Now, of course, there's a nuance there. Is it copyrighted public data? Are you allowed to do that? I'm not going to get into that. But one class is just public data. The second is not public data, but what will go into the integrated or data platform that the government of India is planning to set up, which is government data. It's kind of public data, but with some restrictions. It's not up on the website, but you can use it in some form. And it's available to everybody. Unfortunately, what is happening is that all the good models that are being built on the third class of data, because the first two are available to everybody, right? The third one becomes proprietary data. So whoever is able to secure the proprietary data, for example, Copilot for programming, everybody has access to public Gits, but there's only one company in the world that has access to private Gits. So no wonder their Copilot for programmers is better than anybody else's, because anybody who's out to compete with them, you know, they don't have the third class of data that they need. So ultimately, what the learning that is coming is that the ecosystems, if they have to be winning ecosystems, they'll produce winners on a global basis. They have to be able to unlock the third data set. That becomes very important. Now, this brings me to the point that you are making. To unlock the third data set, since it's proprietary in nature, I have to ensure good behavior of OpenAI. Because if OpenAI behaves well, then I get, remember, $10 million. But if it behaves badly, that $10 million is useless, because I am going to go out of business. If he leaks my data, because de-anonymization has become easier than ever before, this is an existential risk for me. So to manage this asymmetrical situation, where in good times I get only $10 million, in bad times I go out of business, do you think I will do that at all? Now I need an arrangement which will ensure, guarantee to me that he will behave properly. In the US, you can guarantee that he'll behave properly if I sign a particular type of contract in New York courts. But if I sign that in Delaware court, I don't have the same guarantee, so I won't sign the contract at all. So that is the peculiar problem that we are dealing with. In China, I can ensure that guarantee. In Europe, I can't do this. In India, I can't do this. So you ought to find a solution to that. Ultimately, what India's solution will be, because it doesn't rely on the court system as such, will work in many other parts of the world as well. That could be codified and turned into a standard and implemented everywhere that you want. Does that answer your question?
Okay, and I should just flag, the book by Rahul Mathan, where he kind of really breaks down this techno-legal approach for everybody. But okay, next one, if I could just come to you, Tanuj, of the questions a little bit on context-neutral LLMs, chips, your take.
So, and to sir answer your question also on data missions in the context of what he's asking, right, is that you're trying to solve a task at the end of the day. Now, I understand that our imagination has been captured by the GPT-4s, etc., which seem to be throwing all the data available in the world and compute to build these very large language models. But to actually create stuff that is useful, you're going to have to go to the use case that you have, like Vadvani AI does, and figure out what you need for that, right? So the data mission without a use case in mind, may not be the most sort of valuable idea. And to come back to your question, is that I think there are then therefore some use cases that stay constant across. One of them is the Bhashani mission. It is that we will need to talk to each other as Indians, right? We have some 19,500 languages with more than some 500,000 speakers. So we have to be, and like dialects are infinite, right? So you need to be able to have enough data on that to figure out what people are saying, because then in every app from Swiggy, Zomato, Uber to whatever, and public and apps that I don't even know, AstroTalk, you're going to need them in every language, right? So can you create this base DPI layer of language that then everybody can tap into, etc., right? So that's how you sort of go from not context neutral, I would say, which is, you're right, that's an ideal, but at least you can define the use case more broadly, more horizontally than say medical imaging in a particular area or something like that. So that, I think those as a country we can identify. And there are many, right? Think about this, that our official literacy stats are that 1 in 4 people can't read or write, right? So you need the ability to be able to interact, to even fill a form, right? AI can help people access services with that. So there's a lot to be done that we don't have to sort of, think about, oh, what DPI, what use case, and therefore what to do, and not get so caught up. There's so much simpler stuff, like just Indian names, right? Being able to say that and type it in all their variations and spellings, right? So it's a useful model to have and an ability to have that you won't get in your generic.
Then I think just to add, the DPI tools that could maybe power those are, of course, in addition to the data, many sort of AI toolkits that exist, like data tagging, data curation. Platforms like 100x engineers give you a full repository of what are those toolkits, and those end up being in some sense context neutral, but apply to the context of, let's say, filling out a loan application, right? So you have that, the way that we think about it is compute is like a kitchen, right? Then your ingredients are your data, and then your final recipes sort of are your models, right? So if you think about those three layers, and I think some of like the work that Pramod has done, our co-chair with Tanuj on micro services for compute.
Micro data center.
Yeah,
so
you should come
the open compute cloud. What we're trying to say is
Okay,
that
I'm going to cut that for now. You can, there's a paper you can read.
Please read.
But very quickly, Kami, I just want to, quick question. The conversation we're having right here, you deal with Ghana, Togo, Mauritius, large parts of the world as part of CTPI. Very quickly, is this conversation replicated in those geographies? Or is this a very different, very elite conversation starting from a very higher benchmark than the ones that you're having with Nauru or with Fiji, etc.?
See, it's still, in some cases, building AI for one use case, like a chat, right, is something that departments all around the world are exploring. Like, we've been talking to the government of Togo. They are building chat-based, AI chatbots for services, right? But the problem is that in those countries where they have less mature DPI, they reach a plateau of how much those can scale, because they don't have other infrastructure that they can pull in to complete the service. Now, chat is one part of the service, interaction, right? But you also need to fetch the document, you need to make a payment, you need to complete the transaction. For all of these, if you don't have DPI, then it becomes, it doesn't scale at that level. So to some extent, of course, they're dealing with connectivity gaps, they're dealing with lack of other DPI building blocks. So yes, I would say this is more of a slightly more advanced conversation, but they are also not that far behind. These countries, 50 countries around the world are building DPI as we speak. So I think this is going to change really fast, as we scale.
And Sharmishta, as the speed of DPI kind of, takes 50 countries, 100 countries, etc., you brought up the point about governance. Very quick take, where do we locate this conversation on governance? Sharad sits on a very exclusive group in the UN. There's a UN GDC process. There's universal safeguards process on DPI. You've got something at the World Bank. How do we find meaning in these different conversations and tracks?
I actually want to bring up a conversation that Sharad and I were actually having before this, which was something that we've taken from the financial sector as well, is that there isn't a certain body that actually sets out these are the regulations or these are what everyone should follow, but they more likely set out standards. So if you know the FATF, which is the Financial Action Task Force, they set out all of these standards for AML, CFT, but none of them are actually required by countries to follow, but countries follow them. So there's some amount of, I think what we're talking about, like societal pressure and institutional isomorphism that gets these countries to follow this. And I think this is something like a similar model that we can actually follow in AI as well.
Okay, and lastly, Jordan, I'm hoping that this conversation has given you a lot more to fund, right? Yes or no, you can answer later, but any concluding thoughts from you?
No, just that, there's, as Kami has said, a lot of countries are rolling this out, and there's a lot of learnings that can come from far-flung places all around the world. Co-Develop has been working with the UN, UNDP, and the UN Tech Envoy to develop a universal safeguards for digital public infrastructure initiative. We hope that to be a set of learnings from around the world and useful even to places like India that have already become, come quite a long ways on their journey. So we'll look forward to your engagement on that.
Thanks, Jordan. And just last couple of minutes, if I can just bring it back to Sharad. Sharad, lots has happened just in the last 12 months. This is not new. Journey started 2009 for us, 2003 for Singapore, so on and so forth. But 12 months has been quite a mobilizer, right? Let's just forget the buzzword of DPI, but now it stands for something, and that grammar is important. You've got commitments of 50 and 5, UN 100 by 2030, so on and so forth. What do you see as the future of DPI?
No, obviously it's very bright, but DPI has reached a point where it has to be reinvented. See, the biggest attraction for DPI was it prevents digital colonization, right? That was the motivator for India, and that's the motivator for many other countries in Global South. They don't want to be colonized by either a country or by a set of companies. Is that true, right? All the good work that India has done will come to naught if AI colonization happens. It's as simple as that. Now the point is that not every country in Global South will be able to fight AI colonization. But India, because it has continental data sets available, it has talent available, it can procure compute. right? And it can create a local ecosystem for consumption in many places that we are talking about, has a chance to have a different type of an AI ecosystem where many players, fireflies are lighting up the sky. There are not just 7 or 10 companies in the world that control AI in the future, right? That is the vision that we have to create. For that vision, every ounce of strength that we have accumulated in the last 13 years will have to be redeployed from first principle basis to make it happen. Now, what does it mean in practice? It means that for compute, which is a completely driven by market mechanism, we have to supplement it by non-market mechanisms. The proprietary data sets, data which is completely controlled by government making the data available or public data, we have to bring in market elements to India because that is where the next wave of data elements are. We have to bring that in the context where it's safe to bring market in India, which was not going to be the case earlier. When it comes to talent, we have to recursively use AI to create the best talent in AI that we need. AI producing AI talent. In regulatory infrastructure, as something that you talked about, we have to create a regulatory infrastructure in India which is best in class. So that because every country which has managed to become a tech power, other than the US, which invested in public technology because of Vannevar Bush in a way no other country did, but after that Japan, they had benefit of tech transfer from the US. Korea, tech transfer from the US. Israel, the Russian immigrants coming in 2008. China stealing the tech, sorry I have to say that. But India cannot do the China model. And there is no way the US is going to give us tech transfer because it's not in their interest to do that. So we have to create a regulatory infrastructure where the best people in that tech who happen to be of Indian origin are willing to come back like me and others like Pramod to come and live in India again. We did that 13, 14 years ago. We need the next wave of people to come, and that will depend on the regulatory infrastructure that we create here that allows everything else to be combined so that there is a national campaign of saying we will be an AI producing power, not just an AI consuming power. That is what is the challenge in front of us.
I almost feel that we should have started with this question. There are two types of panels, the one that you can't wait for it to be over, and there's one that actually just spurs at least 5 other panels. I think this is definitely the latter and more, but thank you so much to our panelists, thank you to our organizers, GPAI, and thank you to all our audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rudra.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers. I think it was a really insightful discussion and given us a lot to think about. We would also like to express our gratitude by offering a small token of thanks. I would request Rudra if you could get to our speakers. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah.
Wasn't the chap called Harsh Songrat, right? You know him? He's part. It's also been personal area of mine, like this AI, DPI, and AI coverage. That's why I'm working with creating or not just this, but provide
Audience management team, please. Audience management team, please have the audience settle down for the next session. We are going to start very soon. Couple, Govind and Gaurav, can you please get the audience settled, please, for the next session? We are already running late. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be having our next session right now. So I will, before handing it over to the speakers, I would request if all the speakers could come in front for a small picture. To start the session, I would request Dr. Maria Grazia to take the session forward from here.
So good afternoon, colleagues. It's really a pleasure to have you here to talk about something that I think seemingly goes a bit tangent to the topic of the GPAI. But as we move forward, you will see that actually, no, you should be starting thinking about this, because what we are going to talk today about is the developments that are happening at the crossroad between AI, which is the flavor of the day, and neurotechnology. Now, we are starting this discussion through a brief presentation of a report that we launched on the 13th of July in Paris. And actually, the New York Times, Financial Times reported on this report, saying that what it is and what it means, the implications of putting neurotechnology on steroids, that is at the confluence between neurotechnology and AI. So, in order to understand what it is, what it means, and what are the implications, we are going to propose to you first a bit of an overview of where we stand. So what are we talking about by the time we talk about neurotechnology? What it matters, which kind of developments are ongoing, who is doing them, what can be the impact societal-wise, innovation-wise, production-wise, what are the investments that go into that? And last but not least, what are the ethical implications, that is, which kind of human rights, human dignity, and fundamental freedoms are going to be impacted by this. So this is work, that I've done together with Roman Juroszewski, that is here with me today, and Daniel Hain and Li Huixu. So, neurotechnology, I'm sorry, it is compressed, it doesn't read very well. So why it is important to talk about it? Because it is really about devices, procedure that can be used to access, to monitor, to investigate, to assess, or manipulate, or emulate the structure, and here we go, the function of the brains and the neural system of both animals and human beings. Evidently here we are more interested in what happens to people, but evidently it's on all living beings. And it is really something that may likely revolutionize the way in which we understand the brain. And of course, the good side of this is that it can unlock so many possibilities to treat, for instance, structural diseases or chronic diseases that today are hindering the life of millions. Let's not forget that we have about 15% of the world population that has some kind of discapacity, and many of them have also mental discapacities, in addition to people that have been injured, for instance, through traumas or for whatever other reason. Now, this is something that, even if it's not well explored, actually many governments are actively pursuing, as well as companies, as could be expected, because the possible applications are huge. As you can see from this picture, and we have done a calculation based on the available information, so this is a conservative estimate, there has been, since 2013, about $6 billion investment in neurotechnology only from the government. When it comes to the private sector, we see a 22-fold increase going from 2010 to 2020, reaching 7.3 billion for the last period, and totally, for what we know, again, so it's a conservative estimate, 33.2 billions by 2020. So we're talking about serious investment going there. Now, as I said, why are we discussing this today? Because we have observed, and we will share with you the results of this, that there is an accelerating convergence of artificial intelligence with neurotechnologies, both invasive and non-invasive. Let's not forget that by the time we talk about neurotechnology, I don't have a picture like the one I showed today about the jobs, but we typically think about something that goes in our brain physically, like the chips entering. Well, neurotechnology has gone well beyond that stage. And you can capture a number of things through cameras or other type of sensors, depending on the kind of input you want to register. And that's a constant registering. So we are really talking about something different already. And this is why we have evidence, and we will show you and discuss the implications, that AI and neurotechnology actually complement each other. And why? Because AI is giving neurotechnological data, neurotechnology collected through data, the ability of being analyzed, being understood, to transform that into thoughts, into ideas, into manifestations, so in concrete implications. And this is why we think then that neurotech, on the other hand, actually provides insight also about human cognition, beliefs, fears, symptoms, sharing or not a certain point of view. And therefore, that then it can inform AI developments, because as you know, one of the key topics inside AI is neural networks. And guess what? It is built on the way the brain functions. So that's the communality, even in the wording, which goes well beyond by the time you look at the applications. So this is the challenge, and we see whether it's going to work. So here on the left-hand side, you can really see what is the image that people view. And this is a study that actually tried to understand what we are able to decode by the time we have neural data used. And you see that the difference between what is actually perceived and what the machine records, thanks to the AI interpretation, to be what is pursued, is very close to reality. It differs very slightly. So we have gone to the point where neurotech giants are exploring the neurotech applications that go together with AI, and they are getting a representation of the reality that we experience, which gets very, very close to what is the real experience that individuals are getting. So we will go later to the challenges, but let's also talk about the opportunities, because there are huge opportunities here. And it is not only to fix problems, but already that, would suffice to say, let's invest in it. Think about people that cannot walk anymore, and thanks to neurotechnology, together with AI, are actually able to walk back, or cannot hear, or cannot see. But there are also applications that are non-trivial and are large-scale applications, like enhancing cognitive abilities. Now, while this is fantastic as a possibility, and here you have, different type of applications that are the ones that we observe very often, you have to think of what are the challenges that this brings, because it also depends on the access to technology, and this is a point we will come back to later. Who develops them? How costly they are? How can you access them? Because this determines, and what is the impact? Because imagine that you use, or I listen to myself, which is not the best option there, but there is an echo. I am echoing myself. But imagine that this is applied to people that have cognitive deficiencies. So it's indeed an increase in the ability of these people, so it's a very welcome development. But this can also be used for the very, very skilled one to further enhance their cognitive ability compared to the rest, which means then also putting yourself, trying to put agents in a dominant position depending on access to technology or replicability or the ability or not to stop it. So there are several implications there. And these actually translate into a number of real concerns, into concept. There is a paper that has been produced by the expert group at UNESCO that actually dwells into all the details of what already now appear to be the challenges that neurotechnology, especially when coupled with AI, is posing to a number of human rights, that human dignity related issues that we have. Mental integrity. Suppose because of neurotechnology, and this is feasible, I'm not able anymore to hide what I really think about a person. Imagine what this can have in terms of consequences in a negotiation between countries. Imagine that your president can actually see what the other one is thinking, and so imagine how the conversation can go or might not go. Human dignity, because you might be able to picture ideas that you would never disclose with anybody, but the neurotechnology coupled with AI will disclose. Personal identity. This is very, for instance, imagine in terms of people of other gender that they don't want to disclose their own gender, and basically neurotech associated with AI forces them to. Autonomy, privacy, the ability to decide, the ability to do what you really want to without being influenced. And of course, I mentioned already the enhancement purposes that are also related to the accessibility. Who can get access to these technologies, which is a problem similar to those of very expensive drugs nevertheless. So what is the right I have, what are the duties, and who can access them? Now, here what we do in this report that you can scan here and get directly is we want to understand what we are talking about, because too often solutions come before the definition of the problem. And this is wrong, because then regulations get wrong. So you risk to over-regulate or regulate the wrong thing. So what we put as a first step towards then discussing what now countries have asked UNESCO to do, that is to embark on a recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnology, is to understand what do we talk about by the time we talk about neurotechnology, identifying and quantifying the trends with neurotechnology-related patents, and also we establish a patent-based classification with all the limits that patents might have as a proxies for innovation that can allow other studies to flourish on the very topic, being comparable across countries and over time. And here I asked my colleague Roman to take over about the methodology that we followed in the study.
Thank you so much, Maria Grazia, for introducing the topic, and I hope you're kind of intrigued by all of this, because it is indeed slightly different from some of the other sessions, and I feel also a little bit it's like maybe 3-4 years ago when we talked about AI and the risk, and yes, there were some cases, someone knew something, it was always the three same examples that were quoted, and then, you know, ChatGPT happened, it got mainstream, and suddenly it's exploded. And I have a little bit now, having studied this for a while, a feeling that there will be this pivotal moment, maybe not so far in the future. So maybe 1.5-2 years from now, it will become mainstream, and suddenly more people will talk about it. So you are the kind of people that are informed up front. So about the methodology, and please bear with me, it's slightly technical, but I'll try to make it understandable. So what we try to do here really is finding this needle in the haystack. We have today a total of around 118 million individual patents out there total. Of those, we only look at 30 million. This is the IP5, so that means the patents that in the same time are filed in all the major patent offices, the 5 big ones, meaning that they have quite a value for the company or organization filing them. So what do we do? The issue is there is not such a thing as a neurotechnology patent. You cannot like search in the database, give me the neurotechnology patent, because there is not such a category. So what we do is we go to the research area and we identify what is the most cited research within neuroscience. we segment it up using unsupervised machine learning techniques, and then identify the topics that are neurotechnology related. So we use a combination of actually generative AI and human experts to determine that. We identify 109 topics in the research literature that can be related to neurotechnology. And then from there, we develop a semantic search engine, again, an AI application in itself, to search for patterns that relate to these studies, these research studies. That gives us a total of around 12,000 patents. So it's I calculated before, 0.04%. So it's really, really small share, but still it's 12,000 patents that seemingly are this technology. We sub-segment it one more time to identify what applications are we looking at. And this is pretty much an automated process. So we don't search for keywords ourselves. And that was the idea there. And from there, we calculate patent statistics. I will show you some of the results in a second, but also dig deeper into the technology and try to understand what are actually the applications that we are talking about here. So if we look at the publications over time, we see both a cumulative and a per-year growth, an overall of 1.2 million neuroscience publications in 2021. Quite an exploding field, I would say. And this is the same for the patents. So, and actually, if you look at the patents, it's even more of a growth there. So 20-fold increase from less than 500 to over 12,000 in the cumulative counts. If you look from 2002 to 2020, and then you see the very steep increase for the yearly publications. If you look from 2000 to, especially from 2015 to 2020, and this is where we got a little bit of the sense like, what happened in 2015? Well, this was the time when machine learning technologies became more prominent. So we looked at the country distribution. That shows us a picture that's quite common to see, I would say, for emerging technologies, but 87%, 6 countries account together for 87% of the IP5 neurotech patents here. But then let's look at the core applications that should have been there. It was squashed a little bit, sorry for that. So if we zoom in, what are the core applications that we can see in these patents? Well, we have neuromodulation. This is clinical application of implants for people with certain conditions where they, for example, get an electrode that would maybe prevent a seizure from happening. We have the seizure prediction, right? So you actually read from the nervous tissue, and then you have an AI, well, machine learning algorithm, probably, or maybe even something more explainable and simpler than that, that just says predicts a seizure oncoming. We have brain-computer interfaces, for example, for limb rehabilitation. So people that have been involved in an accident cannot move, they get certain technologies that are attached to the body to support them, but also things like exoskeletons are part of that. But now we also see things like sleep optimization. So applications within this area, right? So people monitoring their sleeping patterns and what is going on there, optimizing this. But also brain performance assessment. And this is already an area where you can start asking yourself, wait a minute, where do we need it? Is this going to be used in the job market? Imagine a situation where you apply for a job and they say, oh, you need to take on this cap and we need to perform some tests on you. Could happen, we don't know, but it is definitely in the patents. And obviously advanced brain imaging, which is quite often a clinical application. So if we look at the technologies, again, and this is interesting, we see a lot of computer technologies according to the patent classification patterns being in there. So, you know, one could say, oh, it's only medical technology. No, a lot of computer technology. And in fact, and this is pretty much what we've seen also in the general number of increase, if we split it by the technologies, we see computer technology involvement in the patent has been on the rise. Okay? So there is some indication of this convergence happening. Now, we started looking at this convergence itself. And here we identified the very small, not so big sample of patents that explicitly say they combine AI technologies as defined by the patent classification systems. So there is like a few classes that explicitly say this is AI, this is machine learning, and there are some classes that always appear or quite often appear in neurotech. We looked at these combinations, we took this patent and then we extrapolated from there. And this is what we got. It's around 1,500 patents. And if you kind of look through them, and this is a very, very preliminary recent work, we just started digging into that more explicitly, you will see things like methods for characterizing, detecting, and monitoring ADHD. It is a patent that is out there. So, and just to give you a few more examples of that, to start a conversation, and I'm looking forward to discussion afterwards because, you know, maybe some of this will be also debunked. We have an expert on these technologies here, but this is what we see. You know, brain-computer interface for augmented reality. So someone is looking into that and spent money on filing a patent. And this is actually, those are granted patents. So this is not only filed patents, those here on this list are patents that have been granted. System and method for brain state classification is a technology out there that a company could start selling tomorrow. A method and device of brain-computer interface with adversarial learning. It's a Korean patent in the sample. Artificial intelligence sleep enhancement, non-invasive brain circuit control therapy system, and I decided to take this lovely picture on the left side there. So this is how it works, right? You have several electrodes and it will be connected to your smartphone, and somehow it monitors you in your sleep and monitoring various signals from your body. So this is what we see so far. We see technologies appearing. I believe there is much more than that because as usual, when it comes to patent analysis, the usual assumptions, limitations apply. Not everything that is out there is actually patented. It's only a sample. Not everything that's patented is also out there as a technology, but it is a quite relevant indication of what is actually happening. If we look at these patents, again, this is this little subsample that we identified of patents that combine AI and neurotechnology. It is growing a lot. There is, you know, if you look at the yearly count, obviously it's always going down at the last year because not everything is recorded already. But if you look at the cumulative numbers of the granted patents, it just keeps going up. Yes, and with this, I would like to thank you for listening, and you can scan again and download the report that we have. And yeah, let's go into the discussion.
Thanks a lot, Roman. So now I'm going to follow a pretty unusual way of moderating the session. That is, I will ask some questions and I'll invite my experts. So I'm very happy to be here today with Lee, of course with Roman, and with Yuki Yasu. So I will put the questions and then you answer to as many as you want. You tell me whether you want to answer at all. But the important thing is that we do snappy responses, and then of course if there are questions we will take it. So don't feel free to just, you know, intervene on each other, because I really think this is an open question. We have a number of open set of questions, and for the moment nobody has the answer. If anything, we are starting to discuss the issues that really matter. So the first question I would like to put to ask to my expert here today is, what is that AI is bringing to neurotechnology, and what do you think that neurotechnology can bring to AI? So perhaps do we start from you?
Okay. First, thanks for the invitation. It's a great privilege for me. So I'm a computational neuroscientist by training, and I'm working on brain decoding and brain-machine interfaces. And you know, the study of the image reconstruction is related to my work. That's actually what we started in 2017 or so. And the particular example was from a group following our approach. And yeah, so yeah, I come back to this point later. But about your question, so okay, let me first talk about what neurotech brings to AI. Okay, so neurotech allows us to collect data very efficiently. So neurotech provide food for AI. Okay, so brain data can be just one modality for AI. So it can be useful in some way if you're clever enough to come up with some good path for application. And on the flip side, so what the neurotech AI brings to neurotech. So I want to talk more generally about the relation between AI and neuroscience. Okay. So current AI is based on deep learning. And the deep learning is inspired by neuroscience, the function and the structure of the brain, but in a very loose way. Okay, so there are a lot of differences, not biologically plausible mechanism, but still, if you train the AI model with huge amount of natural data, that acquires representation that looks like brain. So we can directly compare internal signal of deep learning and the brain activity signal. So that's a recent innovation realization. So this allows us to directly translate brain signal to AI. And from AI, you can create sound, image or whatever, and you can understand how the brain process real world information. For instance, our language is not processed as words and characters in the brain. So it has some latent representation, having very complex vector-like patterns. So, but that can be correlated with actual brain activity and between brain activity and deep learning. So that allows us to understand brain functioning without resulting to some very interpretable mathematical formulation or our verbal theory. So that's a great advantage recently we have seen. And now in the field is called neurotech, neuro AI. So I'm part of that.
That's great. Who wants to add? Lee, perhaps?
If I can jump in a little bit from the non-technical standpoint, I mean, I guess the way I would describe it is that the combination of the two is it's a real multiplier. And it's like a lot of what we see with artificial intelligence that, as the slides in your presentation indicated, that the multiplier effect can bring a lot of tremendous benefits when we think about people who have disabilities with the exoskeleton, people who may have cognitive impairments, that by combining the two technologies, we can really unlock a lot of good potential here for people who need it. But on the flip side is that if used in an untrustworthy, irresponsible way, the harms can also multiply. I mean, think about it, some of the patents that big tech company has, if they're monitoring, as Roman was explaining to me earlier, in your earbuds, what's going on in your brain, and they're using that for commercial purposes, then we trigger all the harms multiplied, violating your rights to privacy, integrity, autonomously. So it really does kind of present a lot of challenges that we've been dealing with AI more broadly of, how do we create frameworks that enable society to capitalize on the great benefits that can come when properly used, but also mitigate against some of these harms that I think most like-minded nations would really find intolerable.
Roman, do you want to add, or should I go forward to the next question I have?
I mean, I think one point that I think most of the points have been mentioned, but I think like one interesting thing that could go from neurotech to AI is actually some of the ethical understanding, because neurotech and neuroscience, it's quite often a clinical thing. It has medical applications, and hence we have very strict regulations there that may actually, in this combination, inspire some of the regulations within AI, because people have been thinking about ethics in the medical area quite a lot. So, and then one thing that I haven't said before in the presentation is one area of technology that we found is neuromorphic computing. And this is quite interesting. It's a really recent thing. I don't hear people so much talking about it, but when you look into what's happening there, it's the biologically inspired chips, biologically inspired algorithms, and especially on the hardware side, potentially technologies that will be more energy efficient, that will be maybe more performant in several ways. So this is another interesting development that we see there of this inspiration going from neurotechnology or neuroscience towards AI and tech.
So as Yuki Yasu put it, we can already call it AI neuro or neuro AI, whatever, depends on the country you are and how you want to call it. Now, the question is, evidently this is a convergent technology, but we have seen others in the past. We have seen the bio-nano convergence. Now, the question to my panelists is, do you think this time is different? with Neuro AI or is not? And if it's different, why is it the case? Who wants to start?
I think in some respects it is different because when you look at where we are today, you look at the ways in which we can collect data through your earbuds, where everybody's wearing Apple Watches. I mean, the amount of data that we have to manipulate mine today is a lot greater. And then also, coupled with that is there have been so many huge advances in compute, and the compute keeps getting smaller. So I think where we are today, the potential of being able to use the data, the open source algorithms, so the algorithms become a lot more available, really opens up a lot of doors, both for great potential, but also to make sure that we don't allow those harms to happen. And I think it really does require a lot of vigilance, and commend the great work of UNESCO, and hopefully GPAI can support as well on trying to come up with those ethical frameworks that enable society to capitalize on the benefits, but do it in a very safe way.
Who's next? Oh, the two gentlemen.
So yes, yeah, I agree with Lee, and so yeah, brain tech concerns a lot of ethical issues, and that's very new. And but so I think we can draw some analogy with gene. So gene and the brain has something to do with ourselves, our identity or privacy. But the gene technology or biotechnology has advanced a lot. But just looking back, about our personal trait or the biomarkers for psychiatric diseases, it's not well identified, even with huge number of genome-wide association studies, right? So, and it turned out that our personal trait is very complex. It cannot describe by a small number of genes. Okay? Same thing may be true for the brain. The brain is complex, but as for brain data, it's very dynamic, unlike static genomic data. So it has the dynamic aspect and rich in complexity. But still, when I'm always looking at brain data, but if you look at them alone, it's just noise, right? So brain data makes sense only in the light of behavior or perception or actual functions. So yeah, we should keep in mind that brain signal alone is not something mysterious signal which defines our mind and the behavior. It can be just a scratch paper which is useful for coordinating our behavior. So so in that sense, we shouldn't treat brain data something exceptional. Yeah, it can be treated similarly as various kinds of behavioral data, which is currently used for the training of AI.
I mean, I will pick up on actually the gene aspect that you said. And, one interesting thing there is the regulation about what we are allowed to do with the human genome and what we are not allowed to do. They were actually passed quite some time ago, before CRISPR came along and before these technologies were around. And this is actually quite interesting because from a regulatory perspective, just to add a little comment on what we said, and maybe this is what we need to do with these technologies now, because they are emerging. They're not entirely here yet. They're not entirely mainstream, and maybe this is what we need to do. But just to get back to the question on the the nano and biotech, and how is this convergence different? I think, well, first of all, AI is ubiquitous. I mean, look at the amount of people here today and all the applications we have seen. It is around. So if we now get a technology that attaches to something that is already all around us, mainstreamed in consumer goods, I think that puts a different dimension to it as compared to something like nanotechnology and bio, which mostly stays in the lab. Yes, I know there are some biohackers out there, but in their garages, but most of the time it is a costly activity. It is costly technology that requires a laboratory, that requires R&D, and so there is definitely a difference in terms of accessibility and cost there. Where here, you know, if Apple in 2 years comes out with AirPods that actually can record EEG signal, well, you know, people will probably buy it, and it will be the Apple AirPods Pro Ultra something. I don't know. But
let's not make publicity one against the other. But going back to what are the challenges and the opportunities, really, I mean, in your mind, if you were to really think about the top 2 or 3, both the challenges that are put in forward by the convergence of neurotechnologies with AI and the opportunities, which one would they be? I'm asking this to everybody, actually. Please.
So I think, you know, a couple of the challenges that really weigh on my mind, and we see the parallels in the general AI debate is the privacy. I mean, think about it. If you, the average consumer doesn't understand how they're giving up a lot of their privacy rights today. And if you're using a consumer device that's measuring all your biometrics, you know, how do you even, should you even be getting informed consent to that? How do you make sure that the average consumer really understands what that consent is? Then, you know, one of the problems we have in the United States is we have, in my opinion, what is too unregulated in terms of a data broker market. So it's not just the entity that's collecting the data, but then all these downstream uses, and it's being used by people for all sorts of scams. So that, you know, the privacy implications are huge. And then, you know, with AI, you know, AI not only collects personal information, but it generates new personal information about you, because it can take data that maybe the earbuds collected and combine that with data that you may have voluntarily given to some other application and draw new inferences about you. So I think the privacy issues are huge. And then something else that has been of concern with regulators with just AI is the manipulation that, you know, we're already seeing. And the Surgeon General in the United States has raised a lot of concern about the mental health crises that we're having in the US. And I know it impacts broader society, and how these tools are becoming addictive. So when you start using neurotech, are you exacerbating addictions to some of these technologies? So, you know, how can we allow the technology to go forward, but safeguard people's privacy, and also protect the human integrity, so we have more autonomy over how we make decisions and lead our lives, and we're not delegating that to computers, devices unintentionally.
Who's next? You?
Maybe try to say some positive things, and then we can go for. So, I mean, looking at some of these patents, I see there is a lot of amazing technology. In fact, you know, if you think about people that are paralyzed and that may get an opportunity to control something like an iPad, right, and maybe combined with some of the augmented reality devices, suddenly can regain some form of existence that is better than what they have. This is amazing. If you look at some of the technology that is put out there to, you know, create artificial limbs for people that had an accident of sorts. So all of this is quite interesting. And even, you know, I presented the sleep optimization devices as something maybe evil, but there are so many people suffering from sleep apnea and other diseases that, or other conditions that are debilitating, that if we can use this technology to, this combination of technologies to find solutions, maybe even in a consumer space, that's fantastic, I think. We can see also in the data application, for example, for education. Imagine a scenario of tailoring curricula to the special needs of individual students because they are maybe neurodiverse, or they just have a different way of learning. So they have a different, you know, way of focusing at certain times, and then you adjust, you know, the learning to this. That can be very, very beneficial. So I think there are some applications where you can say, okay, this is fantastic. And, you know, you can maybe criticize it, but having, for example, a device for certain professions to make sure that the person in charge is not tired at the job may be relevant in certain situations, may be problematic in others. So, you know, I think there are opportunities also in this.
So Yeah, as a working scientist, I of course has a positive future in mind. Of course, having in mind ethical issues. So, but the most positive thing I have in mind is that this is going to be a next generation information technology. So far we have smartphones, internet, but we had to communicate something inside your mind. You had to type or speak. So you have to move your muscles. But with this brain technology, you know, you can bypass muscles or body. So the brain is directly connected to the world. And the brain has a huge number of neurons, but it's connected only through motor area, which is very small portion of the brain. So it's, our body is like a bottleneck for the brain, right? So, we could liberate, the brain. So by using brain-machine interfaces. But the concern I have, especially when we're discussing the ethical issues, is that people tend to talk about this issue as if all SF-like technologies are already there, right? So, but we are struggling to achieve that goal, and some of them are just advertised and they exaggerated. There are a lot of misinformation, and especially using generative AI, you can create very realistic things, and usually realistic output is meant something true. But now there are a lot of things which looks realistic, but false. There are many such things. So yeah, the brain reconstruction is one of them, and I have trouble with many spurious reconstructions, just generated from AI, and and people often do a lot of cherry picking. You ask AI to generate again and again, so that you get something looking good. So yeah, we should be very careful, and even experts, ethical law experts, get deceived, and I feel oh, they are so credulous, So, and even ourselves, just if I can be credulous, for research progress outside my field. So it's very difficult to tell which is true, which is false, and especially in the age of generative AI. So maybe we should first face the reality and then move on to the discussion of ethical and the social issues.
To some extent, you are putting the emphasis on another possible link between neurotechnology and AI, which is what is actually achievable today with the neurotechnology that exists, and what are the fake news, the misinformation and the disinformation that actually AI can help replicate in relation to creating a myth about what can be done already. However, it is true that some of the applications are already there, and perhaps, let's say, as I was mentioning before, there are positive and negative options that different agents might want to be pursuing. But let's talk about one in particular, and these inequalities, because as we said this morning already, I think it is important, and this is why UNESCO is working on these issues, to put the accent on the ethics. That is putting people back at the center and put technologies at the service of people. And so inequalities is one of the key challenges that all governments around the world face: inequality of opportunities, inequalities of income, inequalities. Unfortunately, we can go with a list that is very long. But so in your mind, if you were to identify, thinking really from the perspective of neurotech and AI together, what are the key inequalities that this converging technology might augment? And why do you think that's the case? Would you like to start?
Okay. So, okay, let me try. So, okay, yeah, that's a difficult question. But yeah, of course, if there's no regulation, maybe rich people get the device first, and they may be able to augment their cognitive ability or even some emotional or moral ability, right? And so, but as long as it's like a small gadget, like, just wearing some cap or something. Yeah, I don't think that's very serious. But in near future, maybe we can implant something in the brain and transmit all the signals, just remotely. You don't need any cable visible, right? So in that case, people cannot tell whether the person is wearing some brain device. So it looks like even if it's augmented by some device, it looks like the person's intrinsic ability. So yeah, that's if that completely wireless system and the implant system is realized and it was used exclusively by rich people, that could cause a lot of inequality.
Thank you. I see there is already a question, but perhaps let's have Lee, and I don't know if Roman wants to jump on this, and then I will go to the gentleman, and then we'll continue the conversation.
I mean, I worry a lot about the fairness issues, and it comes in a lot of different ways. So, the old adage with AI is garbage in, garbage out. So if you're training the algorithm on data that's not representative of the patient population, you're going to get skewed outcomes. And if decisions are made based upon skewed outcomes, that could create real inequalities. And unfortunately, it's a problem that we all face is that, the training data, the data sets used to validate models often are, don't represent traditionally underrepresented populations. So there's that risk. Then, something that's gotten a lot of attention in the United States, like the Department of Justice, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, is we're already seeing AI being used a lot in the hiring processes. And the government agencies have reminded the community that we can't discriminate against people based upon disabilities. And AI is typically probabilistic. So if somebody is slow to respond, it may draw an inference and say, well, this person doesn't have the knowledge base in order to do this job, when it may actually mean that this person has some sort of a disability that is causing delays in their response. And you can't discriminate against somebody based upon the disability. And that's another area where I'm concerned that we could exacerbate inequalities in society.
If I can add, I think just really continuing in the same line, in the workplace, I mean, you could see scenarios, and I'm really just speculating from all the patterns that I've been reading, what is out there. This may become an application, it may not, but, its technology is described. Imagine a situation where you have really assessments at the workplace based on, some tests. I mean, I know in the US that in cases of all these personality tests, so now think about personality tests on steroids, also monitoring your brain data. That is potentially possible. And maybe devices that actually monitor the way how you work, and that may create inequalities or exacerbate inequalities for people that are not neurotypical or people that are marginalized already. So imagine a situation where maybe a person in a minority group is just like thinking slightly differently because of their background, and then they just fall outside the normal distribution somehow, and it doesn't make a difference for the performance outcome, but somehow this is monitored and marked as an abnormality. So I see different scenarios where we can get adverse outcomes.
So actually, I've seen two questions. Please, the gentleman here in the front. There is one in the back, and then the third one there. Yes, yes. Wow, it's 5. Okay, one by one. So let's go for yeah, please.
Actually, I have
if you can introduce yourself so that we know who we are talking to.
Yeah.
And then also, if you have a preference for the respondent, you signal it. Otherwise, you leave it to the end.
Definitely. In fact, my name is Raju. I'm coming from DXC Technologies. I have developed a framework, in terms of AI and neuroscience, how it can bring some kind of a solution, in line with what is your agenda on human and society. I'll come back to that later if opportunity comes. My question is regarding human-machine interface. Already Ray Kurzweil, 2029, he articulated very well. Singularity is near. That is the book, title of the book. And now also he re-emphasized recently, and he's talking about two-way data communication. Your mind can be connected to the cloud data. Cloud data will get your thoughts update, and those cloud can update your thoughts. Hope storage is sufficient enough. Any thoughts on this? That is one. Second thing is about neuroplasticity. Okay, neuroplasticity, that should be one of the topics. You have identified several topics you must have, but how you can relate that, or, to the brain monitoring. The person is happy or not, stressful or not, unhappy. Is he getting more and more body or mind issues, and it may lead to psychosomatic disorders. So can AI predict such issues in future so that we can be our own psychologists, etc.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. Who wants to take the first one?
I think the first question was about brain uploading kind of thing, right? So yeah, I like that idea, but it's still science fiction level. So there's no concrete plan. There's no fundamental understanding that allows us to brain signal having same information in some different medium other than networks of the brain. But it's a fascinating topic, and many people are actually interested in. And also, although I mainly study about reading brain signal, but there are studies, encoding, stimulating brain in certain patterns to cause some perception and some particular pattern behavior. So that's being studied using animal models.
The plasticity.
Yeah, plasticity. Yeah, that's the important point. And it's also related to the first question. So brain changes, right? So the brain is a network of neurons, and it's connected via synapse, which changes with experiences. So even identical twins, and even if they are born with the same network, if they experience different things, their brain differ. Okay, so then why we can read out, the content of the mind from brain activity? That's the way we do is machine learning. We just put a lot of that brain data and associated perception or behavior data. Okay, so we have to train this model for each individual. Okay, so that's why I emphasize that brain data alone doesn't tell anything, right? So, and also the pattern also changes over time, even within the same person. But there's some gradient of plasticity in the visual or motor area, or which are close to our input or output, to the brain, tend to be stable over time. But in the middle, related to more flexible thoughts, it's more flexible. So we have to take that into account too. So it's in reality, it's really difficult to identify the intrinsic pattern of some particular emotion just by looking at brain data. Okay, we have to do data science on brain data and behavior at current moment. Yeah.
I don't know whether my colleagues here want to add on this.
Add a little bit on the brain plasticity, and I think one interesting thought here could also be, I mean, if you think about some of the apps that we're using today and that kids are using today, right, that use the behavioral feedback, right? So you're swiping and watching some videos, for example, and you could argue that this actually triggers brain plasticity because you kind of get a type of an addictive behavior from that without any intervention, right, without any physical change or pharmaceutical change. So one could also argue that way, that we have, AI technologies that predict content, that make you more addictive, which in turn induces brain plasticity in one way or another. And, that leads, when we think about regulation, into thoughts around, for example, things like gambling, right? This is a behavioral pattern that many jurisdictions tend to regulate because exactly of that, because it induces certain type of behaviors that we don't want people to develop without any technical intervention. And on the other side, you could also say, you know, we do have things like neurofeedback, right? There is some gadgets, there is some consumer electronics that help people, you know, to exercise more focus or be more mindful. Things like that exist today, and this is also right. The idea there is to induce brain plasticity, to repeated interaction with this technology and receiving this feedback and this phone. So you could also think, you know, about some regulation of different apps by just thinking, okay, how much brain plasticity, how much, how much brain plasticity does this induce? Do people get addicted to? And then try to measure it that way. It would be an approach.
Lee, any thoughts on this?
I think as we think about trying to address some of these issues in the brain plasticity and how do we draw the line with putting products out there that may be entertainment, gambling in most jurisdictions for adults is an acceptable form of entertainment, but we run the risk when it crosses the line and becomes addictive. And, some of the things that we're developing in the AI space, and UNESCO has done great work with the AI agreement, is looking at it from a life cycle approach. And as we develop technology, doing impact assessments, what are the benefits that we're trying to capture? What are the harms? And trying to address that at the beginning of the life cycle in the design. So you can try to build the safeguards in to try to prevent some of those harms, and then embedding that really throughout the whole life cycle through development, through implementation. And I think that's a way to, when we talk about the neuroplasticity with the gambling, it may be an acceptable application, or the addictiveness with social media, an acceptable application, but like, how do we put those safeguards in so the technology doesn't become harmful?
So there was a gentleman that now is standing. I remember the order, so I will call you in the order. So the gentleman, first it's this gentleman, and then it will be the one there. And then it was from here, actually, and then I will go back there. Brain plasticity, I'm learning. Don't start raising and lowering your hands because I'm not powered by AI. Go ahead.
My name is Aditya, and my background is natural language processing. So my question is, the example was that your thought is a machine learning matched to a picture. So, and that works well. So can we extrapolate this to say that human brain learns by association of concepts? So if we extract a larger set of activity from human brain, that will help towards creating what AI relies on a lot, which is knowledge graph. And that would be the first step towards broad AI or general intelligence from what is currently narrow AI, because all knowledge graphs are domain specific. So financial knowledge graph or engineering knowledge graph. So once we get to that gold mine, then we can make a general purpose knowledge graph so we can distinguish that when somebody says bat, is it cricket or is it animal?
So if I want to synthesize your question, it's like, is this leading us closer? Is this getting us closer to, general AI? That's what it is.
Yeah, actually, that's a kind of goal of Euro AI approach. And so far, we didn't have a good model, right? So we had for instance, a robot control, system, or say, some reinforcement learning. And so brain researchers, theoreticians working on brain functions tend to rely on existing physics or, engineering theories. But, that doesn't perform like humans. But now we have AI, which is capable of doing a lot of things, and especially language. So we really have no clue how to study language in terms of brain functions. But at least we have something, some artificial system which is capable of a lot of, perform great AI functions. So now people in our field are trying to relate actual brain signals and LLM internal representations. So, they give the same sentence or something to the AI and the human, and how they correlate. They try to find out some function which translate from AI to brain or brain to AI. And so they try to do that across different languages, trying to find some general mode of language or something. So that everything is in progress, and I'm looking forward to the future progress. But yeah, so that's what we are up to. So yeah, please expect to see.
So watch out
progress.
for what is coming. Actually, that's the answer. The gentleman there. So I can see a lot of hands raised, and actually we haven't had any ladies so far asking a question. So I will do an exception that is like, we'll go first with this gentleman, and then we will have the lady there, and then we will move to the other gentleman there.
Thank you. I'm Sai Krishna.
But you're balancing a bit. Please go ahead.
I have a background in data science, and I started reading neural science, psychology, etc. ever since I had a breakup. So my introduction to neural science is not very academic. So please excuse me if I don't ask a very profound question. But in my understanding, again, we started using artificial intelligence in a way to replace humans, like that has been there to avoid human errors, etc. And now when we try to bring our learnings from neural science into artificial intelligence again, there are a lot of imperfections, like from my understanding in brain, like we have optical illusions and other imperfections of human brain, which have functionality otherwise, but not probably in a rational decision-making sense. So can I think of any such imperfections in a human brain that might have functions in artificial intelligence? Be it optical illusions, be any such imperfection.
Who wants to take this very simple question?
I can just try to, again, I'm an economist that works a lot with natural language processing that somehow fell into and has been reading all this neuroscience because of the UNESCO.
I'm guilty of this.
So yes, no, but one thing that we recently see, and this is the language processing papers, maybe some of you have read them, where we see people trying to understand, like if we look at the large language model, how does it store certain information? So is certain information localized? Are there certain layers and areas of neurons that are activated when a certain concept is generated in the decoder that is the LLM? So, and I know there are similar things being done in neuroscience, so like this kind of this locality of things that happens. We know, for example, if you have a brain surgery that is close to the temporal lobe area there, that they will actually see, will ask you to talk in all the languages that you speak, because languages are actually localized in certain part. And when you learn a novel language, this is actually where brain plasticity is happening, and you develop this thing. In terms of the imperfections, I mean, I think this is, you would be the,
I don't know. Well, yeah. So yeah, there's localization in the brain, and but now recently people begin to doubt the localization of language area. It could be just an artifact of averaging across different subjects. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with this debate, but generally, in the brain has very distributed representation, and even current AI, even language tokens are embedded into vectors, right? So, and the vector, just looking at vector, we cannot make sense of it, right? So, but that may be the case in the brain, okay? And people have, neuroscientists have been trying to find that interpretable, brain pattern or localization, but I suspect that was wrong. Okay, so we shouldn't expect something easily interpretable by ourselves. Okay, so but we can still translate or predict, from very seemingly complex patterns. Right. So that's our, recent realization.
Perhaps I'm going to say something very simple and something that we said this morning, but remember always that whatever gets into AI is as intelligent as the people that program it. So the likelihood that there is going to be a mistake is always there. Now, if that wasn't the case, you have to explain to me why, even in a setting that is very well defined, say chat, where you have all the rules, all the possibility, and you can calculate exactly what you can do next, there's always someone losing it. And if someone is looking and someone is winning, it's because someone has done whatever mistake at some point that then leads to a certain consequence. So let's say for the moment, the possibility of having something perfect doesn't really exist. And therefore, that's why there are still a lot, of studies to be made about how to optimize processes, then to have reliable systems as well, because this is another issue that is at the stake. I mean, this is really, even if advanced along certain lines, it's still a nascent type of science that we have to assess the implication for from many points of view. So the ladies and then you. Yeah. I think I took by surprise, you see. Yeah. Moving the neurons. Yeah.
Well, I was not expecting my chance was there because this unplanned question answer session started. So that's I have 2-3 points which got collected with the conversation. So very first point which has been raised by Mr. Aditya. So the answer given by Dr. Yuki's, Yasu. Point on the localization and the language understanding. Well, I am Priyanka and I am from Ministry of IT itself, Delhi. And we are the one who is doing brain-computer interface and behavioral analysis here in India. So having done some of the work in this domain, so bit of the knowledge which I have gained in this duration. So one thing which raised by the person that the language understanding. So what we understood by this time that the localization of language that is in temporal lobe, the T1 position of that 1020 system. We are working on the system which is called subvocal speech identification using this brain localization. So we are trying to understand brain-computer interface by understanding the subvocal speech of the person. If I'm thinking about the water in my mind and the pattern of the water in the brain signal, we are trying to understand that. That too not only in the Hindi language, which is Indian language, English and the Malayalam. So these are the language pattern we are trying to understand. This is one of the part I wanted to introduce in this forum. That is a part we are doing. Second point of my concern is that about the personality and behavioral analysis. We are the one who is working in this domain. So the question raised by sir that about identification of the attention and the focus level and something different. So this is the domain which we are working. So this is not only about related to clinical or mental health related stuff. We are incorporating these changes into that forensic domain as well. So the behavioral analysis in terms of deception detection or kind of malicious abnormality detection. So this is what can be done, not only using the neurotechnology, using biosignals, we are extending it to some other biosignals as well, like ECG, EOG, and eye tracking, hand gesture, audio, and video. So this was my third point that we are, when Miss Neuro is not only the one of the thing for in this domain, associated component, EOG, could be participating a factor for any kind of neurotechnology. That is one. Now my question, these were the discussion points. Now my question to Dr. Yuki Yasu. I could not understand a bit in between when you were talking about your session about Gen AI. I trying to understand if I missed something. You're trying to what I understood, you were trying to say something about that image generation and reconstruction of the images. How you are relating that brain signal analysis with generative AI? Means the where you are finding the bridge between these two?
Okay. So yeah. Oh, thanks for asking this question. Yeah, I can speak more than 1 hour on this topic, but yeah, actually, so okay, so we have brain and we have deep neural network to process visual information. And the DNN, deep neural network, has a lot of layers processed, starting from pixels to more abstract, concepts. So brain has similar hierarchy. Okay, so and using that hierarchical correspondence, we can translate brain signal while you're watching something to deep neural network. Okay, now you have deep neural network internal representation. Then what would be the most likely input? Okay, to estimate this, we use generative model. So we can, explore, we can optimize in image pixel system, but instead we have, smaller dimensional, generative model. So input is just 1,000 element vector. We can estimate, we can, change it. And given random input, but whatever, this generative model produce something look like real photo. Okay, we just keep updating this input based on the difference between brain decoded DNN state and the DNA response to the generated images. So we keep just repeating this process, and in that we use generative model. But so for that particular approach, generative model is not so crucial. We just use that as assistive, component. But so more recently, we have more research using full use of generative models like diffusion models.
Hey, over to this gentleman.
My name is Gaurav Tripathi. I am a market researcher. And as we started the session with you telling us about us being Avatar, it reminded me of the movie Avatar. And then Raju mentioned something about cloud connection. And it actually then reminded me of a dialogue in Avatar which said, we live in Pandora and Pandora lives within us, right? And she mentioned about some of the greater caution we need to have for the bias for the technology, right? We are in India as of now. Next year, we go into large election. 1 billion people go into elections. Thank God we don't have technology here, because I believe since the days of social media to what we have seen with AI, and now we are talking about neurotechnology, where are the regulators? I believe every time I think of these technologies, I believe the regulators are always behind in the game. So when we talk about this, what are the caution words for the regulators, especially when technology of this magnitude affecting, our daily choices? Where are we with the regulations? Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I mean, one thing we're just seeing across the board is, AI, neurotech, the development of the technology has so far outpaced the laws. And it's hard for, the regulations, the laws to catch up. I mean, many jurisdictions, US included, passing laws takes a long time. And then on top of that, even if we have really smart policymakers, as you listen to this conversation, these technologies are really hard. And, to get it right in terms of regulation, so the regulation is tailored to achieve the outcomes that you want is not an easy process. So really what we're seeing in artificial intelligence and across the board, and I think what has to happen with neurotech is it's kind of an all hands on deck approach. We need to have a lot of different stakeholders talking with policymakers, trying to figure out what are the right solutions. We need to make sure that the laws and policies align with science and they can be implemented. You need to get diversity of viewpoint. One thing that I think arises in a lot of jurisdictions, the US is no exception, but oftentimes marginalized groups are not represented at the table. So we need to engage in a process that kind of brings everyone together to inform the laws. And then why the work of UNESCO, of GPAI is so important is, we need to have some degree of harmonization across different jurisdictions because, the technologies don't stop at borders. And we have to respect that, India may have a different approach from the United States, may have a different approach from the EU. But if we can create some degree of commonality through standards, through tools, then we can try to come up with regulations, frameworks that can endure and that also can be adapted across different types of jurisdictions. So I think keeping the dialogue going is really important. And hopefully that will help the lawmakers catch up. And the solutions may not be laws per se or only laws, but laws in combinations with standards and other types of tools.
Allow me to add to what Lee has just said, and is that unfortunately the history is full of examples whereby technology is in the front and policy in the back, trying to run after it. So unfortunately for the speed of not only the AI revolution, transformation, call it as you want, but what is coming up through neurotech, this is not going to be an exception, if anything, in the country. And that's why UNESCO has been so adamant, because very often people ask, well, why UNESCO? Because I'm sure that if I were to picture in your brain what you look, you see, by the time I say UNESCO, you see monuments, right? So it's cultural heritage protected by UNESCO. That's what you associate it with. Well, you have to know that in the word, so the ESC is like culture for sure, education is another big component, and science, both natural sciences and social and economic science. And let's say UNESCO is the part of the United Nations, which is kind of the brain, supposed to be the think tank of the UN. And the S for science actually goes in the direction of informing the policies that is useful for society. And that's why we are raising the alarm between brackets already now, because we see the developments, we see where they are heading to. We have been advised by many experts worldwide, and indeed what Lee is saying is extremely important. It has to be multidisciplinary, because I think all of you suffered from the consequences of the pandemic, where decisions were taken based on two types of specialists, the epidemiologists, and at times, that depends on the countries, the Ministry of Finance or the economics, because the problem is there a budget? Is not a budget. That was it. So no sociologist, no psychologist, no people taking into account the different needs, for instance, simply of men and women differently, nothing. And here we are now with the shadow pandemics, whereby we have huge amounts and growing amounts of mental illnesses that have been aggravated or triggered after the pandemic because of the condition we have been living in. So this is why we think it is important to work multidisciplinary and work across countries, because that's another thing. These are technologies that if I develop, I'm Italian, a home, and I said it's here, the technology doesn't know the boundaries. So it has to be harmonized across countries, because then that's the moment in which all the society can benefit. It can also learn from good practices. So there was the next one. No, the next one, I think it was there. Yes. And then I will go, yes. Guys, here it's a kind of a bet on the, it's a millisecond thing.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Soham Suryanshi. I work as a quantitative analyst. So my question is in regards to human augmentation. So what do you think the role of AI is in human augmentation? So when I talk about human augmentation, I'm not talking about helping a person who has some impairment or such. I'm talking about the general public or an average human being. I'm talking about human 2.0. So do you think there are any implications or scope of this thing happening?
You want to go? Who wants to go to this? I think we can all address this one. So
I think the question kind of highlights where the laws and the policies can help. I mean, is it a human augmentation? If you go to the OECD AI principles, you look at the UNESCO work, it's all founded on we need to be human centric. We need to be able to use these technologies in a way that help humans and help humans achieve the goals. And I think that's where, getting back to your points, as a society, we really need to weigh in and say, we don't want this to be replacing humans. We don't want it to be used in a way that violates what we all consider to be human dignity and human rights, but we want to use it in a way that can helpfully, benefit people in terms of augmenting capacity. And I think some of Roman's examples about when you think about people with disabilities and how the type of technology can help them. So I think that's really where society can come in and try to answer that questions, and hopefully we'll get to the right answers.
Maybe a short add-on to this, and many times when I think only about AI, let's leave neurotech aside for a second. I'm thinking about the human capability there. So if you think about AI, let's say it's kind of like, imagine it's like a car, and now we have a car and it's much better in bringing you from one place to another. Should we all cut off our legs or just like not use them anymore because we now have this device that is much better at that? And so the question is it about the outcome of what you're doing, and this is a measure of augmentation, or is it about your innate human capability there? And I think when we bring some of these thoughts in the neurotech, so is it replacing what we should be doing as humans, or and it's great at doing it, or is it enhancing us and just making us better people? And I think this is the question that we need to ask ourselves.
Yeah, so as for the development of brain-machine interfaces, a realistic scenario would be first, a company like Neuralink develop a system for paralyzed people. Okay, they make a small hole in the skull and implant several electrodes, and that's used for control of computer cursor or some robot hand. right? But if it turns out, so that's kind of therapy, minus to zero, okay, for disabled people. But if it turns out that very useful, the patient can control cursor or, yeah, click, the smartphone much faster than, normal people. Normal people may want to have that same implant. Okay, say you can type in 5 times faster than you do with your hand. You might want to have that surgery. Okay, Elon Musk says, I know it will be available and it will be as easy as LASIK in several years. So you might think of that. I think that that's already augmentation, right? But the border is very, thin, right? So, and yeah, I'm personally very excited about future, but yeah, we should carefully think about the, potential outcomes caused by that change.
So I'm told that we have to close soon, despite the fact that we started more than 15 minutes later. So, and I have a lot of questions. So, but the two gentlemen here in the front have been waiting patiently. So please, to him the mic.
So it seems like I have waited longer than waiting for my exam results or something like that. Yeah. So hi, this is Pavan and I'm an AI researcher and I'm an inventor and lot of things, but still have two specific questions. The first one is earlier, when you were discussing about the neural networks and human brain, you said there's a difference between those two. So I just want to know the core differences between the human brain, the functioning of the human brain and the neural networks. That is one thing that I want to know about. The second one is what do you think the future of neuromorphic computing is?
Okay, so very specific and targeted question. Go ahead.
So neural network is said to be inspired by brain, but so it has artificial neural network has a unit which perform weighted summation and the thresholding and the synaptic weights remembers all the things. Yeah, that's overall not so different from the brain, but for instance, there are many differences in details. For instance, synapses are not so fixed in the brain. It's very dynamic, okay? And also, the way the neural network learns is basically back propagation in current popular models. But the back propagation is very difficult to implement in the brain. So it's very unlikely that that learning rule is performed in the actual brain. Although you can, loosen, relax the constraints and make it realistic, but it's probably wrong. Okay. So, but I emphasize that even though those architecture and learning rule may be different from AI and brain, the trained outcome and the trained model's internal representation can be translatable from AI to brain. So that maybe, even though the details of learning rule is different, maybe that extracting some general statistical structure of the world, natural images. So that's there represented both in AI and the brain, similarly.
Let me maybe get very quickly to the other questions, and maybe then we'll take the rest over.
Very last question.
So, as said, I'm an economist that somehow stumbled into this, and what I can tell you is just I see the number of patents in this area, the number of publication has dramatically increased. So it indicates that there is a huge development in this area. If you read into some of these things which are done, is you see, I mean, we can expect more energy efficient chips, which is of course fantastic for the sustainability agenda. If we kind of, get a new type of chips that may allow for other types of algorithms to run. People are now debating is transformer models and attention is this really what we have? And are we going to move away from there? And maybe these biologically inspired chips or these approaches will allow also for new approaches in AI. So this is all I can tell you for now, but you're very, very welcome to look at actually into the report. We published all the classifications in the appendix, and you can actually look up all of these patterns for yourself. because it's very, very hard to find them, but we found them and we actually put all of this out there so you can have a look.
So now we will conclude this with a very quick example of brain plasticity. So whatever you wanted to ask, you have 15 seconds to ask, and we will have 15 seconds to answer.
Sure. My name is Amit Kumar Shrivastava, and I'm one of Fujitsu Distinguished Engineer. So it's a Japanese company. So my question was actually around neurocomputing, like neuromorphic computing. And do you see that there are advancement ongoing, not from the paper perspective, but in practice? This is my first question. The second question quickly, like in neuroscience or neuroscience plus AI, do you see that this is going to help in maintaining public order as well? Because we talked about everything, but not the public order part, like how to, track criminals or maybe understand it and then so on.
So let me remind you about what are the prescription and the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, where social scoring is prohibited. So yes, of course, that's a possibility. In theory, you shouldn't do it. And countries, 193 member states, have actually committed not to do that, right? About advancement, let me just close with one point, and this that whatever you have seen so far, including what you're talking about, is actually a very small subset of what's happening in this domain. Because patent and scientific publications are just one of the representation, because imagine that there are a number of companies that are developing a number of services and products of which they don't detail any detail because that's a secret. And a production secret is an industrial secret. So what we are seeing there is actually really the kind of the tip of the iceberg. Underneath there is much more to it. But what we try to do that in that report is actually to show what is demonstrable and what is actually closer to the market. That is like it's something that you can stumble upon tomorrow. Because if it's patented, if it's granted, it means that it can be commercialized. So with this, thank you very much. It was a fantastic discussion. And I look forward to continuing the conversation and watch out for the work that we are going to do on neurotechnologies also related to AI. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We would also like to express our gratitude by presenting a small token of thanks.
Straight from New York, or do you go home? That's very specific.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. We'll be joining shortly. Request everyone to take your seats. Thank you. Could I request everyone standing to take a seat so we can start? Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the session on Future of Global Cooperation on AI, Perspectives from UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI. As we know, the past decade has seen various existing multilateral organizations, such as the G20 and BRICS, that have incorporated AI as a key priority area. Recognizing this need to foster a globally inclusive approach towards AI, the UN Secretary General convened a multi-stakeholder high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence to undertake analysis and advance recommendations for the international governance of AI. This session convenes various members of the high-level advisory body to deliberate on the future global cooperation and governance of AI and how various existing initiatives may converge towards ensuring a unified approach towards advancing trustworthy AI. We have a stellar panel for the session, and I look forward to an extremely insightful discussion. With this, I would like to invite the esteemed panel to the stage. Dr. Amandeep Gill, United Nations Secretary General Envoy on Technology. Dr. Renata Dwan, Senior Consulting Fellow at Chatham House. Mr. Vilas Dhar, President and Trustee, Patrick J. McGovern Foundation. Professor Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, UNESCO. Dr. Sedina Nadai, Lecturer at Sheikh Hamida Kane Digital University. Mr. Sharat Sharma, Co-founder, iSpert Foundation. We will also have two virtual speakers joining us shortly. Dr. Virginia Dignam, Professor of Responsible Artificial Intelligence at Umeå University, Sweden, and Dr. Nazneen Rajani, Founder and CEO of Collinear AI. Mr. Abhishek Singh, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of IT, and Dr. Anna Chrisman, Aerospace Coordinator of German Federal Government, may also join us midway because they're right now in a meeting. Before we start, could we request all the panelists for a photo? Thank you very much. With this, I hand it over to Dr. Dwan.
Good evening, everybody. Now, there is the next worst thing to doing a panel after lunch is to do the last panel of the day. When everybody is tired and you're all ready for sort of answering your emails and covering all that you haven't managed to cover today. So we're going to try to keep this lively, engaging, interactive, and that means that everybody on the panel is going to speak very concisely. And if we don't, please wave your hands and I'll certainly wave mine. There are a number of members of the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI with us on the panel today. In addition to Amandeep, we've also got, I think, if I may, Sharad Sharma's on a member of the panel. Vilas Dar is also on the panel, and to the left of Amandeep, Sadina Musende is on the panel. We're going to be joined by Virginia Dynam, who brings up the gender quota on that panel. And I do want to reassure you the gender quota is good. Exactly, and Nazim, who'll join us from Hugging Face, is on the panel. So it's a good mix, and this is an opportunity for you to hear a little bit about the panel. We may not have time for questions, but if there's something super urgent, please wave your hands and I'll try to get that. But with that, before we go into a whole discussion of why the Secretary General's high-level body, what is it doing and how does it work, I'd like us just to maybe step back just a small bit and to ask, why are we in the business of AI governance? And why are we all working through a series of conversations about forms of AI governance? So Sharad, maybe just to start with you, what's the need we're trying to solve?
AI is obviously very global. And it's a very funny system because we got to protect the user from bad AI, right? The AI that they may be using may be coming from a country separate from the one that they live in. And to produce that AI, they may be using data from a third country that may have come. And the people who contributed that data have a right for their privacy to be preserved as they go forward. And all this data would have been turned into a model in the fourth country's compute infrastructure that we are looking at. And it's quite possible that the people working on it, don't belong to the country that actually is taking the AI to the masses, but they are actually located in the fifth country. So it's about as global as anything can get. And everybody in this system has something to protect. People want to protect their data. People want to protect themselves from harms. There are artists who want their copyrights to be protected. So there are many things that are involved here. And if we want a healthy AI ecosystem in the future, therefore, we will have to cross country boundaries in many of these areas. And the only way to do that is to think about it in that way right from the beginning. So I think that is the case for looking at it from a cross-country global perspective.
Right, and colleagues, if there's something urgent that you want to add, please feel free to do so. But I'll move to you, Amandeep. October of this year, the Secretary General set up this advisory body to produce recommendations. What are you focused on, and what do you think is the added value to these multiple initiatives on governance that we're seeing right now?
I think to add to what Sharad said in terms of the global footprint of the AI value chain, AI and data value chain, there are global norms at stake, from human rights to norms related to respect for the rule of law, peace and security issues. And so those are legitimate global concerns. And there is an aspect of good use as well. So we focus on some of the misuse issues, some of the risks. Now we need to kind of catch up very quickly on the deficit on the sustainable development goals. We've fallen behind, and AI, data, digital technologies may provide us with the needed acceleration, but you just can't harness them if you do it in a very narrow sense within borders and with a few companies leading the charge. You need to kind of increase the scale of adoption, the scale of innovation, of relevance to the SDGs. So what we are focused on is the larger digital cooperation piece, where the Global Digital Compact to be adopted next year at the Summit of the Future is important. There is a protection piece in there, human rights online, misinformation, disinformation, preventing the fragmentation of the internet. There is a promotional piece in terms of the SDGs, building the global digital commons, and there is AI as well. And in the AI context, we are focused very much on support to this advisory body. 39 members, 20 women, 19 men, 33 different countries, all the regions across the world, all stakeholder groups, very carefully balanced in a sense, also in terms of age and different perspectives. And this is, in a sense, a first step in crafting a shared assessment globally of what are the risks and challenges, what are the opportunities, and more importantly, the enablers that are needed to realize those opportunities, and what kind of an international response we must craft going forward with all these different initiatives in mind. So how do we knit them together for a mutually reinforcing tapestry? And that works at these different levels, the level of companies and private sector, national, regional regulatory schemes, and of course, the international accountability, international normative.
Thanks, Amandeep. I mean, there's probably many people in the room involved in some of the G20 initiatives, the G7, other processes that are underway that might say, I recognize many of the things that you say, and my entity or my process is trying to address many of these things. So maybe we'll just sort of zoom in a little bit on the added value of a global body versus perhaps any initiative that draws on universal norms or values. And maybe if I could turn to you, Sedina, this question of the shared assessment of the risks and opportunities, without sort of revealing your conclusions ahead of time, do you feel that a common picture is emerging in the advisory body on what some of those shared risks and shared opportunities, and is there a balance there?
No, I think that in the body, all the perspective are now aligned. I think so, because we come from 2 days in New York, and it was very, very interesting, a very good debate. But in the end, I think that we all have the same view about opportunities and about risks. But I think that there is a little thing that we have to dig. It's about how the Global South could be more involved on this process, and how to take into account the need of the Global South, the need to be able to build their own capacities, their own models, and not to fall into the neocolonialism of AI, because Global South, a lot of countries, especially in Africa, it's particular in Africa, where there is no culture of data, there is no culture of AI, what to do with data, how to build model with data, and so on. So I think that we have to have a focus on this kind of people, so that we can talk with government, because the problem of Africa is not the people, but it's more the government. So UN is the best place to talk about this kind of problem and to push government to focus on the opportunity of AI. So.
And I think that sort of echoes and builds on Amandeep's point of why a UN and what is that framework. I think it's also good to keep the conversation also inclusive of the issues of opportunities, where quite often the entry point is harms. you know, we have been working in the UN, and people and institutions like UNESCO have been at the heart of some of these developments. Gabriella, you've been leading a lot the work on the ethics of AI. Do you have some sense of where the points of convergence are developing, and what are some of the experiences that you've had that could be useful for the advisory body to build on?
Well, yes, that's a very good question, Renata. It's okay? Okay. Well, first and foremost, let me thank Amandeep, because we have been in this journey together. Amandeep called on many institutions to chip in terms of integrating the advisory body, and also to become part of his thinking inside the system in terms of the recommendations. So thank you, Amandeep. I think that's very welcome. I have to say that it's true that when the Secretary General came out with this very great concern, and I commend his leadership in terms of when generative AI came in, and it was like a wake-up call, because we knew that there was a gap between where the technologies were and where the systems to deal with technologies, the governance systems to deal with the technologies were. And with generative AI and the exponential increase of their capacities, that was a big gap. And therefore, it was very legitimate to say, where are we? At the end, this also led all the institutions that are dealing with these issues to step up and show what exactly we have been doing, and to see where we can link the efforts. And it's pretty straightforward. I think that we can talk about international issues and the value chains, and the way we govern these technologies need to start at the national level, and need to start by having the governments with the capacities first to understand the technologies, and second, to shape the markets where these technologies, and it's not going to be the first market that governments will be shaping, but it's a very complex, because it's pervasive and it's touching all the sectors. So I feel that this is the reflection that we are having, in the sense that market developments are always ahead of the game, regulators are always lagging behind. How do we fill that gap, and how do we ensure that first we change the narrative, because the narrative have been of technological competition, geopolitical issues, profit making. We change the narrative on inequalities, because it's only two countries, China and the US, that have 80% of these developments. Good for them, very innovative, but at the end, this concentration at the top creates unequal outcomes at the bottom, and we are just reproducing the very unequal world that we have through the development of these technologies. And then you have the harms that you have mentioned. So I feel that the question here is how the international community get together to deliver on this. UNESCO is contributing because we have the recommendation on the ethics of AI. Pretty straightforward, just aligning these technologies to human rights, human dignity, inclusiveness, sustainability, but then moving into policies. And then, of course, we will need to find out how do we go for the interoperability of these systems. But first and foremost, is a question of capacities of governments to understand the technologies and shape them better.
Vilar, you spend a lot of time working in and around different countries, supporting different national, local, civil society processes. Is that a realistic goal for a global AI governance, that it will have a tangible capacity building dimension, or is that something that may be difficult to frame in high-level principles?
What a question. Good evening, everyone. I am really delighted to be here with a panel of experts and visionary leaders. But to answer your question, I think the first place I go is actually to reflect back on some of the remarks that the Secretary General shared with us when we were in New York just last week. He spoke quite eloquently and in a visionary way about AI, not merely as a technology, and AI governance, not merely as a question of governing a technology. But if I might put my own words into it, I think about it as really, if AI will transform human lives in the way we think it will, it's not just a question about regulating frontier models. It's a question about how do we think about conceptualizing our social, our economic, our political decision as we think about the future. AI governance gives us a particular aperture, lets us question assumptions and think about the future. In that context, you asked me, is it a possible goal? I think on one side, let's begin with the real threat, potentially, of a fracture in how different governments and different nation states think about those fundamental questions about what an equitable world looks like when AI enables these kinds of opportunities. And let's respond to that then, not with the heavy hammer of saying the answer is, well, we should make sure that everybody governs in the same way. I don't think that's the outcome. But in this balance of harmonization, right, of potentially thinking about how we allow for interoperability between local priorities, between an understanding of cultural context that might drive different interests, how do we name a set of norms, principles, and values that allow us to move to a global standard and a recognition about what I think of as the soul of our shared society, about what it looks like when AI transforms fundamental assumptions about socio-political situations. And ask the question as we think about the 21st century, where do we find a harmony in our values and a harmony in our approaches? Now, you ask me, is that a possible goal? And you know that the answer I give you will be absolutely yes. But I'm not so naive as to assume that that's an inevitable outcome of a process. Instead, what it requires is institutions that can step forward, that through a long history of trying to figure out ways to build consensus around this, can bring together global. I can think of nowhere better than the United Nations to do that. Not merely to have the conversation, but to offer practical and pragmatic solutions, like the ones that Gabriela has spoken of that have come out of UNESCO, like the work that's happening at UND, at other institutions. What it requires of us, though, is, I think, much more fundamental. Those of us who are not a part of the UN system, but are willing to support it, to say this is something that requires a public discourse and a public participation that's different from the kinds of debates we've had in the past, that require us all to share a shared sense of digital literacy, a capacity for a shared vocabulary, not merely about AI. We've all spent the last year, I know, learning about what foundation models are, what large language models are, what generative AI is. But also to think about what this means when it translates into domains, like thinking about how we shape a workforce of the future, how we think about representative participation and making sure that our educational systems are set up in ways that allow for us to have participation in these decisions. What does it mean for the distance between governments and their citizens? Not merely as a matter of how do we use AI to deliver better benefits, but foundational questions of what representative participation looks like. This, to me, is the challenge. If you ask me if it's possible, I say yes. But I say it's only possible when we invest in ensuring that every person on the planet not only has the capacity to participate, but feels the agency to do so. That's a mandate that I think is a much more significant one than figuring out how we regulate the risks of the next round of AI models.
No, and I think you raise a really interesting point, which is that, and you flagged it too, Gabriela, generative AI has sparked something. It has sparked conversation outside of technical agencies and technical bodies where AI is not new. And it has sparked a question about literacy and engagement from entities that haven't usually. I just came back from Geneva, and there last week, ILO has produced a report on how AI is going to work. You had WMO in the room, you had WIPO, you had a set of actors that don't all necessarily harness around the same set of technical questions, asking some of those. So I think you're absolutely right. It's had that more than nudge effect, push effect. Sharad, we're not doing this in a vacuum. We're not having AI governance in a vacuum. We're having it in a discussion of a century of thinking about digital or technological governance and digital technology governance. We're having it in a context of discussions about data and data governance. Are there some lessons from some of these international technology governance frameworks and experiences that we can draw on? And please, colleagues, do feel free to come in. And I've been particularly struck about the emerging language around responsible behavior. And if I put on my old arms control hat, responsible behavior in space, in nuclear, in cybersecurity, this is an old phrase. It's an old phrase that hasn't always delivered in terms of implementation, enforceability, compliance. So really like to hear your perspectives on some of the lessons.
So Vilas triggered a thought, so I'll start with that. So I'll make 3 points, if I may. The first is, I'll take you back to 1450s Gutenberg press. That revealed a fracture. There are many people said, hey, the Christianity that we read in the Bible is not the Christianity we see being practiced. Central Germany, Protestant movement, big social upheaval, in villages, towns, and and cities, people could no longer, it's polarized. We think there's a lot of polarization, but you go back and talk about polarization, then, cities and towns, which used to be harmonious, are now divided into two tribes who are literally killing each other. And out of that has to emerge a new way of organizing society. Second, I take you in the same theme, some years later, the 1750s, you have the steam engine, which lets the industrialist of that era say, hey, I don't need to hire you. I'll hire a child to do that work, right? And that created its own social upheaval. And out of that, all those fractures, and this is, of course, the abridged version of what happened. You had Karl Marx writing the manifesto in, I think, 1848, right? At that time, you had a new conception of what it means to be a human. That is the age of enlightenment that we talk about. We went and we changed every kind of system that we knew. We changed the way the criminal system, the education system, everything changed. I think those 400 years are going to be compressed in 40. And a good outcome would be that we change what it means to be a human for the better, right? Because whether we like it or not, that is going to change. Robotics is going to change what it means to be a factory worker. AI will change what it means to be a white-collar worker and more, right? So that's the reality that we are looking at. Now, coming to the specifics of your question, I think we have lots to learn from what we did with nuclear technology, right? There are some things that we need to learn. It took an ecosystem approach. We said if you have to curtail this technology, we must deal with all aspects of this, where you mine the uranium, where you process the uranium, where you use it, and how do you, kind of deal with used uranium. So the ecosystem idea is a good one. But where it fails is best captured with a quote that I used in our meeting as well, is from that famous evolutionary biologist, E.O. Wilson. Even if you don't know him, I'm sure you know his quote. He says, we have a Paleolithic brain, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. Now, of course, he was not talking about AI. He was talking about CRISPR. But this applies to AI as much. And his second part of the quote was that since we have godlike technology, we have to rethink the institutional structure, the human structure that will curtail that technology. So I think AI is fundamentally different from nuclear technology, because this is way more godlike than nuclear technology is. And so we got to go back and think, how are we going to bring an ecosystem approach to it? Which brings me to the third part, which is really 1st January 1983, when internet was supposedly born. If you Google and say birthday of internet, it'll throw up 1st January 1983, not so far back. And really, that was supposed to deliver goodies to us, which were decentralization, empowerment of the individual, balance of power shifting in the favor of the citizen, which we all know has not happened. And it has not happened because the multi-stakeholder approach of regulating the internet is a massive failure, right? So to me, I think we need all the three elements. We need to first acknowledge we are in the place of radical change, and it will end up defining what it means to be human. Second, we must take an ecosystem approach. Third, we must recognize that the ecosystem approach, the multi-stakeholder approach that we've taken so far is not going to deliver the goods. So we got to invent something new. And so to me, those are some of the lessons that we can learn from our past, which we need to bring to the present to deal with this new challenge that humanity is facing.
I think there'll be lots of questions around the failures of the multi-stakeholder approach that you flag. But so I'm going to just nudge you a little bit. Can you just give two concrete examples of what you see as some of the limits in multi-stakeholder? And then I'm going to put a question to the audience to think about, perhaps in the Q&A, what are the alternatives and how does one strengthen the multi-stakeholder approach?
Yeah. So, I think the hardest change is to do with techies. See, in nuclear technology, we gave technologists the right to say, look, technology can be used for good or bad. You don't worry about it. You build the best technology that you can. and it's the role of society to amplify the good use cases and damp down the bad use cases. Now the technology is godlike. It cannot be handled that way. So you need a new class of technologies who are value-based technologies, who, because they are value-based technologies, choose to be restrictive with that technology where they think they are out of alignment with the values of society, and to be permissive where they think they have to be, they are in sync with the thing. So first, the society needs, like you mentioned, need to be able to state the desirable values that you want society to exhibit. And then you need technologies to take accountability, to take responsibility for building the technology that will get us there. We never ask this from the technologists. So although I would say possibly the largest pool of public technologies in the world is now in Bangalore. In Bangalore, we are split between two camps. One camp is the old camp, which does not agree that they have a responsibility for building a value-based technology. The second camp, which as you can see, I belong to, does take this very seriously. And I think we have friction amongst ourselves, although we love each other and respect each other for our work. And I think until this value-based technology camp becomes more powerful than it is today, no amount of multi-stakeholder work will actually deliver. Because today the technology is godlike, technology is very powerful. It needs to be contained, constrained at the moment of its creation, not after it is already ready and deployed. So this is, to me, the hardest challenge that we have in building a multi-stakeholder approach in which these new class of technologies feel loved, because they haven't been loved so far. And so you guys, how many of you are in the civil society groups? You beat us up all the time. We don't feel loved. I just want to complain. And on the other side, for people like us who are really, I was telling her, really Sheldons on the inside, you know, who are not used to be here in sessions like this, have to train ourselves and be in those conversations so that together we can shape the future the way it ought to be shaped. So that's the challenge. I think it's going to be a tough challenge.
I'm really struck, although you're coming from different points, how you're all, Sedina, Vidar, and Sharat, making a similar point about a mindset change and about a focus on a much larger public conversation, a public education, a literacy and awareness, and then within the context of a technology mindset change that I think is really striking. And I'll come back to you for the last question, Amandeep, as to how the advisory boards work can facilitate or not that global effort. But I'd like to just welcome onto the panel our two women to get the gender balance going. So thank you very much. Both of you came right at the right time, or there's going to be a manel. And so Anna Kissmann, very welcome to us from Germany, aerospace coordinator of the German federal government. And with us joining remotely, Virginia Dynam from Umeå University in Sweden, but also a member of the high-level advisory panel. I'd like to just come back to make this a conversation about some of the other initiatives and the convergence of some of the developments that are taking place. And then, Virginia, I'm going to draw you in a little bit on some aspects that we've talked a lot about good, but let's talk about risks and ways of navigating some of those risks. Anna, are you seeing a convergence, I mean, viewed from a government perspective now, and Germany sits on many of them. You're in the G7, you're in the G20, you're in the OECD, the EU AI Act has just been placed. And of course, as a member of the UN, you're in tons of multi-stakeholder fora. Are you seeing, do you have a cognitive dissonance? Are you seeing a conversation where you see there is a path, and even though we're having multiple conversations, I see a way forward?
Yes. So happy to be here. Sorry for being late. It was due to the ministerial meeting, which was still going on. And I think, first of all, it's a very good thing that we have so many initiatives right now, because it shows that also on the political side, on the side of the government, like Now everyone knows there is something important going on around AI, and we have to find a common way of dealing with it for the opportunities as well as for the risks. And I think there, like the last year was just astonishing how many things have been started or finalized, like the AI Act. And this is something quite new. I mean, the technology is already there for a while, I'd say. But actually, this kind of focus from a governmental level, from all these different initiatives, G7, etc., and now the United Nations, this is quite young. So I think we see two sides. One, it took a while, and the technology is already there for a while. But now everyone has realized we have to do something about it because there are so many opportunities. And I think and there all the different initiatives have kind of a different focus, and I would say they add to each other. It's not that like one would be unnecessary, but I think all of them have a different focus, and the important thing is to bring them together. But for example, for the UN advisory body, and now I don't know what you have already discussed, but they are having the focus on like the UN specific common sense, like the SDGs. How can AI support the SDGs, which is also like a framework that we have already in the UN? How, on the other side, might they risk human rights, which is also something very fundamental. I think that is something that is linked to the UN question, and it's good that we have there this broad framework. On the other hand, we have the GPAI here discussing how we can really in deep go to the expert project, expert level, bringing them together with a political framework and maybe having concrete projects out of them and concrete research centers. So that is maybe also a little bit a different focus. And so I think it's good that we have the strong focus from the political side now because it's necessary. And I think all the initiatives add to each other. But of course, maybe we need a little bit more for in the future where we bring it together. Maybe GPAI can be something like a node in between, but that is to be seen, I think.
Right, and I think that's actually one of the points that the Secretary General has flagged in establishing the AI advisory body, which is how do we ensure a coherent global effort in doing so on this. Virginia, we surprisingly, before you joined us, a lot of the times the questions tend to be focused on the harms, and that has driven a lot of the conversations in our society, risks and harms associated in particular with generative AI. But we managed to start today on the opportunities and some of the issues, or at least thinking about the potential. But I do want to come back to some of the risks and how we navigate a risk-based approach. We've seen already, for example, the EU AI Act under discussion since 2018, agreed with some challenge just last week. But just before the act started to come out in its draft act, Gen AI chatbot GPT came out. Obviously, nobody thought to tell the European parliamentarians that, but you know that. So the technology catching up with the attempts to regulate and manage straight away. And now we already have criticisms or challenges saying that the US executive order is already defining frontier models at a particular level of compute power. That's going to change the framework. So I guess my question to you is, how do we frame a risk-based approach? And how do we think about risk-based approaches that are future-proof?
Thank you very much, and apologies for being late. I think that the risk-based approach or the understanding of risk starts exactly with what I heard in the little bit that I joined. I see that there is a huge accountability gap. Technology is not accountable. Technology is not responsible. Technology is not godlike. We need to create the infrastructures, the social technical infrastructures, which enable us from a humanity and societal perspective, deal and address the risks and take the responsibility for the technology. The issue is not that the technology will or will not be out of control. What we do need to start first by doing is to ensure that we have mechanisms and instruments to control those that are developing, deploying, and using this type of technology. And by creating or by talking about risks, is that not necessarily or definitely not and going against the possibilities or against the innovation capabilities. I often give the example of a car. AI can be compared with a car without brakes. There is no brakes or no seatbelts, or at least no regulations which requires that the car has brakes and seatbelts. And without those brakes and seatbelts, no one would dare to use the car. So if we want to benefit from the potentials of AI, we need to make sure that we start talking about what are the brakes, what are the seatbelts that we want to put there. And that is opposite, or it's orthogonal to the capabilities of this technology, is not limiting the capabilities of the technology, but it's ensuring that there is regulation that says before you put it into the market, before you start using it, before you make it available for others, you need to take these issues into account. And that's where I think that the big discussion needs to go. It's great to see, and I've been involved since the European high-level expert group, and before even involved in many of these discussions at high level in terms of what guidelines, what principles we want to have for AI. In a sense, these principles are easy to agree on. We all would agree that we want AI to be trustworthy, to be fair, to be ensuring privacy, to be transparent, and so on. The point, and that's where we do need to take a social technical approach, is to understand and to interpret what do we mean by these concepts. How can we get some type of contextualized, because we cannot have a solution that fits all sizes, but how can we contextualize the interpretation of these concepts, and then how can we agree on ways that we can implement these concepts into the value-based driven technologies, and not only implement them there, but also have means to measure and to verify that the systems are indeed aligned with the values that we have, or the interpretations of the values that we have agreed on. So the main issue at this moment, and I think that is a big task for the international community, is exactly to look at this bridge between the high-level principles that we are defining in terms of what we want AI to be, what we want AI not to be, and the ways and the possibilities that we have, not only to implement these issues, but also to verify and to create the accountability chains that will be required, such that we all across the world can trust, can use these technologies in a way that we can trust and think that are beneficial.
Thanks, Virginia. And thanks so much for highlighting this point of the bridge, moving away from the high-level principles, which often are much easier to agree on than when we get down. I'm going to let Sharad come in here, and then I'm going to sort of draw on others of you to comment, because I know it's a live question.
So Virginia made some excellent points. And, Virginia, I'm going to pick up on an idea that we had a chance to discuss, which we had a chance to discuss as well. In this whole outcome-based model, if you go to a restaurant and you fall sick, then, we don't know what's really to blame. Is it the canned food that they bought? Is it what the chef did? Is that something else that went wrong? Or better still, take aviation safety, right? So there's an investigation which looks at all the ecosystem players to pin down what went wrong and to fix it for the future. Now, the issue that we have here is that we are dealing with a very volatile system, very, very volatile system. The AI ecosystem of today is very different from what it was a year ago or 5 years ago, and you can be sure it will be very different 5 or 10 years later. So we have to model it as a complex adaptive system. And in the complex adaptive system, these liability chains become very important. And our ability to create a regime that can deal with these changing ecosystems becomes very important. And so we need to find a way that these liability chains are able to cross borders, because if they don't, then you'll have this situation. One country regulates pornography and merely it moves, the server moves to another country where there's regulatory arbitrage and nothing has in fact changed. So we need to take all of this into account. And what Virginia is saying is so right, but it has to take into account these accountability chains, this kind of a testing, when things go wrong, being able to look at the whole ecosystem. build a stakeholder model so that corrective action can be taken. And it has to be somewhat global in nature in a way that it has never been in the past.
That's, I think, the nub of the question, because those models have often tended to be national in the past. Gabriela, you want to come in?
Just based on the experience that we have earned in implementing the recommendation on the ethics of AI of UNESCO for the last 2 years, I have seen a shift in the narrative. We come from a world in which we did not regulate these technologies. We left them alone. And I'm hearing this panel, I'm happy to hear the panel focusing on the human, because that's where we need to go. But the problem here is that we still are looking at the technologies. No, let's chase the technology. Oh, this, you cannot control it because you don't know what is going to happen, because the generative, they do whatever they want. That's not the point. The point is the institutions and the regulatory frameworks that we need to have. And for example, very simple, we always say, and this is a very simple example from the ethics recommendation of UNESCO, human determination. For accountability purposes, of course, you need to have human determination because you're not going to blame the computer. How do we do it? Well, don't grant personality to AI developments. And we have it there. Questions very concrete, very straightforward. And this is what I'm looking at. How do we learn from each other? And this is the contribution, of course, Amandeep will come with the contribution of the body, but I think this is a contribution of the multilateral settings, because we are so far behind in terms of policies, in terms of institutions. I'm working with the European Union to implement the AI Act, to think about what kind of institution. When you hear the president of the US saying, do we need to have an assessment of products before they are released to the market? Far behind, of course. An ex-ante assessment is like 101. These things are not agreed yet. And we need just to put it there, and we have it in the recommendation. I think we just need to move to be very practical in terms of what are the solutions that the institutions need to provide for the technologies to behave well. I'm an economist. I believe in incentives, and we can create incentives to have more investments in good AI and to reduce the harms that they can do when they are not well framed.
Thanks, Gabriela. I want to know from you, Sedina, how does that sound for an African? Because much of the world that Virginia describes centers around those national frameworks, or in the case of the EU, a regional framework. But you highlighted in the beginning of your intervention that some of that capacity in administration and institutions doesn't exist. So how does Africa and African countries and societies bridge that divide, bridge it faster? And how does a global AI framework or governance framework support that effort, if it indeed it does?
Okay, thank you for the question. I want to highlight something from the governance of AI. There are two ways to do that. It could be driven by managing risk, or driven by pushing opportunities to be yes, like SDG or something like that. There are some examples in our group which pop up every time. It's two examples of regulation, one of the nuclear sector and another for pharmaceutical sector. If we talk about the nuclear sector, where for the governance, we say that there is some countries we are able to do something and something, okay? And in the pharmaceutical sector, this is led mostly by great companies who have a lot of opportunity to do research and development. So they are using the governance, the structure to put their products in the market early and to be able to provide all the world. But in this way, it's more driven by a good, because the pharmaceutical sector is for good. But in AI, we are like the pharmaceutical sector, where R&D for big companies, big tech companies, are driving the narrative. So they are pushing the technology. So the governors came after to regulate or something like that. But in the regulation, we have to be careful so that countries like Africa or something like that, I'm switching in French and in my mind, could have the capability to build their own. Like in the pharmaceutical sector, you could have a generic and something like that, but you could have also technology built by African, by the global South. Because AI, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Then the actual AI narrative, it's about a lot of computing, a lot of data, and so something like that. But we never know. Perhaps there's another way to do AI with less data, with less compute, and to have more successful result. So AI, it's since 1915, and they change a lot because from the logical perspective to the neuronal perspective, they switch in the way. So I remember it was 20 years ago. I work when I worked in France, in Paris, in a startup, doing machine learning with small data, how to build good machine learning system with small data. So it could be.
I think you raise a really important point because it gets at this issue that we've heard in what are smoke screens? And is one of the smoke screens the existential threat? Is another that you need massive levels of compute? And there's the third, is it gone too far that we can't even regulate? So we need to challenge some of those smoke screens. I have two people who want to come in. Amandeep, I'm just going to a two finger, I think, from you, Anna, and then I'm going to turn to Amandeep. Virginia, I haven't forgotten you, and welcome, Nazine. I'm going to bring you in, Villar, too.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on this because it's a question of regulation and risks. I mean, we have now an example in the European Union with the AI Act. Maybe we shouldn't forget that. And I think in the AI Act in Europe, we had exactly that challenge, I'd say. On the one side, we have this risk-based approach that we say, okay, there are just some categories where we are in a high-risk category. And there, it's not forbidden to use AI, but you have some duties to have transparency, to show what data you have used, whether there is any bias that is expected. So there you would have to show that you tested the technology due to several things. And then there are other categories where you don't have to do much. And there are just a few categories where we say it's not allowed at all, which is about like biometric surveillance and which is about social scoring, things like that. And another one that is very important in the AI is that is all only for applications of AI and not for the development of AI. And I think there is another risk, because if we regulate, and that is, I think, what you were saying too, if you regulate also the development too much, then we will have the risk of having only a few regions in the world where AI systems are developed, and other regions of the world, the majority so far, that would just be users of models from just a few regions. And for that to avoid, it's really important that you have kind of a smart regulation that allows for really innovation and development of AI, but I think that also checks when it's being applied. And then that is also for the developers an important information, because they know, okay, they can try out different things, but if they want to go to the market, if they want to get their models used in specific areas, then they have to fulfill some transparency or other requirements. And I think that is an example where we think in Europe, there's a first step in this direction, and that's definitely something that we should look at a broader level or at a global scale, I think.
Thank you. Amandeep.
Very quickly, I think Saidina really touched on an extremely important point when he spoke about the pharma sector. So today we are retrofitting solutions to a structure that's very inequitable. You have Farm Access, you have Gavi, you have Global Fund, to democratize access to antiretroviral therapy and so on. And with the COVID crisis, there was this outcry about the inequity in vaccine production. And so mRNA facilities in Africa. Now, do we want to go down the same path for AI, or do we want to be proactive and make sure that the opportunity is democratized and that we have a diversity of model developing ecosystems which are interoperable, going back to Sharad's point, or we just want to have a few? And there is not only a tech and economic aspect to it, there is a cultural diversity, there is a context sensitive, the strength of the data that's going into those models kind of consideration as well.
No, that's a great point, and thanks for bringing it up. Virginia, you've been waiting very patiently, and Vilas, I'll bring you in then. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. There's 2 points I would like to make. One concerning the African issue, or the issue of the perceived less of the development in the African and the global South. I think that there is here a great opportunity for leapfrogging the issues that we have been developing in the global North. Is definitely not follow up on what has been experimented and tried out in the global North, but experimenting with new, innovative, novel approaches which really take into account this cultural difference, like Amandeep just said. So there is a huge opportunity for all of us to look at what the global South is going to do in terms of regulation, in terms of accountability and responsibility for this type of systems. And I'm looking forward to see what's coming from there, because I think that will be an example for the rest of the world as well. The other issue is the issue that Anna raised of the development and the regulation of development. I don't think that in the research and development, the issue is regulation. The issue is incentives. How are research and development being done at this moment is by focusing almost 100% on improving the accuracy and optimization of these systems. Today and this week, our colleagues and many of the top researchers in the world are in New Orleans at NeurIPS, and the whole conference and all the thousands of presentations in that conference will basically show they improved 0.5% on whatever they presented last year. And this is how research is being driven at this moment. This is how the large companies are developing and driving their research. What we need to do is put the incentives differently. It's not just say, great that you improved 0.5% your development, but how much did it cost? How much more computational power did you put on this? Is it justifiable to put 20% more computational power and more energy and so on, and more data in a 0.5% increase of the capabilities of your system, or is that not? These measures, these incentives are nowhere in the research and in the development. And I think that is the main driven, and then we go into a much more opportunities to explore, like Zadine just said. So it's not just following up on the trend of more data and more computational power, but exactly exploring different ways to do it in the same way, or the same capabilities with much less data, much less power, and so on. So it's incentives, it's not regulations.
Thanks very much, Virginia. Theme coming out here. Abhishek, would you like to join us on the desk? Please, we'll leave you have a last word, but I'm just going to bring in now. Yes, come seat, and we'll give you a word should you wish to come in. Vilas, you wanted to come in on that. Did you want to come in? Okay, I'm going to welcome Nazneen. It's great to have you join us, and thank you for getting up at such an early hour where you're based. You're also a member of the advisory body. Nazneen, I'm going to throw to you a question, which I hope may kick off any comments here if there are others. We hear a lot about the multi-stakeholder. We hear a lot about the multi-stakeholder dimension and why a global AI governance framework not only needs to be global and interoperable, but also needs to reflect the full diversity of societies and the range of experts in that. But I'm struck by how many of the conversations tend to turn around regulation and regulatory institutions' capacities and the big tech corporations. And what's interesting about AI is we're approaching the question of the governance of this technology in an already fairly consolidated industry. That was not the case in perhaps some of the early days of internet or social media platforms. What is the role of the technical community in this space? What is the role of civil society voices, of something that I think has come up here, but we really need to keep a focus on? Public interest institutions, tertiary academic research institutions, applied policy institutions, worlds at regional and national level. Are you seeing still space for those groups, or is it harder and harder to get a voice in this dialogue?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. So I actually prepared one slide on this topic. So if I am allowed to share this, I'm happy to.
Wasn't pre-planned, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I just had the topic of the room. But essentially, the way I want to think about global cooperation and multi-stakeholders, and the question that you brought in is in terms of this three high-level artifacts, that is the data, the models, and the benchmarks. Essentially, each of these have certain categories of how we need to think about them in terms of the question that you asked. And so in particular for data, it would be interoperability. And I think a lot of people have brought up this point, which is that data policy is essentially a patchwork, or a very, very, very high variance across different countries. And I think, some of these the stakeholders need to think about how would data go across borders in a privacy preserving way. So if you are into data sharing, and if we decide as globally to basically allow data to pass across borders, especially given these different restrictions, then how do we do that in a privacy preserving way? And more importantly, how do we represent diverse voices, opinions, as well as languages in our AI models? And the thing that I wanted to highlight this is because a lot of the languages are not very high resource. Many of them are very low resource languages. And a lot of them, even when they have a lot of millions of people speaking the language, they are very much in an oral form, so they're not digitized. And so to think about how does data get from this oral form to digitization, hence get represented in AI, is also a big gap that still needs to be covered over there. A lot of the tooling right now, especially here in the Silicon Valley, has been focused on curation of data for English-speaking crowd. And so that's a point that I wanted to just really bring up. The second artifact is the models. And so thinking about shared infra, and I think I'm sure many people must have talked about this as to infra is a big bottleneck in training these AI models. And so thinking about how do we have shared infra, especially with the global South. And the other thing about models is auditability. I feel this is extremely important. And also a big part of the question that you raise is that how do we allow safe auditability by third-party organization? And so auditability would include not just models, but also the data that the model was trained on. And finally, one critical thing that I believe for educating the masses and democratizing AI is safely open sourcing some of these AI models so that the people themselves not just have the right to scrutinize the models that are out there, but also train their own models and basically customize and govern the models. And finally, in terms of the benchmarks, I would like to think about it in terms of shared testing efforts. I think there's been some of this, at least here in the US, with the DEF CON event, where a bunch of hackers got together to red team some of these models, including both closed as well as open source models. I believe there should be more of these, especially from different regions as well. and given everyone's different culture, what is appropriate and not appropriate in those cultures. And the second thing, which I think is also very critical, is an incident sharing database. So something goes wrong, example, like the Log4j vulnerability, it affected millions of computers. And I believe that AI is way more powerful, and we need to have a way to safely share incidents, maybe even anonymously if someone comes across it, like a bug bounty program or something like that. And then shared across all these three different architecture is a very important incentive structure for this kind of global cooperation across these different three artifacts, as well as governance across these three artifacts that are out there. So yeah, just wanted to raise these points and put that out there.
Thank you. That's great, Nazneen, not least because you brought in the dimension of regional frameworks that can be one way of linking the global down to the implementation at national, local level, and particularly regional frameworks that respect and can interact with cultural and social norms and frameworks. Vilas, you want to add?
Thank you. I want to bring us back to this very generous audience that's in the room here and online, engaging with us. And I want to share with you what you're hearing from us here on this panel is actually an incredible reflection of the diversity of the topics that we're covering at the high level body. And rather than kind of focus on the breadth of it and the amorphous nature, I want to actually ground us in two certainties that I think have come out of this panel. The first, rather with deep respect, I'll say, is something I disagree with you on, which is you gave us a frame that said, over the last 20 or 30 years, we've had two mandates. One, to technology companies to build for, profit, for outcome. I agree with you there. The second you said, though, is that we also asked society to step in and make sure that we were promoting the positive applications. And there I disagree with you. I don't think we ever named that mandate. In this moment, we have an opportunity to come back and reevaluate whether we can find a consensus-based approach that says this is not a question about how technology companies build technologies, but rather about how humanity builds human institutions and human decisions about how these technologies will be deployed. If that's the start of a certainty, that can take us to a place that leads to an entirely different decision making. The second certainty that I'd like to share with you is this. Public discourse has a way of inertia, that early conversations take on extreme weight. The conversation about existential risk, and I'll name it quite specifically, is one that came from a very small cohort of particularly well-resourced voices. It's taken on outsized space in the public discourse. And we've seen over just the last 6 months, the new normalization and rationalization that says, wait, instead of thinking about 30-year risks that are somewhere in the future, what we should be thinking about is the decisions we can make now that lead to a better set of short-term outcomes and lay the framework for that long-term vision, Sharad, that you spoke to so optimistically, one where society makes decisions for all of us. Those two certainties, and I'm almost done here, can in some ways guide a multilateral conversation that starts from values, principles, and norms, that brings ethics into that wonderful framework that Nazneen just presented, and sits at the base of a technical conversation, a technical governance conversation, and then a human governance conversation.
That's a great point, and it proves why, Vilas, you're on the advisory body. I know that we have to wrap up now, so literally 10 seconds, and you can't engage, and then I'm going to give the final word to Amit.
I don't disagree. I'm glad you bring this up, and I'll just share a secret with you, if I may, right? Yeah, because 10 years ago, we started on this journey called India Stack. There was no concept, there was no belief that it could actually become meaningful. And this whole notion of DPIs is now mainstream, not just in India, but across the world. And what's made this possible is just 3 simple words. Sell to Abhishek here the idea of inclusion. The policymaker wants inclusion. You heard Nazeem talked about democratization. You heard her. Sell to the technologists, democratization of technology. They love it. And sell to the market expansion. If you can do this around a common set of principles that you talked about, you can actually bring all the 3 together on the same table without having any power. We are just no greed, no glory volunteers. We don't have any power in the system. And so that is what we have to now elevate to a repeatable model when we come to AI. So I actually agree.
Thank you. Thank you. And for bringing in that practical example. Amandeep, we're nearing the close, and I know that everybody needs to go off to the dinner. Abhishek, you want to come in? I'll leave you give a final word, but
Abhishek should do it, but I'll just say what Sharad just pointed out. That's the task of diplomats. Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, so different incentives. And Nazmi's point about the incentive structure. It also talks to these kind of cults that we have today. There's not only that, there's another culture. It's coming out very clearly. So some of these are more hidden, some of these are. But I think this is what you've heard today, really the kind of task that the advisory body is engaged in, how vital it is, how important it is, how timely it is. What Anna said, very eloquently, this is a networked approach. There are different nodes. GPAI will be an important node in the kind of future international governance we want. But this would mean that all of these institutions would have to step up. There would be a refreshing required, going from version 1 to version 2. And then someone needs to step up to make sure that they work together and there is a common basis in terms of norms, values, incentives, etc. And it's at the end of the day, it's about us as humans, our organization as societies, into polities and into the markets that sometimes tend to bedazzle us a little too much.
I think what Gabriella also mentioned, that sense of being able to respond, to monitor, review, adapt, and respond requires a degree of coherence and interaction. Abhishek, you really do have the last word, and so over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, and sorry I missed the interesting discussion with such high profile panelists who are at the cutting edge of all the discourse internationally with regard to artificial intelligence and many more things. All that I would like to say is that sometimes when we kind of take things in large forums, if we have a very unwieldy group in which we start discussing things, then we continue to remain at a 38,000 feet level in which we identify all the issues, all the challenges, all the problems, and then it becomes so unwieldy that we are not able to move forward. So when we look at for example, our experience of implementation of DPIs, we always felt that what is the common minimum that we need to do, which will transform lives of people? How do we do that? And how do we come to that consensus with regard to what is needed to be done? So that we come down from 38,000 feet to ground and are able to actually execute something. So maybe with all this discourse, in fact, over the last 2 days, we have been having all these discussions with regard to regulation, with regard to risks, with regard to what needs to be done, what needs not to be done, in what ways we can bring out consensus in various bodies. At Bletchley, it was discussed, in the G7 Hiroshima process being discussed. The UN advisory group will surely come out with a report doing that. But can we together think of maybe identifying a few low risk AI solutions or models that can be scaled up, that can be deployed across the world? Like we have come out in one of the G20 outcomes for setting up a DPI repository. So can we think of AI solutions repository which are known to be low risk, which are known to be solve problems in healthcare or agriculture or education or skilling, and maybe share it with the global south and deploy it? Because many of the countries who are not part of many of these discussion tables, they get lost. They don't know whether in what way they will benefit or what harm may happen. So that's one that I would see if this forum can think of creating a mechanism for doing this. The second is the access to AI technologies, whether it's data sets, whether it's compute, whether it's algorithms, that is again restricted to a few corporations and a few countries. Can we democratize this? How do we do that? In fact, one of the agendas, one of the theme priorities which got approved today in our GPAI Ministerial Council is to set up a collaborative AI for global partnership. So can we kind of bring it together a consensus in which we take this discourse forward and we come out with model guidelines, model rules which the world could adopt? And then also create an institutional mechanism to take up implementation of these projects. Again, an example comes from the DPI story, the G20 declaration, which talked about the One Future Alliance, but then ultimately it has been actioned by India by setting up the Social Impact Fund with an initial contribution of India for $25 million. And it's open for contribution for other multilateral bodies, other countries, other foundations, and do that. And then take up the actual implementation of DPI in various countries. So can we think of similar models for AI, wherein we come up with templates for implementation of AI-based solutions, we come up with templates of guidelines, rules, regulations that all countries could adopt. And it can be initially at the minimum level, and we can slowly make the good better, but let's go ahead with the good and try to bring on some consensus in that. And the UN advisory body can do that, nothing like it.
Thank you. That's a good challenge for the advisory bodies will go forward. And I'll just draw 2 points from what I think what you said is one, the buy-in of states and of societies and corporations in any forms of global AI governance requires a practical dimension and a component. It can't just sit at the principles. And second, what I took from your statement is we need a progressive approach. We can't wait for the beautiful model to be there before we start rolling some of these things out. So how can we think progressively and practically oriented as you do? Happily, I think the Secretary General told the advisory board more or less the same sorts of sets of questions with that practical outcome focus. What the members of the advisory board didn't say in their discussions today, all 5, 6 of them today here, is how hard they're working. They had their first in-person meeting today. They were only established in October. Last week they met in person, and by December they're going to be delivering their first report. So let me just thank them for raising so capably the range of issues. Thank our GPAI colleagues. So great to have you here, Anna and Abhishek. Thank you so much for joining us. Gabriella has had to leave. And I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to have questions, but I would just say that's your food for thought over hopefully food this evening. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you to the panelists for an extremely insightful and engaging discussion. Before we wrap, could I request Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of IT, to felicitate the guests?